All right, I am now calling this meeting to order. Today is February 1st, 2021, and this is the council budget retreat. Councilwoman Sauce, if you could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, I would appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm honored to do so. Please stand if you can. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. And the mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you, Councilmember. Ms. Salzberg, roll call.
Mayor Deasy.
Here.
Vice Mayor Daggett.
Here.
Councilmember Aslan.
Good morning, everybody. Present.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Salas.
Present.
Councilmember Shimoni.
Present.
Councilmember Sweet.
Present.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to note, though I normally do keep my video on at City Hall, due to bandwidth with the sun and everything, you might see me more likely to turn it off temporarily while if I'm not speaking. I will also just quickly mention, yes, I did, just to clear this up, I did have a brick thrown at my house over the weekend, and my chief of staff did receive a death threat. But I don't want that to interfere at all with our operations and what we're doing today. So please save any sympathetic comments or anything to an email. Today we're here to talk budget, and I'm looking forward to it. So let's talk budget. We are down to agenda item number 4, City Council Fiscal Year 2021 to 22 Budget Retreat. Staff, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everybody. Happy February. Today, first day of February. February is Black History Month, so I thought I'd share with you an excerpt from somebody who made history very recently during the inauguration. So enjoy that. I am here simply to make a couple of introductions, and I'm going to make 2 of them because we will be turning it over quickly to Julie Lancaster in just a minute, and then in just a short while, we will be hearing from a guest presenter today. So I'll go ahead, if I may, Mayor and Council, and offer up a couple of introductions with some bios for the folks who are helping us out today. First, and somebody with whom we have great familiarity with now, is Julie Lancaster. She's the founder and president of Lancaster Leadership. With decades of leadership building in the U.S. and beyond, she is quite skilled in this practice and frequently serves in coaching, consultation, and training, and sometimes facilitation of retreats. She has a multitude of clients from all over, and we are lucky to enjoy her services here in Flagstaff. And as I mentioned today, she'll be helping us with this retreat, overseeing the function of the meeting and keeping us on track and on schedule. Julie's career path in life has taken her to some interesting places. She has been a rock climber instructor, an outdoor education director, a school garden director, an African extension agent, a professor, and a dean of education. And on the subject of education, Julie holds an MA in education and has been awarded Adjunct Instructor of the Year with College America. She has multiple recognitions in her many accomplishments. She's assembled an excellent team in her business, and again today we're fortunate to have her in person, but not really, virtually. In a short while, and I'll make the intro now, we will also be privileged to have Chris Fabian join us. Chris is the co-founder and CEO of Resource X, formerly the Center for Priority-Based Budgeting. He combined both companies in 2017 under the name Resource X, with staff in Colorado, North Carolina, Texas, New Mexico, Michigan, Wisconsin, Idaho, New York, and Ohio. Priority-based budgeting, and today, because we'll be spending a lot of time with that term, that moniker. We will refer to it as PBB from time to time. Please bear with us. We'll try to, on occasion, remind us all that we're talking about priority-based budgeting. It's the leading best practice in local government, priority-based budgeting, now practiced in nearly 300 organizations across North America. Chris's journey into the world of government finance began in 2003 when his very first company, the Local Government Solutions Group, was a partner to David Osborne's Public Strategies Group. Osborne was co-author of Reinventing Government and The Price of Government. In partnership with Public Strategies, Chris worked with some of the country's first pioneers in budgeting for outcomes, the process that first attempted to propose an alternative to traditional line item budgeting approach, emphasizing the outcomes that the public gets for the money that it invests. From 2005 to 2008, Chris's work centered on creating the priority-based budgeting process while a local government practitioner. Priority-based budgeting, or PBB, is currently recognized as a leading practice by the International City County Management Association, ICMA, the National League of Cities, the Government Finance Officers Association, as well as the Alliance for Innovation. And as I mentioned, Chris will be joining us in just a few minutes. Julie, are you ready to take this thing over?
I'm ready. Here we go. Greg, thank you so much for the introduction, and what an exciting day for us to do PBB in February. I worked hard on that. Thank you for that. In 10 seconds, would everyone mind to unmute in 10 seconds and give a very enthusiastic and authentic welcome to everybody here, your warm wishes, your welcoming thoughts in 3. Everyone, all 70 of us, 2, 1, go.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome, everybody.
It sounds like my dining room table.
How beautiful is that? Doesn't that just warm your heart, hearing everybody here together? Even though we're spread apart, we're all together. So we have so much exciting stuff going on today. So I want everyone just to think. Don't write it in the chat or anything. Just keep it in your own mind. What do you want to learn today? What do you want to get out of today? It's a very important way to set an intention so that we can really get at what we want to learn. We're here together this morning from 8:30 until about 5 this evening, and the schedule looks generally like this. At 10, we'll have a few presentations until 10:15, at which time we'll have a short break of 15 minutes. We'll then have a working lunch at 12:15, so a couple of hours later. That will be 15 minutes as well. Then at 3 o'clock later, we'll have a break again for 15 minutes. Then at 4:30 this afternoon, we'll have a public participation part to wrap up at 5 or even earlier. We'll see what happens. You're going to have a chance to hear from Heidi Derryberry, Rick Tatter, Chris Fabian, Brandy Suda, Rick Tatter, Greg Clifton, Jen Caputa, Jeannie Gallagher, Heidi Hansen, Shannon Anderson, Mayor DC, and the EAC rep, and there may be a few others sprinkled throughout. So get ready. It's going to be delightful. Each presenter, whenever you are presenting, I'm going to ask a few things of you. One, that you have your video on if you're able, because we really like to connect with a face. Also, when you're presenting, when someone is presenting, someone else is sharing a comment or a question, if you can turn your video on, that's wonderful to be able to see you. Also, for the presenters, you remember how last time you were asked to share 2 personal things. So this morning, 2, and this afternoon, 2 other different personal things. 1, something that we don't know about you. 2 is, who in the city would you like to get to know better? So I'll give an example. So my thing that you don't know about me might be, I'll give a few examples. When I was young, when I was 3 years old, I lived in Japan with my family for 3 years. Another is, this weekend I had a chance to go cross-country skiing, and I got a blister right here on my pinky from pulling so hard. Or 3, years ago when I was volunteering on a sea turtle conservation endeavor, I got a botfly larva in my lid. So those are examples, and the person I'd like to get to know better in the city would be Sarah Dar. because both she and I have hosted some Up With People travelers, and I got to know her a little bit more through that, and I'd like to learn more about her. That's my example. So without further ado, I will also let you know that whenever you are presenting, so our first up will be Heidi Derryberry. I'll give a 5-minute warning before you're done, except for with Heidi, because she's only talking for 5 minutes. Then I'll give a 1-minute warning. I'll just wait for you to take a breath, and then I'll try and interject and say 1 minute. And then your job is to try your best to just wrap it up. You don't have to wrap it up that second, but we're hoping within a minute, just to stay in order. We have many wonderful presentations today. Many people have prepared many hours, so I'm excited for you to have a chance to hear from everyone. So without further ado, I think we are ready. Greg, how does that sound?
Perfecto. And I'm thinking about my 2 personal things. It's going to take me a little bit of time. I don't have a big list.
Well, I don't believe that, first of all. And second of all, it could be something very mundane, even like what's in your cup this morning or anything at all. So write one personal thing. And the other is just someone in the city you'd like to get to know better. Thank you. Thank you for that, Greg. So I think up is then Heidi. Sound right?
That is correct. So good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Heidi Derryberry. I am the city's Assistant Finance Director, and I'm here this morning just to present to you very quickly on the budget timeline that we have going forward from this point. For Julie's request, it's very hard being first. I didn't have time to think. Something most of you don't know is I played volleyball in high school, and that was my favorite sport. And I continue to enjoy that through my girls that play now. And for city members that I would like to get to know better, I think the new council members would be great to get to know a bit better. So this morning I am the one running the presentation. So if you don't mind, I'm going to shut my camera off because I do have 2 teenagers at home doing school. And with all of that, I don't want to lose the presentation. So I'm going to just shut my camera off. So just briefly this morning, I just wanted to remind council where we're at in the budget process and where we are going forward in the next few months. So as you know, we're in our second council budget retreat today, February 1st. Moving forward, we're looking forward to April 21st and 22nd will be our next retreat, which will be where the city manager recommended budget is presented to council. Moving from that point forward, on June 1st is when we will be bringing the tentative budget adoption to council, followed 2 weeks later on June 15th by the property tax levy hearing, the first reading of the property tax adoption, and the final budget adoption. And then finally, 2 weeks later from then, on July 6th is the final reading of the property tax adoption. So any questions on the timeline that we have going forward before I hand this off to, I believe, Chris Fabian and Kathy Novak? And hopefully I was under my 5 minutes, so we're ahead now. Okay, so I believe that Kathy or Chris are going to run the next section of the presentation. So I hope they're here and ready to go.
Hello, this is Chris Fabian. Can I get an indication that you can hear me and that I have successfully come off of mute?
Yes. Yes, Chris, good morning.
Thank you, thank you. And I am now also attempting to share my screen. Hopefully that is successful as well.
Yeah, everything's working.
Great. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Chris Fabian, and I will follow the protocol and identify 2 things that you might not know about me. Number 1, Heidi's lead on the sports team. I had that as well. I played college baseball at the University of South Carolina. The Fighting Gamecocks was a team mascot that my mom didn't think was all that great, but they had a good baseball team. And another interesting thing, my very first time in Flagstaff was a little bit after college, and my first job was in civil engineering, and I worked on a water rights model. I produced a model for the state of Arizona Bureau of Reclamation and the Navajo and Hopi people, and that was really cool. I loved being in Flagstaff, and it was a very adventurous part of my life. Someone I'd like to get to know better, Heidi, who was just talking moments ago, and I have become familiar with the priority-based budgeting team over the course of the last few years, and while I am enamored with their passion for responsible resource allocation, I would love to get to know more personal stories from their lives. So I'm really thrilled to be here today. I should add that Kathy Novak, my partner in crime, is not able to be here today, and she is very sorry. For those of you who saw us last year at this time for the council retreat, we presented together. I will do my best to bring the spirit and wisdom of Kathy Novak. We prepared together over the course of the last week, but she had a medical need this morning, and so I will be doing my best to channel Kathy Novak and tell you a little bit about where she comes from as well. I can't, however, tell you two things that you might not know about Kathy. That will have to wait for another time.
Chris, we're so delighted to have you. Do you feel comfortable to have your video on? It's okay if you don't. Just wanted you to know it's off.
Oh, interesting. I thought, sorry about that.
That's okay. It should just be that little picture of like a video camera. For me, it's the upper right-hand corner.
I believe that because I'm using Chrome through the web browser, when I share my slides, I don't have the same portal to see that.
No problem.
Okay. Well, I'm really sorry for no video. I did shave this morning, though, in preparation, but that is neither here nor there. I'm really excited to talk about priority-based budgeting and where you are as the city of Flagstaff, and especially as elected officials and all the organization's leadership, how you can begin to use the data that you put together to your advantage. And especially with the timeline, the budget timeline that we just discussed, I'm going to try to equip you and train you, plant some seeds for how you can really bring this work to life in the budget recommendations that are coming up. My role, especially this morning, I have two parts, by the way, is to be a guide. I've been through this now approximately 300 times with all different types of city organizations, counties, school districts as well. And through that experience, I have a really good sense of where you are on your journey. And it's really important to recognize that priority-based budgeting is a journey. It's a body of work as opposed to something that's plug and play. As organizations become adept at using priority-based budgeting, there is a growth that occurs. You evolve. You start to appreciate the data that you've put together and different ways to use it in the budget process, absolutely, and even every day, the kind of data that you have. So I'm going to be a teacher. I'm going to be a guide, a shepherd. If you think of me that way and think of the kinds of questions that you might want to ask along the way, that will be my role. I have a morning presentation, and I'm going to keep it to about 45 minutes to an hour. And the purpose of the morning presentation is really to give you some background, prepare you, teach you about what priority-based budgeting is all about. Whereas in the second half of my presentation, after Rick has a chance to present, we actually have a deep dive into your data. I want to welcome you into the information that you've put together, and we actually have some exercises to apply your learning. So it'll be really fun. But without further ado, I will get started with my morning session. I did again want to make mention that Kathy is not able to join us here today. This is a picture of Kathy if you recognize her. Kathy is truly an inspirational human being. She has influenced the development and evolution of priority-based budgeting ever since we've had a chance to work together over the years. And I've known Kathy for over a decade and worked together with her for over 10 years. Kathy is a former elected official herself and a former mayor from a suburb of Denver, Colorado, the city of North Glen, if you're familiar. And in addition to that, among many other accomplishments for Kathy, she was president of the National League of Cities, the association that represents elected officials. So she has tremendous perspective. And again, I want to let you know that Kathy and I prepped our work together. So I have her speaking points, and I will do my best to bring Kathy's perspective and point of view. The first component of this morning's presentation is an introduction to priority-based budgeting. I know that many of you are actually well-versed in priority-based budgeting. You have experience, you've been along for this process. So the balancing act that I had to do for this morning's presentation was to not overwhelm those who have already been through it and bore you with things that you already know, but at the same time appreciate that there are some newcomers to all of this. So I'll try to navigate that balancing act as best as possible. But I've also changed the presentation a bit from last year, so hopefully there are some new learnings and new perspectives as well, even for those of you who have heard this before. What I'm demonstrating in the background might be interesting to you. It's a piece of technology. It's a measuring device. It's an EKG. This is a monitor for heart health. And I wanted to start with this analogy early on as you think about what priority-based budgeting really is, and to present to you something like an EKG is helpful. It's not a perfect analogy, but it's a helpful perspective and point of view. All of you know what it means to feel good, to feel energetic and full of life. And I think everybody has also had experiences where they're ill. You don't feel good, you're tired, or you feel like something's off. And by intuition, we all have the opportunity to say, I feel well, or I don't feel well. And then to try to take steps to move towards feeling better, because that's where we all want to be. And so you can be successful in your personal health in your life by being guided by your intuition. And that is undoubtedly true. However, as many of you have probably been to a doctor's office, some of us go and we take one step further and we say, we've developed technologies, we've developed measurement devices that can actually give us a little bit more information. And from that information, we can develop insights that weren't so obvious, that are perhaps beyond our intuition. And just like we're looking at the EKG here, priority-based budgeting and the data that you've put together is kind of like as if you've gone to a doctor and you've had a checkup, you've had a physical exam, you have a diagnostic run on your vitals. And with that data, as you receive a report and you receive information, there's power, there's insight within it. However, as a doctor might tell you, the data alone doesn't do anything for you. The data is just a little bit of advanced information. It's not until you interpret that data and learn to use it to your advantage that you can learn perhaps that you have high cholesterol. That might not have been intuitive. You might learn that there's something off with your heart rate. And through interpretation of the data, maybe you decide to change your diet. Maybe you decide to change your exercise activity or get a little bit more sleep. The purpose of what I'm saying is that with the data, you learn what you can do differently in your life that actually changes you for the better and increases your health and your well-being. And if you think about priority-based budgeting throughout the rest of today, that's exactly what it's all about. You have been making intelligent budget decisions for years. Any elected official Any leader in an organization can guide themselves by intuition, and you're probably on the right track with what your citizens desire and what is best for your community overall. However, with the data that you've put together and interpretation of that data, which is what we're going to go through today, the point is you will be able to develop new insights and new ways of making the community tremendous. So with that in mind, I'm going to talk a little bit about what PBB is all about and the transition that we've made. Prior to this body of work being invented, we did have another type of technology, and that was the line item budget. This is generic line item data, as I've indicated in the bottom right-hand side of the screen. And when I started my journey, this was the best source of business intelligence to guide better budget decisions overall. And the reason that priority-based budgeting needed to be invented was that as you look at this very annoying screen probably, and all this line item data, elected officials, people in your shoes, were asking very important questions about how do we take this information and use it if we're trying to get safer as a community, or if we're trying to make our citizens healthier or improving the economy. And with the line item data, if this is all that we have in front of us, it's not easy. It's very difficult to take something like travel and training, that's a line item, or postage. And if my elected officials would ask me, if you got rid of the entire postage budget, does it make us any less safe? Or if we doubled our vehicle replacement budget, that being a line item, does it make our citizens any healthier? There was a fundamental disconnect between line items and the results, the priorities that we're trying to accomplish overall. And that's what we set out to try to accomplish with priority-based budgeting, is taking all of your resource information. You have this, quite simply, large amount of resources, your financial resources, your money, your human resources, your people, your physical resources, your environmental resources. And the question was, how are they or aren't they aligned with these outcomes that you're trying to achieve? And that is what we're trying to do with the invention of priority-based budgeting, is make that connection and then make it useful to you so that you can improve your approach to becoming a safer, healthier community overall, in the mission statement that you established in the very beginning. One of our findings, one of the pieces that was missing, was an idea of the identification of what you do. You have resources that you're trying to use to the greatest ability that you have to accomplish priorities. But what was missing in the diagnostic was the understanding of what you use your resources to do. And that's what we call a program or a service. Snow removal is an example of a program. Pothole repair is an example of a program. And when we can introduce this idea of what you do, the programs that you provide, what you use your resources to fund, then we can talk about the program's influence or lack thereof on the priorities, the key community priorities that you're trying to achieve. And this, as simple as it is, was one of our greatest breakthroughs. And this is one of the key components of the data that you've put together. And a takeaway for you is that programs are a tremendous vehicle for achieving the positive change that you wish to see for your community. And so we're going to get into what that program data actually looks like. To show you somewhat of a hopefully compelling example, over the course of the last year, as you can imagine, we've worked with many communities talking about how they can be clever, be resourceful in their response to shortfalls in the budget. And again, if all we had was line item data, Kathy Novak makes the point that my only choices for expense reduction or doing something more efficiently would be the line items themselves. If all we have is line item data, then our solutions have to be line item driven. This is an example of a department we were working with. And as you look at the line item information, if I told you that what you're actually looking at is a basic facilities department, and these are the programs that are provided in that facilities department, from custodial services to project management to facility event setup, safety and security. This makes a lot more sense. It's like a forest from the trees kind of discussion overall. The line items feel like noise. It's really important information in there. But once we simplify and we understand that those line items are just telling us how programs are being funded, we elevate ourselves to a new perspective, a new level of understanding, because everybody knows what custodial services are and janitorial services. And we can break that down just like you will be able to do with your data here momentarily, and see how does custodial services get funded overall. And if we really wanted to get into the weeds and the details, you can actually find out each and every employee that contributes to providing custodial or janitorial services. Then you can actually look at all the little line item costs that go towards funding this custodial program overall. But that's the background. What we're most interested in is, hey, we provide a program, custodial or janitorial. Where should we be headed with that program? What's the positive future that we want to create? And during this COVID era, one question on many of our clients' minds is, if we're not opening up all of the city facilities as we've done in the past, might there be a basic efficiency, a trend that we could take advantage of? We're opening up less facilities, and therefore might we be able to resource this program a little bit less and reallocate those resources elsewhere? So that's an insight that you might get from this data as we start to try to apply it. Other organizations have said, yes, there's efficiencies, but for those facilities that we are opening back up to the public, when we have city workers coming to work and we have citizens coming to City Hall, we need to make sure that we actually have enough resources to provide an extra increased level of service to reduce the spread of infection. We want to keep all of our surfaces clean and keep our environment clean and safe. So service level increase is a different type of insight that could come about from this program data. And for some of our other organizations, they've said, well, if we've realized anything in this environment, is that we can partner with other organizations and leverage their resources as well. So for this particular example, you might say, what might it look like if we provided custodial services to other local governments, other private sector businesses, other nonprofits in our community, and we could collaborate, create an economy of scale, and maybe even generate revenue? That's another type of insight that can come from this data overall. And I mentioned this to you as a primer for education, so that you can start to feel the truth in the point that with program data, it opens up opportunities. It opens up possibilities for things that we could do different at the program level, as opposed to this line item data, which is still critical. We'll never move away from the line item budget information, but it's critical for a different purpose. The line item budget helps us with spending controls. Program information helps us with the types of changes that we want to make in resource allocation as we pursue achieving key community priorities for our citizens in a more optimal way overall. So everything I've just talked to you about thus far is a data creation step. We had to make this leap of taking your line item data and then going through some transformation to now talk about it in terms of programs, the programs that you provide. And for those of you who are new, the process is quite simple. We leverage that line item data, but instead of the line item information being the foundation of policy discussions that you get into, we have simply slipped in the program data as a new foundation. We're recentering the conversations at the program level, and that has made a world of difference. What you're seeing in the animation is simply, it's a visual portrayal of how we're connecting layers of data. Once we slip in a program inventory, meaning a list of all the things that your departments do, we can connect it, that's what these little nodes are representing, to line item data, your resource information. So now we know what you do and how much it costs you to do what you do. We'll talk a little bit later about another piece of information that we call basic program attributes, but as suggested by the title, basic program attributes are the basic characteristics of each and every program that you provide. So your staff has tagged your programs with information such as the degree of mandate associated with a program. Are you required to provide something by the federal government or the state government, or maybe you're not required to provide it? It's a self-imposed mandate or something in your city charter or in corporation documents. It could be none of the above and still an industry standard. That's a different kind of mandate, but that professional associations suggest you provide a program in a certain way. And then it could be none of the above, and that's okay as well. But that's an example of the scale, the degree of mandate for each and every program.
Hey, Chris, can you hear us okay?
Yes.
I think your audio was just breaking up a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
Not sure.
Is that sounding okay?
Yeah, it is on my end, Chris. Julie, is it better on your end?
Testing. Hopefully.
I hear you loud and clear.
There's a chance.
Okay.
I can't actually hear Julie. I hear you, Greg.
Yeah,
But it was a little scratchy.
Yeah, and Adam Shimoni is noting that it's okay. So is Jim McCarthy. Julie, there's a chance it might be on your end. Are you having good reception where you are? Well, Chris, let's go ahead and continue. If anybody else is having audio issues here, please post it in the chat column and I will monitor. Thank you.
Sounds great. And thanks for keeping me honest in the flow here. Another layer of information, what you see here in yellow, is from a program inventory. We can talk about the impact that a program has on priorities that you're trying to accomplish. And that is fundamentally important for our work in Flagstaff. And that is the measurement of resources into a program and the connection of a program to what you're trying to accomplish, the priorities that matter most to your community. And then finally, we can talk about the program's direction. Where are you headed with this program? Does it need more resources? Could we partner? Could we charge for this program differently? And that's where things get really interesting. But this is all data creation. You're setting yourself up for success. You're going to the doctor and getting that data from a diagnostic overall. And it's the importance of this is that you have now made a transition from merely having line item business intelligence to now having program and service level information to guide your decisions. And I know this is important to you. I know you know what this term means, data-driven, but this is what it means in the context of priority-based budgeting. If you're going to be data-driven, then we need the data to drive or help or support the decisions that you're about to get into in the budget timeline that Heidi had demonstrated. This little chart down here says the more data that we can connect to a program inventory, the better the insights. A simple way to think about it is if you only had an inventory of programs and no costs and no understanding of the degree of mandate or no understanding of the priorities that you're accomplishing, you'd say, well, that's a nice list of the things that we do, and that's still insightful. But now if you understand the cost of providing a program, cost recovery, size of population served, degree of mandate, impact or lack thereof on priorities and so on, you have better insights of things that you might do differently in your future. And insights are great. Insights are notions of things that you might change, but they too are as if you as the patient in the doctor's office have your diagnostic, have your report, have the doctor's recommendations, but none of that actually means anything until you bring it into your life, until you take action. And action for you will mean making decisions that impact resource allocation, which is what we know as the budget. So the entire pathway of using this information is to create the data to become data-driven, use the data to create recommendations, insights from that data, and then ultimately make budget recommendations. And this is what we're going to practice a little bit later this after, or in my second part of the presentation after Rick has a chance to speak. Well, now let me give you a little bit more of City of Flagstaff information. And I know that one of the reasons your organization even thought to consider priority-based budgeting was this idea that you wanted to measure investment in key community priorities. And so you have done a fantastic job. I've got a slide a little bit later with a really powerful graphic of demonstrating the results that you're trying to accomplish overall. And for any particular key community priority, you've even gone so far as to define it, exactly what you mean when you talk about the example I'm demonstrating here is achieving environmental stewardship. You can see strengthening Flagstaff's resilience to climate change impacts on built natural economic health and social systems, increase the private sector's participation in environmental stewardship efforts, increase sustainable building practices, enhance waste diversion programs, alternative energy programs, and multimodal transportation options, and so on and so forth. For every one of your key community priorities, you have defined it comprehensively so that it's not a loosely defined notion out there. You have clear and specific definitions that are different from any other city that we work in. And then if you wanted to go one step further and say, it's great that we have defined this particular priority, but what are we actually doing to achieve it? When we get into the interactive exercise and the deep dive, you can pull up your programs and the resources that you are allocating to those programs that have the greatest degree of alignment with that particular result area. And that's going to be very cool. You can ask that for any priority. What are we doing? What are we actually providing at a program level that helps us achieve this priority? How are we investing in those programs? And most importantly, what might we do differently as we seek to enhance how we achieve environmental stewardship or any of the other priorities that you're looking to achieve? This is your data, but we'll get into the actual tool and show you how to use it. I will show you, I don't want you to try to interpret this right now, but it's a heat map. And for one of the tools that you have at your fingertips is for any particular key community priority, you can see the programs that you provide that have the greatest degree of impact on that particular priority area across the organization, where the larger the box is larger amount of resource allocation, the smaller, as you see down here, are simply smaller programs and services that you provide. And finally, you'll also be able to see you've put this data together, this is you, how much you are investing in programs that have a high degree of impact on environmental stewardship versus programs that have less to do with that priority area overall. And you can get a scan across all of the various priorities that you have. Again, as Kathy likes to say, this puts you into a unique position to be able to guide or steer how resources are being invested to accomplish the priority areas that matter most to you and overall to your citizens. As we move one step further, you can begin to see how your resources are prioritized. What this graphic is demonstrating, after all is said and done, after every program you provide has been evaluated relative to those key community priority areas, and back to the EKG analogy, you can start to take a step back and say, programs that have the greatest degree of alignment with our priorities are what we might call quartile 1. They're ranked the highest. They achieve our priorities to the highest degree, as differentiated from quartile 2, as differentiated from quartile 3, and finally quartile 4, where it's not that quartile 4 programs have no connection, it's a relative differentiation, a relative prioritization to measure how your overall budget is being prioritized. And we'll get into this a little bit more later in the exercises, but I wanted to simply say you have a really healthy spending array in terms of how you are investing in priorities. At the same time, you also have opportunities to consider resource reallocation and ways that you can even become more optimized in your pursuit of results overall. The next outcome of all this work is to truly become data-driven. So this is a picture of probably something you know all too well. Hey, I live in Denver. We get a lot of snow out here too, but I see you guys have just been getting pummeled. And kind of like Julie was saying, ask this question to yourself and maybe take a guess at what you would suspect the city is investing into snow-related work across the city of Flagstaff. I'll go ahead and pause for just a second and let you take a wager, because I'm going to show you some data here in just a moment. But to be data-driven means we can actually have a venture at an answer to this type of question, a really important question. How much would you guess the city of Flagstaff has identified for snow-related work when it comes down to dollars and cents in the budget? Well, hopefully you've had a chance to consider what your answer might be. As I move into your actual data, you can search on all of the programs that have been identified by name or by description for snow removal and begin to pull the actual costs, the budgeted amount, the planned amount for staffing and resourcing and providing these programs overall. So from basic snow plowing here at just over $1 million, basic snow operations. This was kind of funny, but I left it in here just so you can see it. Because you have the Snowflake Festival, this is actually giving you a little bit on your community events, just because it responded to the snow search. You have snow removal at the airport, and then you have your general snow and ice removal with plows and salt spreaders. So you have a lot of snow activity taking place, and you're probably thankful for it, given the weather that you just experienced. But this is powerful, and what it means to truly be data-driven, as you can start to look at whether it's snow or I have some other examples here in just one moment. Again, this is the portal that I will show you how to use when we get into it here in just a little bit after Rick's presentation. And finally, while you have made a move to now align resources as specifically as possible with your community priorities, and we've talked about being data-driven, the last element that brought Flagstaff in this direction was a desire to be transparent with those who you serve and with each other about how resources are being allocated. And this is crucial. So Kathy, as former president of the National League of Cities, went to an article that they just posted here in January, well, I guess that was last month now, and talked about 3 major priorities that the National League of Cities has identified for the year ahead. One is building sustainable infrastructure, another is creating a skilled workforce, and another is ending housing instability and homelessness. And while those are crucial priorities among many others, I picked on them just to say, if you wanted to look at infrastructure within the city of Flagstaff and your programs for achieving that type of priority area, you can do so. We can drill into it and see stormwater infrastructure if we wanted to go even a little bit further and see why does it cost us $797,000. We can get a personnel and non-personnel breakdown and even go a little bit further than that. We can pull up housing and all of the great work that you're doing on the housing front. So if NLC reached out to you and said, what is Flagstaff doing for our top priority areas? It's very easy to begin to at least pull some of the program data that has a relationship to some of those overall results. And you can pull, again, here's specific data on the personnel and the non-personnel costs if you wanted to get that far into the detail for your affordable housing unit creation, this program down here. So we've hit 3 areas, aligning resources with community priorities, being data-driven, and finally, being transparent overall. Well, if Kathy was here, one of the most important pieces of information she wanted to focus on, and we'll do a quick personal exercise here in just a second as well, was equipping you to succeed with PBB. This is a clip of Kathy from C-SPAN when she was president of the National League of Cities. I mean, she's no joke. She is very smart, very kind, and she knows what it's like to govern with priority-based budgeting data overall. Kathy honed in on your priorities, your map. This is a graphic image of those same key community priorities that I was showing you from the tools. And you've taken it one step further to create definitions. Oh, I was just going to say, and how much of a difference it is to be able to focus on priorities at the higher level versus coming at it from that line item perspective. She wanted to keep your focus at the high level overall, and ask, and if you wanted to type this in the chat, but as you consider your priorities and you consider 2021, what are some of your goals? What are some of your goals that you hope to be able to accomplish in the budget? What are some of your goals that you hope to be able to accomplish in your time in office for your citizens? And I'm hoping to get some of your feedback in chat, because we'll use this a little bit later as we get into a live look in the tools. And the point of thinking about this is that as you begin to learn how to use priority-based budgeting as a logic framework, you have your priorities, you see how they're defined. Your priorities are going to establish, you are creating for your staff and your citizens what instruction, vision, direction as to what is relevant, what is most relevant, and what is not relevant. And that's how powerful, that's how important these key community priorities are overall. The definitions establish context. And what Kathy would tell you is that if you asked every community in the country right now what a safe and healthy community looks like, Flagstaff's definition, the context for creating a safe and healthy community in the city of Flagstaff is different than how it looks in Cleveland, Ohio, or Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where we work as well. So these definitions are extremely crucial as well. Programs and services, this is the key vocabulary of PBB, are a means to an end. If you, as elected officials, are setting the stage right for what needs to be accomplished, and you're establishing it with clarity, then programs are just the vehicle for change. How do we accomplish any of these priorities overall? And resources are the fuel. Resources give some life to those programs to allow you to connect to definitions which achieve your priorities overall. And the point, as you start to engage in budget deliberations, as you start to think about what you want to accomplish for the city of Flagstaff, and you're thinking, how can I use PBB to help me do it? Setting yourself up for success is to make sure that this is correct. This is establishing the lens, the compass to guide your resource reallocation, your resource allocation decisions as you move ahead this year. And as I move into my last section for this morning, as Kathy and I talked, PBB is a journey, and a PBB is a journey, then results and definitions are your compass. They're telling you, are you headed in the right direction? And where I wanted to end was just a little bit of perspective. Again, I said I'm going to be your guide. I thought I could share what the map starts to look like outside of Flagstaff with other communities as an example, a very quick wrap up. Because as we focus in on where you are and how you're using the data, you can have a broader context for where this all could go in your future. So just a few weeks ago, we presented our annual report for all of the work that's going on across communities like yourselves and including yourselves in priority-based budgeting. It was our annual impact report for ourselves to look back and measure EKG style. How are people doing? How are we moving forward collectively as a community of practitioners in accomplishing the skill sets that we set out to achieve with priority-based budgeting? And I want to share with you a couple of stories. One of the first stops along the way on that map is to become program data-driven. And so just like I've shown you several examples, this is one of our communities, a suburb of Edmonton, Alberta, and they have made the move from their line item data in the budget to discussions of programs that they provide, programmatic change, and descriptions of the types of changes that they are embarking upon, where resources are going up, where resources are going down. As you will discover, the beauty of this move, according to their budget manager, was that council's discussions revolved around programs and priorities, and not necessarily so focused on the line item details. Kathy Novak, when she talks about her experiences as an elected official, she would describe how she was often drawn to the line item data to ask questions about it because that's what's included in the budget book. As she opens up the budget book, it's filled with departmental perspective and line item information, and therefore she's immediately drawn to ask questions about the line item detail that she's presented with. And her takeaway, her epiphany was, if you don't want me as an elected official to be in the weeds, meaning discussing line item information for the entirety of a budget hearing, then maybe we can have a different perspective on the budget and draw me away. Focus me on the programs we're providing and the priorities that those programs are accomplishing. And so it's a simple transition, but it's bringing your data to life in the budget. Your staff have provided me with several budget requests that we'll be talking about in the second half of this presentation. And together, we're going to evaluate those budget requests based on the programs that they impact and the priorities that they achieve. And it's super simple, but it will get you in the practice, in the discipline of applying data in the decision-making process. We had another community, as we start to talk about a little bit further down the road on the map. This is Littleton, Colorado, another suburb of the Denver metro area. And they've been using priority-based budgeting as they made their way through COVID and as they are evaluating all of the different types of trade-offs that they might make where they have to reduce the budget, but also areas where they can still provide more resources for programs that they want to increase. And so what you're looking at, this is a very simple framework that we call the blueprint. Staff is familiar with this, but it's a balanced equation, if you will, where on the left-hand side, you have where you need more resources to go. You all, as leaders of the organization, realize that even in the midst of these shortfalls and these very difficult times, you still have programs that need more resources. You don't want to hit the pause button on all of your future investments. And the question becomes, well, yes, but we still have to be able to afford those. And that means reallocating resources away from other programs that you provide by way of finding efficiencies and smart ways to save money, leveraging partners, or reducing services where it makes sense to do so, and generating new revenue, whether that's through creative partnerships that you might be able to create, and also taking a good look at fees and charges overall. Some of their intelligence starts to look like this, where you're seeing all of the programs they provide, and you're starting to get a sense for those where service level decreases are being recommended, maintained service level being recommended, efficiency increases, partnerships that they could create as well. And it was just a fantastic example, as you see here, their city manager talking about at the program level, they could engage council with all of these challenging discussions and begin to talk about how they're going to balance the budget while still affording new results in the future. Just two more. and then I'll bring it to a close. We're working with the city of Ann Arbor, Michigan, and this is a little bit further down the road on your map. And Ann Arbor has said, well, these times are brutal, but at the same time, if we truly hit the pause button on some of our more ambitious priorities, the priorities that we're really trying to accomplish, then we'll slow ourselves down. Where do we end up 2 years down the road or 3 years down the road? We'll have so much that we need to catch up on. So they have a plan that there is no way that the city can afford. And yet, when it comes to climate action, that is, and yet they're embarking on extraordinary partnerships across the community to find out how they can leverage those partners who also have resources and pursue freeing up resources from within to accomplish those types of bold and ambitious goals overall. That is down the road for the city of Flagstaff, but the mindset, I want to plant the seed that you can use this to move towards pushing resources where they need to go for the type of community that you want to create. And I think I'll pause there as we talk about the map, the roadmap, with over 300 or approximately 300 organizations now who have implemented this work. Again, I just kind of wanted to bring it home that so many organizations are leveraging this priority-based budgeting data to accomplish great things, like we just talked about, the handful of stories. You too, in the city of Flagstaff, you've done something remarkable. You've now moved into having programmatic data to use to accomplish the same things. You are preparing yourself for budget deliberations, budget hearings that start in April, and today is your driver's ed, your opportunity to see the challenges in the road ahead that Rick will present on here momentarily, and to use the power of PBB to help guide your decision making at the program level for the sake of achieving the priorities that mean so much to your community. So I'm at 9:35. I'm going to stop here and certainly take any questions that you might have before turning it over to Rick. And then I'll see you again after Rick's presentation to get into the deep dive into your data and some live exercises that we'll do together.
Chris, how fantastic. So he's opening it up for questions. If people wouldn't mind putting a Q into the chat to identify that you have a question, and then we'll draw you in. Great. So Chris, it looks like we've got 2 questions and 1 comment.
Gotcha.
Great. So you can either bring them in or I can. Let me just see for a moment. So the first question is by Greg Clifton.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Chris. It seems like every time we have a sit down like this, the numbers of other jurisdictions exploring priority-based budgeting is growing. And I'm just, my question is, how much involvement do you have with Resource X in the rapidly growing number of jurisdictions across the country and even in Canada that are now employing this? Thanks.
Thanks, Greg. So priority-based budgeting is our creation. It was the next logical step to take after the Reinventing Government folks put budgeting for outcomes together. So we created priority-based budgeting. And as ICMA and GFOA in particular have been studying the work and following the stories of implementation, they have been tremendous partners in the National League of Cities as well in helping us spread the word. All of those implementations that you see on the map are the work that we are involved with. And that's awesome because it creates an incredible community for us to share those findings and what we're learning with the city of Flagstaff, and other communities are really excited and wanting to learn about what the city of Flagstaff is doing as well. So we've created quite the community. Now, while 300 organizations is outstanding, there's so much that we can learn from what we've done so far. It's also really important to recognize there's something like 90,000 local government entities across the United States. Some of those are extremely small, recreation districts, water districts, and so on. But the important takeaway is that there's still many other organizations to impact, and you are clearly among the most innovative, pioneering, frontier exploring organizations in your work in PBB. And for that, not only are we thankful, but also the industry.
Wonderful, Chris. And then we have a question by Councilmember Salas and then a comment by Councilmember Shimoni.
Great.
Thank you, Julie, and thank you, Chris, for the presentation. You have mentioned it just in passing, but can you elaborate on how we can extrapolate data from this process, the priority-based budgeting, as it relates to resource allocation, prioritization, alignment, and cost recovery?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I don't know if you studied that blueprint and just articulated it ever so perfectly, but Councilmember, where we tried to frame the data for you is by way of what we call policy questions. If I went back in time to approximately 2013 or so, two of our earliest organizations were Cincinnati, Ohio, and San Jose, California. And back then, we would just compile the data, program inventory, costing, scoring relative to priorities, and then we would just turn over that data set to the city and say, here, there's a lot of great information in there. And then say good luck. What we found was that was just as difficult to deal with as a doctor giving you your data back and saying good luck and you don't know how to interpret it. So Cincinnati and San Jose asked us, can you give us what you would do with the data? What should we be looking at first? And I'm weaving this back to your comment. We try to frame easy to find ways in the tools, what we call the policy questions, to discover programs that are really ripe for a discussion of fees and charges and cost recovery. So you can take a look at those programs. And I would say it always ends up being, we call them the policy questions for a reason. It always ends up being very important for you as policymakers to review those programs and still say, hey, there's an opportunity for cost recovery here, but there might be very good policy reasons why we don't want to change our fee structure. Whereas for other programs, you'll look at on that list and say, wow, I didn't know we had a cost recovery opportunity here. And this seems like a no-brainer. We should look at our fees and charges and try to get closer to full cost recovery. But that whole list, Councilmember, does include programs that are really good for a discussion of partnership, programs that are on the table for efficiency, programs for cost recovery, and programs for, hey, at least consider, you can filter the data and say, what are we doing that's not mandated, for example, has little to do with priorities, does not recover its costs, therefore it's subsidized, and at least ask the question, could we reallocate some of these resources towards some of our new ambitious goals that we need to accomplish? So the data is set up to help push you in that direction. And that's what we're coaching staff as well. I hope that was helpful.
Great, thank you. And Councilmember Shimoni.
Hi, Chris. Welcome back to Flagstaff.
Thanks
for being with us. You know, I just wanted to, I don't really have a question at this point. I just wanted to express gratitude to you and your team for working with our team, and gratitude to our team and all of our city staff that's been a part of this effort. I'm very excited about this. I think this is a great direction for the city, and I think that, I can't wait to get in that driver's seat and get through this driver's, ed course that we talk about and start using this tool. I've had some good conversations with our Deputy City Manager, Shane Dilley, about this, and it's exciting. It's very exciting. So I just want to say thank you. Thanks for being with us. And we appreciate it. And I think the city is going to appreciate this in the long run too. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that feedback. And I would be remiss not to share in that feeling of gratitude, the work that Greg has done, Shane, Rick, Sarah, Heidi, and so many others that I can't even begin to name. It's not easy. And all of your departments who have participated in this, it takes a lot. And I know as much as you do that there's not a whole lot of time for other things to be added to the agenda in this 2020 and 2021. But you've made that investment and you will reap the benefits. So it is amazing. And I just am equally grateful for the work of your city.
We're drinking the Kool-Aid.
Awesome. Thank you.
Great. Well, Chris, with that, thank you so much for such an interesting presentation. I'm going to ask almost 90 of us in about 10 seconds to unmute and share our appreciation. But Chris, you really are knowledgeable and have a great expertise, and also your passion and your care for PPB comes through. So thank you so much. Let's all unmute in 3, 2, 1, go for it.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, Chris.
Thank you so much. That felt good.
Wonderful. And then we'll have the pleasure of hearing more from Chris, sandwiched around lunch, some before and some after. So next on our agenda, and 1 minute ahead, and there is your video. Now we can see you.
It finally came on. I've just found that icon.
And the shave looks really nice.
Thanks. I appreciate it. I worked hard on that.
Yeah, wonderful. So next up, we have Rick Tedder giving us a revenue update. We've got half an hour. And Rick, welcome. Thank you so much.
Just a minute as I work through getting everything up and running here.
Yeah, take your time. And we'll all just start to guess what's the top secret information that Rick is going to share with us about his personal life.
All right, I have that on my wrong slide here. Let's see. I'm going to move this over. Sorry for the slight delay. And there we go.
Great.
All right. Thank you, Julie. And good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. I am Rick Tatter, your Management Service Director and City Treasurer for the City of Flagstaff. So, Julie, your two questions you want us to answer is a personal item. Just to let everyone know, I did come to Flagstaff to pursue a degree at NAU. And at the time, my degree of choice was mechanical engineering. A year later, after taking an accounting class in the business department, I chose changing my major to accounting, and I'm definitely grateful for the knowledge that NAU has given me and the opportunity with the City of Flagstaff. As far as people in the city I'd like to get to know, there's a whole bunch of people that would definitely like to get to know more of. But what I would say stands out is Rick Barrett, our city engineer, and newly promoted division director. Just a chance to get to know Rick and his knowledge of the City of Flagstaff, how we've grown in the 38 years that Rick has been with us at the City of Flagstaff, and all the great work he's done. Just a little bit of history with him would be great. So there's those two questions for you. So I am going to present a revenue update to council. This section of the sheet is to provide this update and projections of our major revenues that we have with the City of Flagstaff. Just a quick note, these projections do not include certain impacts that we may see in the near future, such as recreational marijuana. We'll talk about that a little bit later, and the sales taxes related to that. And also any potential legislative changes we may see in this coming legislative section portion of the state. So I have about 30 minutes to go through this section. I have quite a bit of information, quite a few slides, so I'm going to try to move quickly through the information as we go. I'm going to jump to our let me get my pointer going to our general sales tax summary of what our projection is going into the remainder of this fiscal year. This chart shows all of the tax categories on the left-hand side for the City of Flagstaff. And then it shows a budget column, what was adopted by council last year. Our projection based on our four-level forecasting model. And then the last two columns shows the variance that we expect to see at year end based on these revenue projections. As the table provides, you do see that there are some ups and downs in our revenues for the sales tax category. The categories doing well is our commercial contracting, currently projected about $400,000 above the budget. You'll see retail, and since our last get together and showing this table with council, you do see that I did break up the marketplace retailers out of that retail category based on suggestions from council, and so we can see the demonstration of revenues here. So just our base retail revenues without the marketplace, you are seeing about a $900,000 gain to our sales tax revenues projected for this year. And the marketplace, while we did have some projections to go with, these are performing far better than we anticipated. And you can see a $300,000 gain here. Some of the areas struggling, we've talked about these last December when we gave you an update, but you can see the restaurants, bars are struggling, as well as our hotels, motels, campgrounds, short-term rentals down below. That's expected in this type of recession and pandemic. We know we have a struggle with our tourism industry. While I believe we're doing better than parts of this state due to the strong work of our tourism team, we're still struggling in these revenues. Approximately $985,000 short from these two categories, as well as personal property rental. That's your rental cars, renting equipment, and those kind of things. That's another one that we see struggle a little bit during this pandemic that we're seeing. But overall, the good news is versus what we saw and started projecting last April and May, and when we went into recession plan, we are now at a positive gain overall for our sales taxes projected through June 30th of this fiscal year, about a 3% gain here. So definitely some good news. Some of the stronger revenues have helped maintain those numbers higher, and we hope to see that continued growth going forward. I'm going to now move back to the previous slide. And I just want to walk through this slide and kind of what you'll see on a future slides related to projections for some of our major categories. On this chart, you'll see a blue line that represents actual numbers, actual revenues by each of these revenue categories. There's about an 8-year history for you on these plans. The green line, or the orange line, represents what we adopted as a budget this current fiscal year, as well as what's in our 5-year plans at the time of adoption last June. So that is noted by the orange line on each of these graphs. Then you will see a green line on our graphs, which represents our updated projections based on information we know this January and how we're projecting these revenues going out. So you'll see 6 years of data related to our projections, starting off from where we ended last fiscal year and how we see these revenues grow in our charts. So in theory, when you see these numbers, anytime you see the orange line below the green line, that's an example where our revenues may not be meeting expectations that we had in the past. When you see the green line above the orange line, that is when you see revenues being a little bit stronger than we projected during the past budget sessions. So that's an overview of what the slides will mean. And we'll start with the general sales tax. The general sales tax over the last 8 years has grown at approximately 5.7% on an average of over the 8 years. As mentioned on the previous slide, we are expecting that our revenues will exceed our projections for this fiscal year. And basically going out into fiscal year 22, the year that we are budgeting for, we are maintaining really a baseline revenues for most of our categories in our sales tax categories, with the exception of some of those where we expect some growth after some major declines that we've seen in the current fiscal year, such as our hotels, restaurants, amusements, and such. We do expect those to rebound a little bit this next fiscal year, but we think it's going to be a 2-year process really to get those categories to get back to the levels we've seen prior to the pandemic. So the revenues will look kind of flat for the next couple years. And then we see steady growth of about 3% of the years following. This is based on a lot of information I've received from economists throughout the state and what we're hearing from certain sectors. So we are seeing that the future growth expects to be strong. We are not expecting a recession in the near future. The economists are not expecting that. They expect strong growth over the next several years. And so when you look at the orange line compared to the green line, you'll notice that there's been gains in this category. The biggest reason I would say is as we were projecting last year, we initially thought we would see decline in revenues and recessionary numbers in FY 21-22. Well, since we've already hit that recession, had this pandemic, now we see that our revenues will grow from the higher number going forward, and we won't see this dip until maybe 5 or 7 years from now.
So Rick, I don't know if you'd like to. Sorry, I don't know if you'd like to take this question now, but you can decide. There's a question from Anja saying, does the 5% annual sales tax increase include extra money from increasing our sales tax rate a couple of years ago?
So I can answer that question, but I'm hoping to hold questions till the end because I know I've got 30 minutes to get through quite a few slides. But I believe the information Anya's speaking to is the use tax rate increase that council adopted. Yes, that is in the number in this final year. If you don't include that, we're still upward around the 5% year over year, but it does include the tax increases also, yes. All right, go. So that's the general sales tax. Moving down to state shared sales tax. The state shared sales tax is what the cities and counties receive as a portion of the 5.6% sales tax that the state collects. Cities throughout Arizona receive about 25% of these sales tax collections, and then they are divvied up between the cities based on our census or population data, either our current estimates or actual census data. To note, I have not updated this information based on current census. We just don't have enough data at this time. But in general, the city receives about 1.3% of the total revenues of the city's share. These revenue projections are developed through the state with the Joint Legislative Budget Committee, also known as JLBC. They also work with the University of Arizona Eller School of Management and their financial forecasting, as well as several economists in our state of Arizona to build their projections. However, our projections tend to be slightly below what they have presented in their next few years of revenue growth. In this category of state shared revenue through fiscal year 2019-2020, this revenue area has seen about just under a 5% growth, of 4.8% over the last 8 years. The current year, we are projecting state growth is doing very well in this category. We've seen similar negative impacts to the tourism and service sectors with the state collecting sales tax, but their gains have also offset pretty well those losses, especially in what they refer to as the retail market, the auto market, the building material markets, as well as their marketplace revenues, which are those outside the state of Arizona, have exceeded their projections of revenue gains. So you can see on this chart, we are anticipating a large increase in revenues in the upcoming fiscal year, and then maintaining moderate growth. The state, JLBC and them are projecting between a 4.5% to almost 5% growth. We toned those down a little bit, and we are more conservative at the 3% growth over the next several years. A lot of this change and this bump was related to that online marketplace that we have seen. The next income source that we want to go over is our state shared urban revenue. Again, this is another shared revenue source from the state. This is also known as the income tax of the state. This is individual and corporate income tax that are collected by our state. Under this category, cities receive 15% of the income tax collections. And then again, the cities receive a proportionate share based on population, as mentioned earlier with the sales tax. One thing about this distribution category is the state does not allocate these revenue sources until the year after a fiscal year has closed. So for example, our distributions for fiscal year 2020-2021 is based on the sales tax collections of fiscal year 2018-2019 collections. So the numbers are very well known, and you could see that we really trend in that first year to match what the state is going to say. Then going forward, it's based on new collection information that we gain over time and as they close fiscal year periods. Over the last 8 years, we've seen about a 5.3% growth in income tax, but you can see how it varies year to year, fluctuates a little bit more than other revenue streams that we're presenting. So we do understand the collections of fiscal year 2019-2020, which is what we build our 2021-22 tax or revenues on 5-year plans based on. So you will see a large dip in our projected revenues, just over $1 million this coming year. The reason for this is a couple of issues. One is, and a big factor of this is the government, the federal and state government did a delay on income tax collections. So when they delay collecting in a fiscal year, for example, they moved from April 15th to July 15th, that moved the collections over a fiscal year period. and therefore reduced what we'll see or what they did collect in fiscal year 20. So these numbers are pretty known for this upcoming year, that we will see $1 million decline. And we are building that into our 5-year plans as appropriate. Then the future years, you'll see a rebound, because now that they deferred those revenues, we'll see those collected in the next fiscal year. It gets a little complicated, but definitely builds into why we see then a sharp increase in the income tax collections for the following budget year, as it represents that delay in tax payments. And also, while there are many job losses, unfortunately, during this pandemic and reduced incomes, the stimulus checks and the unemployment benefits that'll be collected are part of the tax year 2020. And those will help maintain some of the levels of income tax collections for the coming year. One item of concern, you'll see a yellow line added to this set of projections. When the governor presented his initial budget or proposed budget, he has recommended a $200 million decrease in sales tax collections for 3 consecutive years. And so when we outline that into our revenue projections that we expect to see, instead of seeing a growth in our revenue collections for those 3 years, we will actually see a decline in revenue of about $370,000 in that first year, and then about $370,000 from the previous projections, up to $1 million loss in annual revenues based on that type of decision. And if a budget is adopted with those reductions in sales tax. So this is something that we are monitoring very closely. Sarah Langley has provided information that the Arizona League of Cities is looking for and how the impacts for Flagstaff would be. And we're preparing that for them to understand $1 million in ongoing revenues is a big hit to the city of Flagstaff. So we'll keep posted on that. Next up is our auto lieu, which is also known as a vehicle tax distribution. Collection of the vehicle tax license is distributed to the highway user revenue funds, to counties, to cities, and to the state general fund. The average growth in this area over the past 8 years has been about 4.6%. Our trends and what we're looking at as far as collections this current fiscal year are very close to what we saw in our last year's 5-year plans. And so you don't see much change in this tax category, and minor growth going out in the next 6 years of this revenue resource. Next up is our building permits, and this is one area that you do see the volatility year from year. It is unknown and uncertain what we will collect in sales tax or permits. It is really based on the economy, based on when people want to invest and start building in our community. So you can see these revenues really vary year to year in our general fund. Most notably in fiscal year 2019-2020, you see a big spike up to $3.3 million. Notably, within that revenue, there was just over $1 million collected from 2 projects that pulled permits last spring in Flagstaff. And so those 2 projects were major projects, and it definitely affected the revenues for last fiscal year. We do not expect to maintain that every year going out in our plan. And currently this year, we are expecting to trend about just under $2 million in building permits for this fiscal year. We've collected about $1.2 million through January. And then going forward, we kind of keep a baseline number for permits. As you can see, with the volatility, we don't want to have an expectation of ongoing revenue resources from this building permit category. If we do see gains, we use those as one-time resources for non-recurring expenditures in our plan. So this has a slight uptick versus last year in our 5-year plan. Next up is our franchise fees, another major category in our general fund. These fees are based on collections from utilities companies using the city right-of-way. We collect for electric, natural gas, cable, and telecommunications. The revenues from this area during this pandemic has been underperforming what our 5-year projections were for last year. We're trying to understand how this pandemic is affecting these resources and haven't had the opportunity to do that research at this time. But there could be several variables related to that. Businesses operating remotely could be something that's contributing to not running electricity in their buildings or electric, natural gas. Another thing that makes variance to these is weather conditions. A warm summer will increase electric use, or a cold summer will increase natural gas. So we're trying to dig into more on these trends, and we hope to have a little more research done in the near future. But we have pulled down these estimates slightly in the long term while we understand how the environment has changed with the current business practices within the city of Flagstaff. So now this is just a quick overall review of the general fund and how the total revenue base is looking like coming through fiscal year end. We talked about city sales tax, state shared sales taxes, state shared taxes revenues, and those make up over 2/3 of our general fund revenues. And you can see based on our conversations, we anticipate those being over 3% above what we budgeted in the current fiscal year. The categories of other revenues is a combination of property taxes, franchise fees, licenses, permits, investments, charges for services, and fines and forfeitures, as well as investment earnings. A lot of things go into this category, but that makes up the last third of our revenues in general fund. But most notably, under this tax category, or under this revenue group other, is we are projecting large losses of revenues in our charges for services as well as our fines for forfeitures. That's what makes up the majority of this $2.5 million loss in revenues. Charges for services is understandably below due to this COVID-19 and this pandemic. Most notably, we have not opened many of our recreational facilities, or we are not providing recreational programming, with the exception of J Lively. So we're expecting to lose approximately, not lose, but not have the revenues of $1.6 million in the current fiscal year.
Rick? So you've got just about 5, maybe 4 minutes, but also Brandy said she's happy to donate a couple of minutes to you if you'd like.
Great. I'll see how quickly I can wrap up and maybe give some time for questions on these slides also. Thanks, Julie. Fines and forfeitures, due to this pandemic, we are seeing a decline here, about $600,000 in the current year. This is a result of COVID-19. Many cases have been continued, which means we have not been able to adjudicate the cases, and thereby not assessing the monetary orders. Additional court users, those are having difficulties paying what has been ordered in monetary revenues for this. But overall, this is a great picture of our general fund. Those types of revenues suggest that have the loss, we do expect to rebound in next fiscal year. And it may be a 2-year process also for those to rebound. But you're seeing that we're only looking at about a $1 million loss in revenues for the current fiscal year, which is less than 2% of our revenue. So just a great picture of our general fund and how well we are doing here. I'm going to touch on two more revenues before we move on. And first off is the BBB tax. This one most notably is one of our major hit tax revenue base for the city of Flagstaff. This is the 2% that we receive on hotels, motels, campgrounds, short-term rentals, as well as bars and restaurants. And unlike previous recessions that we've had, this recession and COVID pandemic has been a major impact to our tourism industry. Those in our hotels, motels, and restaurants, since tourism is our major driver for these revenues, we are seeing these impacts. We'll talk more about the allocations of BB funds later in our presentation, but this goes to support beautification, arts and science, recreation, economic development, as well as tourism. Prior to the pandemic, the 6 years prior, we saw approximately a 7% increase in these revenues. These have been very strong year after year, stronger than our entire general sales tax base that we talked about earlier. We continue to do very good in this market, and it's a very important industry for our community. However, this pandemic, like you see on this chart, has been a major impact to these resources that we have to provide to those funds. While we can make, we do expect a rebound in these, but I am projecting it'll be over the next couple of years as these right and we learn more about vaccines and how people are more comfortable traveling and visiting the city of Flagstaff. So over the next 2 years, we'll see sharp increases followed by some good revenue increase over the next couple of years. And then lastly is our highway user revenue funds. And these revenues are related to gas tax collections that are made at the pumps. The city of Flagstaff receives a distribution from these gas taxes. They go to the HERF fund, as well as they go directly to HERF funds. Let me correct that. The cities receive a percentage based on our locations, populations, and so forth. But most notably, we are currently projected to be under budget for this fiscal year. And reasons for that is we've seen revenues over the first 6 months being anywhere from a negative 7% to a positive 20%. It's been pretty volatile and changing month over month. We are conservatively budgeting that the revenues be 5% under for the remainder 6 months until we have more data and see how this gas tax levels out. And then going forward, we project about a 2% growth over the years. Here you can see, the decline from our 5-year plans last year puts kind of what we were projecting at a recessionary range right at where we're projecting in revenues in the coming fiscal year. So we're kind of on target. We just have this 2 year gap of revenues that we're projecting in the HERF fund. And with that, I will open it for questions, and I appreciate the extra time Brandy has provided.
Wonderful, Rick. And you may see Councilmember Salas, she has asked, what were the 2 major developments who pulled building permits last spring when the city collected almost $1 million in building permits?
I had those in my hip pocket last year. I meant to go grab those when I wrote that note up, but I do not have those. If somebody from community development is available, they could probably mention those too. And I see Amy Palmer has raised her hand.
Good morning, everybody. There's actually 3, but the one big one was the Uncommon, which I'm sure everybody knows, which is right next to Chick-fil-A. The other 2 that were good size is Civitas Senior Living and Highgate Senior Living. So those were the ones that we collected the most in fees for over this last year.
Thank you, Amy.
Wonderful. And a question from Mayor Deasy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tatter. This is like honestly really great news to see these projections. It made my day. I just had a couple questions. So the shared income tax revenue with the state, is it based on the location of the business or the location of the employee? In the realm of remote work, if somebody, for example, works for a business in Phoenix but lives up here in Flagstaff, do we get that income tax revenue, or would Phoenix?
It's based on the census population is how we get our distribution. So it's the projected census numbers that the state use versus all of their cities.
Okay,
so if they live up here and they count in our census, even though they're part of working in Phoenix, they would be in our population base.
Okay, so it's not based on the income we are generating as a city in actuality through IRS records or something like that?
No, it is not. It goes into a pool to the state. State collects all those income taxes, and they just distribute it based on a percent to cities, counties, and then to population. Yes.
Excellent. And did the charts and so forth include the expectations with the marijuana tax at all, or is that too unpredictable at this point? We need to get a baseline.
I have not heard the projections from the state as far as what they would include in their revenues. They're not included in the numbers at this point. We'll talk a little bit later this afternoon about what we see as projections and what the Joint Legislative Budget Committee provided for Prop 207 in their forecasting. But they're not in the numbers yet.
Thank you. Well, those are my main questions. I'll turn it over to Councilmember Shimoni here.
Julie, am I up?
You're up. Perfect.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Julie, and thank you, Mr. Tatter. Great presentation. Like the Mayor said, very positive and reassuring update, and good to hear about that. A couple questions. When I look at I want to say it's one of your opening slides about the general fund and the sales tax summary. I think you know where I'm going. I want to break down the marketplace retail and the retail a little bit further, and just ask, is the Wayfair specifically in that second category? Is that the Wayfair? Because I'm just kind of in shock by the retail local number and confused, quite frankly. And so can you speak to that number a little bit more in the local category of retail in terms of what is it we're seeing here? How's our small businesses doing? And I don't expect you to know every in and out, but in general, if there's any information you can share about our local businesses and what's making up this $900,000 number.
So I don't think I will be able to get into the local business versus all the businesses. This is really a pool of retail revenues. Locally, we've had the Walmarts, but do you consider those local businesses? How we define local, I guess, still needs to be determined. But what we've heard from economists in Arizona, and during several conversations I heard, is retail is performing very well, and even at a local level, because what we're seeing is people are spending money more on durable goods versus the services or vacations and going out of town. They're spending more time on building materials, durable goods. That's why you're seeing these upticks in local retail sales. The marketplace, as we mentioned, marketplace, that's all those items outside of the Arizona as associated to the Wayfair Act and that lawsuit. So that's where you're seeing we're getting almost $800,000 in revenues just from that decision and that casework that was done in the past. But I can't speak specifically about business classes at this time.
Okay, a couple more questions. So, to anyone at the city that could speak to local businesses, I would be curious to dive into that more, and specifically small mom and pop businesses. And we can talk about that outside of this retreat. Do you know anything about the unemployment rate locally?
I do not have that information.
And then you said that the Arizona economists were predicting that we were going to see a number of strong years, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You said, like, with no recession in sight. I think you said, 5 strong years at least is what they were talking about. Is that what you said?
The projections I've seen are about a 4-year range. Generally, as far as trends go, a recessionary period usually occurs every 7 years. It just happens to be about the ballpark of where we see these recessionary periods in, and that's kind of where we were approaching our recession next year.
Right.
And we're like, oh, we're overdue. We better make some adjustments. But yeah, based on the many sectors that present to the state, they are seeing from 4.5% to 6% growth over the next 3 to 4 years.
Interesting. Okay, great. And then
one thing
yeah.
mentioned is one thing that they see is the housing market is something that is driving this. They don't have, I guess, the inventory that you would want in housing to put people in. And so they see continued growth in the construction area over many years to make up for that strain on the housing market.
The short supply. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. And I just want to throw this out there. I know that the stimulus has something to do with it, even if it's not enough. I wonder, yeah, interesting times. Thank you, Mr. Tatter. Thank you, everybody.
Very welcome.
Well, Rick, thank you so much for your presentation, and Brandy for your donation of a few minutes. So it's 10:24 right now. Why don't we plan to come back together at 10:37 just to have a little extension? And could we all take a moment and unmute and thank Rick for his presentation in about 5 seconds? And Rick, I must say, I am inspired that you were inspired by your accounting course to switch gears. Everybody in 3, 2, 1, go for it.
Thank you, Rick.
Thank you,
Rick.
Go, Rick. Go,
Wonderful.
Rick.
And at 10:37, we'll be back with Brandy and Rick. Thanks, everybody. 37. We're going to get started again in just a moment as everyone's coming back on. During these days when we're on the screen probably 100% of the time, I'm going to encourage you to do an accumulation of up to 500 jumping jacks during our breaks or whenever your camera is off, right? You can stand and listen and jumping jack at the same time, get your blood moving and your mind engaged. So as we are coming back together, I just want to check, Brandy and Rick, do we have you with us?
Yep.
Yes, I'm here, Julie.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. So we have until, and Brandy, tell me if this is realistic, we have this segment from now until, for a half an hour until 11 o'clock. So this part is fixed costs and available revenues. And then at 11 o'clock, moving into recession plan update. Does that sound about right?
Sounds good.
Great, thank you so much. And Brandy, we're also excited to learn about you. Take it away, both of you.
Good morning, everybody. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, Brandy Suda, the city's finance director. So first off, one personal thing nobody knows about me. So in high school, I was the treasurer both for the PEP Club as well as FBLA, or Future Business Leaders of America. So maybe it isn't quite a surprise after all. I'm still in finance many, many years later. Somebody or people that at the city that I'd like to get to know better. I have 2 new staff members on the finance team that started since COVID hit, and Tom and Steven. So I would love an opportunity to get to know them better once COVID is all over and we can meet in person. So
Thank you, Brandy. And I don't know if this is the right time, you can both decide, but there is one follow-up question from Councilmember Shimoni saying, Rick, a quick follow-up. Does the $900,000 include taxes from local internet purchases?
Yeah, to follow up on that, to answer that question is no. If it's a local business selling over the internet, they would recognize those in our retail sales, not the marketplace sales.
Very good, and I will get started. So I have a quick presentation on the city's updated pension cost trends, a summary of the anticipated fixed costs for the upcoming year, and the available revenues and resources expected for fiscal year 21-22.
And Brandy, so sorry, I think this might be a timely comment by Sterling Solomon. Is it okay if he makes a quick comment?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julie, and thank you, Brandy. And I apologize, my internet coverage has not been the best, so my camera will not be on, but I did want to make sure and remind everybody for transparency purposes, please make sure and use the chat only for the Q and the C, the question and the comment prompts, and make sure you verbalize your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sterling. So just a really quick, there was a clerical error that I discovered on this slide over the weekend. So this slide has been updated. So the slide that's in your presentation has 14.17 versus 16.17 under that PSPRS tier for fire, tier 1 and tier 2, as Rick has indicated on the slide. So that has been updated and corrected. So my first slide is a graphic showing the city's pension rate trends for the past 5 years, the current year, and the proposed fiscal year 21-22. And as you can see, we've seen a significant decrease in the city's pension rates. In August of 2020, the city issued certificates of participation to refinance the city's public safety for both police and fire unfunded pension liability. And so I have added an additional column for fiscal year 2021 updated for the rate reduction of the public safety pension retirement rates, as those two pension plans are now considered fully funded, and these rates were updated and put into place in August of 2020. For ASRS, or Arizona State Retirement System, as you can see on that first line, we are anticipating a slight increase to 12.41% for the upcoming fiscal year. For police, PSPRS, or Public Safety Personnel Retirement System for police, tier 1 and tier 2, we are projecting a small decrease to 10.31%. For those tier 3 employees, so those new employees that are hired, that rate will remain flat at 9.94%. Related to fire's public safety pension retirement system, tier 1 and tier 2 employees, we have a small decrease to 16.17%. Related to fire public safety pension plan, tier 3 employees, again, that rate will remain flat at 12.94%. And lastly, for elected officials, we have not received the official information at this time, but we believe that number will remain at 61.5%.
And Brandy, I think Councilmember McCarthy has a question on this slide.
I do, Brandy. When you say a certain percentage, does that mean that that's how much we have to pay in as a percentage of the salary, the combined salary of those employees?
That is correct. So for an ASRS, or Arizona State Retirement System, based on their salary, the city would pay 12.41% of their salary into the pension plan.
Thank you.
Next slide, Rick, please. So how do those rates turn into dollars. So here's a graph showing the city's pension costs historically in the current year and in the proposed fiscal year 21-22. Again, you can see a significant decrease in the cost in the current year and proposed year due to the refinancing of the public safety pension plans. Arizona State Retirement we anticipate an increase of approximately $70,000 in the upcoming year. Public safety pension plan, both for fire and police, will decrease by $10.7 million in the upcoming year versus budget 2020-21. However, $9.2 million of this savings will be redirected to pay the debt service payments on those certificates of participation to refinance that debt, giving us a net savings of approximately $1.5 million going forward. And then lastly, for the elected officials retirement plan, or ORP, we are expecting that to be little to no increase in fiscal year 21-22. Any further questions related to pension costs before I move on to anticipated fixed cost increases? Thank you, Rick. So here's a summary of anticipated fixed cost increases for fiscal year 21-22 for the city's general fund. So we're focusing specifically on the city's general fund at this point. We anticipate an increase, we estimate that the cost to implement the market and compression adjustments as recommended in the compensation study will be approximately $750,000 to $1.1 million in the upcoming year. The compensation presentation later today will provide further details on these recommendations. A merit increase for employees at approximately 3% in the general fund is estimated to cost the city $1.3 million. Minimum wage increases, knowing that we are going to go from $15 to $15.50 on July 1 of 2021, is estimated at a cost in the general fund of $45,000. This cost has already been funded in the general fund 5-year plan. Related to new pension costs, so this is specifically related to Arizona State Retirement System, we are estimating for the general fund of an increased cost of approximately $40,000. The city share of dental or health and dental insurance increases, we're expecting a little over 5% increase in dental and approximately 3.5% increase in health. That cost to the general fund is estimated at $185,000. At this time, it is unknown if we'll see any library property tax or property insurance increases. We are anticipating a potential 5 to 6% increase in our workman's comp rates. So that's estimated to cost the general fund between $40,000 and $50,000. And then lastly, the state assessment for minimum wage. As previously provided to council, we are estimating that this could cost north of $2 million. So here is a schedule of the general fund's revenue and resources based on the most recent revenue updates. And we can contribute many of these available revenues and resources due to the implementation of the city's recession plan, the refinancing of the public safety pension, as well as the AZ Arizona CARES funding. So one thing to note, we have broken these revenues and resources down between one-time impacts and ongoing impacts due to the nature of the revenue projections. So for fiscal year 2021, we are estimating a revenue shortfall, as Rick indicated earlier, in the general fund of just over $1 million. And then we have broken down the city's fiscal year 21-22 revenue directions between one-time and ongoing. And we are projecting a one-time shortfall of just over $2.5 million in 21-22, primarily due to the one-time decline in state shares income taxes, as well as other user fees, recreation user fees, court fines. We anticipate there'll be a decline also in 22 as the city slowly begins to reopen those facilities in the future. We also have projected ongoing resources in the amount of $1.75 million. This is due primarily to the city's sales tax increases, state shared sales tax increases. However, they are offset slightly by declines in franchise fees and other revenues such as interest income and other miscellaneous user fees. The airport parking lot internal loan will impact the general fund on a one-time basis of $4 million with an anticipated repayment annually, with it being fully paid back to the general fund by fiscal year 24-25. And these funds will become available in future years as that loan is repaid. The city did receive $8.6 million in AZ CARES money, specifically related to public safety personnel costs. And so this has become an increase in one-time availability in the general fund. At the close of fiscal year 2019-2020, we had $3 million of additional expenditures savings above expectations. So part of this really is related to the implementation of the city's recession plan and how we reduced expenditures going forward, knowing we would see declines in revenues. Normally on a normal year, on average, we see about $1.5 million in savings, with this year being at $3 million. So increasing by an additional $1.5 million. And then based on where we are currently in the current stage of our recession plan, we have and are anticipating $1.6 million of additional savings in fiscal year 2020-21. We also have one-time pension savings of just over $1.4 million per our contingency reserve policy as adopted by council. Any pension savings that are available on a one-time basis for the first 5 years and are also available to replenish the contingency reserve fund if needed. So during those first 5 years, as we watch how that contingency reserve fund and our pension plan continues, our goal is to continue to maintain at 100% capacity funding. Those monies are just available on a one-time basis versus ongoing. And at that 5-year mark, we'll then look to move to those resources being available ongoing. In our previous prior year 5-year plan, the city did plan and project to have $1.9 million in one-time available, as well as $250,000 of ongoing capacity in the 5-year plan. And so those are those numbers provided there. For a total capacity in the general fund of one-time of just under $9 million in one-time and $2 million ongoing. And lastly, one option council could consider is an increase to our primary property tax. We have 4% we're able to increase by state statute, and that would generate an additional $270,000 should council choose that option. So with that, that is the conclusion of my presentation, and I am available for any questions.
Great work, Brandy. We'll see if questions come in just with a cue into the comments. But as I'm just filling a good 10 seconds to see if any cues come in, it looks like you have some kindred spirits with your FBLA experience. Thank you for sharing that. It looks like there may be No questions. So could we all take a moment and in 5 seconds together unmute and thank Brandy for her knowledge and her expertise? In 2, 1, go.
Thanks,
Thank
Brandy.
you, Brandy.
Thank you, Brandy.
Thank you. Awesome.
Muchas gracias.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that. So it looks like then we may just be moving right into the recession plan update, and we are now 6 minutes ahead of schedule. Rick, I think that would be back to you. Does that sound right?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Let me get that camera thing going. There we go. All right. Hello again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. As you know, the budget team has continuously been monitoring the revenues for the entire organization since the pandemic hit back in March. We look at these organizationally as a weekly or monthly time frame. And at this point, we are 6 months through our revenues and data. And as you've seen from presentations earlier, things appear to be in a better position than we thought back early on in this pandemic and recession period. With the great work of our finance team, updating our 5-year plans, as well as this review of sales tax and other revenues, we're ready to talk further how this recession plan impacts our organization. So we're providing you an overall picture of our revenues for the entire organization of the city of Flagstaff on this slide. As you note, on the left-hand side is the funds and major fund programs that we have for the city. The second column is what we had budgeted and adopted last fiscal year or the current fiscal year, as well as what our updated estimates are for each of the funds for the city of Flagstaff. So based on this information on this slide, you will see, I'm not going to touch every number that we have in this slide, but I'm going to kind of talk in groups of revenues. We spoke about the general fund, which is our largest revenue resource and fund in the organization. We highlighted those revenue streams and how we are projecting for this fiscal year. And you can see that the $1 million in shortfall of revenues this year is less than a 2% impact to the entire general fund revenue budget. Great news there, and we feel those are pretty solid numbers going forward. The next group of revenues is what we call our special revenue funds. These have dedicated revenues for these programs and funds that we have for the organization. First out, I just want to mention as a total, these special revenue funds are also projected to be under a 5% revenue loss as a total for these funds, which is very good news. Of note, you will see, HERF revenues we spoke to earlier, those are expected to be a little bit more than 6% down. We've made the adjustments in this fund through delaying capital expenditures and realigning our projects, and we feel good there. Our BBB funds, that's of course is allocated across the 5 various funds that get BBB revenues. Several of these have been able to delay projects or realign their capital needs to make balance. We will see that maybe some of these funds will need some general fund support for the coming year, and we're going to look to address that during the budget cycle this year. Our parking district fund, as you know, we did stop having people pay for parking, and that will be starting up next month. But we made the plans through fund balance savings and operational cuts to help mitigate those revenue losses. But overall, looking good for the special revenue funds as compared to our recession plan. Then you have our enterprise funds. as a group of revenue resources. These are ones that primarily operate as a charging for services to match their expenditures on an annual basis. Here you can see as a total for our enterprise funds, we are also looking at being under 5% in revenue loss for these areas. The big notes to mention here is, of course, our airport. We definitely see revenue losses this category, but that's well known. We gave we eliminated certain revenues for 6 months for our partners out at the airport, rents and leases and so forth. But the also positive to this message is we do have the CARES fund that was given to our airports that'll more than help offset this revenue loss in this fiscal year. Our housing authority will see some loss in their rent revenues for this year as they're based on incomes for those community members that rent through the Flagstaff Housing Authority. But they do have some adjusted mitigation that is proposed to use either fund balance. They have reduced some operational costs, as well as they have capacity to shift between capital and operations for these revenue losses. But overall, again, the big picture for the enterprise funds is less than 5% is projected at this time. And the number to focus on as for our entire organization, we've been, I think, fortunate during this pandemic to maintain a lot of our revenue streams. We are expected to fall about 3.4% under our projected revenues for this fiscal year. And so why do these numbers really make a lot of sense and what we're going to decide as far as a recommendation from budget team? We'll go to the next slide, which shows the stages of the economic recession plan that Council adopted last April. You'll note that the significant stage is where we are currently in our economic recession plan. This was adopted to go significant by the City Council last May because at the time we did see the organization as a whole struggling, and we did expect revenues to exceed 5% loss in our organization. We've taken many mitigations for these revenue losses. Some of those are noted here that come out of that recession plan. And as Brandy has alluded to in the previous section, we have done some pretty good savings within the general fund, but we have savings in all the funds to help mitigate these revenue losses that we've seen. So basically what we've demonstrated on the previous slide is that our new revenue estimates for the organization fall within this 2% to 5% number as far as revenue losses. This is our trigger that we would do certain mitigation measures within that moderate stage. We did start this stage back in March and April prior to going to significant stage, and now we're falling back within that range when we see our revenue projections at this time for this fiscal year. So with that information, the aggregate of all of our funds is less than 5% revenue loss. So therefore, our budget team has gotten together and talked about these revenues, and we as a team are making a recommendation to move from the significant stage of the economic recession plan to the moderate stage of the recession plan. We looked at it as a group, we looked at it as an organization as a whole, and we feel it is an appropriate time for us to move down to moderate. What changes come from when we move to a moderate stage? Here's a couple of examples that will be looked at in the plans. The plans outline a lot more detail, but highlighting that this will allow the organization to implement the cost of living adjustment, the 2% pay increase that we had budgeted in the current fiscal year. And any deferred personnel changes will be implemented at the time we move out of the significant stage upon council approval. The budget team will still look at large expenditures. We know we still need to maintain that view and look at revenues or expenditures as proposed by divisions over the next several months also. We will continue a delay in hiring positions versus a recruitment freeze, meaning we may hold positions open to continue to maintain reduction in expenditures, but it's not really an all-out freeze of positions of those non-critical positions that we have in our organization. We'll continue to postpone discretionary travel and training budgets for the organization. Those are some of the examples that moving down a stage have impact for our decisions. And so with the budget team recommendation to move down, this requires a council action. The stage of significant was adopted by resolution by council, and the movement to get out of this stage is also a resolution that council would adopt should you agree to. So if council does agree with this approach, we will bring a resolution back to council in the near term. And that is all I have for this section, and we're open for any questions. And I do invite the budget team to also chime in on this, because this was really a group review that made this recommendation. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Rick and team. There is a comment by Manager Clifton.
Thank you. Thank you, Rick. Thanks, Julie. Since you mentioned the budget team at the end, thank you for doing so, Rick. I'd like to point out that the budget team comprises of Rick and the finance team, Brandy Suda, Heidi Derryberry, and we also have other members of our office, including both the deputy managers, Shannon and Shane, myself. Heidi Hansen with Economic Vitality sits on that team, as does Jeannie Gallagher with Human Resources. And we also have a representative from the EAC who sits on that team. And even though that's the nucleus of the team, and we meet frequently, 3 or 4 times a week, we have a steady flow of other employees, supervisors, directors, managers coming in to chat with us. It's a very collaborative process. Thank you for that acknowledgement, Rick. We could park on this slide for the rest of the day as far as I'm concerned, but we have so much more ground to cover. But if there's anything here that we would like to emphasize that should resonate in all the discussion this morning, you're looking at it right now. It's very good news. To be under 5% in the aggregate for the year exceeds our expectations when we were back putting all this together last April and May. We wanted to have this discussion with council a few months ago, but the budget team and with a lot of guidance from finance, we were hesitant and wanting to be very cautious and conservative. So now we're 6 months into it plus, and there is that level of confidence coming forward to council and saying, hey, we're doing better than we thought, that the numbers are quite revealing, and even in the most conservative angles of in looking at this, we think we're ready to emerge at least one stage in the recession plan. So this is wonderful news as far as we're concerned. It's illustrative of very good fiscal policy and fiscal management. I want to give my heartfelt thanks to the folks on the budget team, the rest of the finance team, the city council for their leadership throughout this. We're by no means done with it. Don't mean to be talking like it's past tense. It is not. But as we look ahead and you're seeing all those projections today, this is a very good story. So thanks for letting me jump in.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And a question by Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you very much, Julie. And yes, I agree with the city manager. I'm curious to hear what my colleagues on council think, but I think we can and should move to the moderate stage. I really like that in the moderate stage, we implement the cost of living adjustment, the COLA, and I think that's a really big deal. And I think we're ready as a city to move into that phase. I think the recession plan has been a very solid document, and I thank leadership and our budget and finances teams for helping us navigate through that. I hope this is okay. Rick, I have a couple of questions about some of the numbers on the slide you presented a couple slides ago.
Sure.
And specifically, yep. Do we have any information about how many water accounts are behind on their payments?
You know, I wasn't prepared for that data.
I'm so sorry. And you can email me, but maybe email council. I think that'd be good to know, because I think on the one hand, we're okay and we're doing okay as a city. But when you look at our BBB and obviously transportation, like meaning travel and restaurants and hotels, obviously our community is struggling, and it is because of COVID. But that's a lot of our employees, that's a lot of our workforce, and just trying to get a better pulse of what's actually happening in our community amongst the working class. And I'm concerned, but I am also happy to see us move forward into the moderate stage. So that was my question on this slide, and thank you.
You're welcome.
Great, and we have a comment by Councilmember McCarthy, and we have 4 minutes left.
I support moving to the moderate stage.
And Mayor DC.
Just like to say, I also am in favor of moving to moderate.
And Councilmember Sweet.
Hi, thank you. And I am also in support in moving to the moderate stage. And I just want to give my thanks for the recession plan. What a great tool that is for our city. Thanks for all the hard work.
And Councilmember Salas.
Yes, I will support the move to shift to the moderate level of the economic recession plan. Also being mindful that it's triggered by up to 4.99% reduction in revenues. So that's about 3.5 million, and limiting non-essential services. Thank you, Team Flagstaff.
Wonderful. At this time, I think there are no further comments or questions. Rick, anything else?
No, we appreciate Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council chiming in on this matter. Budget team thought this was very important to bring to you during this retreat, and we look forward to bringing you a resolution to make that action happen. So thank you for your time today.
Wonderful. So let's all together in 5 seconds thank Rick, and also we're thanking his team at the same time. We're going to appreciate people all day long because this was a lot of hard work and incredible work going into this. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you, team.
Thanks, team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Budget
Randy,
team.
Heidi.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Muchas gracias.
Wonderful. So as we are moving along just swimmingly at 11:15, if you're following along on the agenda, we are back to Chris Fabian with priority-based budgeting. And I would like to share, as Chris is getting himself set up, first let me just check. Chris, are you with us?
I'm here and camera's on.
I love it. There it is. Perfect. As we are bringing you back in, ready to learn more, I think it's interesting that Rick just shared that he at first was studying mechanical engineering and then shifted, but you studied civil engineering, I think, at the Colorado School of Mines. Is that correct?
That's true. Nice trivia. That would have been like the third personal thing that people might not know.
Perfect. Well, my dad went to school in the beautiful Golden, Colorado School of Mines, so I especially appreciate it. So thank you so much, and we are all ears.
All right. Wow, what a amazing presentation. Tough act to follow, but great news. I would simply say, add my applause to the budget team and Rick's presentation. We don't have as many communities who are working their way into the types of conditions that you just described, and that is just worthy of celebrating again. No, it's not over, like Greg said, but you've done some amazing work. Well, we're entering the deep dive, and I have two components of this presentation in the deep dive. The first is going to be, for organizations who are becoming more data-driven, it's really important to get to know the data that you have, get to know what you can have access to, and even practice using that data in mundane, everyday situations. Because the more that you develop a comfort level with the data that you've put together, the more that you will train yourself and become disciplined to ask if data that you've already put together can help you in a certain situation. So for up until our lunch break, I'm going to focus on becoming aware of the data that you've put together, and we're going to get into a website that you can access and begin to mine the information that you have. So Councilmember Shimoni, this is the driver's ed portion of the class. And then after lunch, we're actually going to get into a deep dive using real examples of budget requests that are starting to become generated. And the point of that second component of the deep dive is to prepare you for April and the types of questions that you can come up with. As we've designed this first section, I'm going to teach you a little bit. It's learning followed by doing. And I want to give you a practical use case or two to begin to look at your data. And then I will post your web link, and then we'll all get into the tools and begin to mine and search and explore. I have an exercise on the screen. We've developed a host of practice exercises. Practice makes perfect. And this is an exercise to take something that we all experience, council meetings, and start to understand how in any given council meeting, there is a chance to bring to bear your priority-based budgeting information. This is an exercise that we teach every organization who is at the part of the journey where you are in Flagstaff. So the idea here is everybody has council meetings. They happen with varying degrees of frequency. And as you peruse through a council agenda, start to think about how priority-based budgeting data might help you as you are making your way through that council agenda overall. An example of this is from about a year ago. In a community that we were working in, they had on their council agenda something related to cannabis, and a two-step. It was about regulating some of the businesses who are trying to get licensed. And one of the council members had simply asked, I'm interested in what we're doing in the cannabis business. Can you show me some of the programs that we provide? And sure enough, one of the staff members was able to pull up their priority-based budgeting open data website, search for cannabis, and begin to see the types of programs that they provide. And when they drilled into the one cannabis licensing program that they were most interested in, they could pull up some costing data and begin to just gain an appreciation, a little bit of helpful background information for the agenda item that they were about to tackle. So we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to toggle out of these slides, and I went to your city council meeting agenda portal, and notice that you have a council meeting coming up tomorrow. When I click on the February 2nd agenda, I see a lot of exciting things taking place, but I scrolled down to regular agenda. And as I am hanging out here in regular agenda, I just came across a review of an intergovernmental agreement between Coconino County and the city of Flagstaff for courthouse bailiff services. And you can click into this agenda item and even get a little bit more detail. So if I was a staff member and preparing myself for the types of discussions that might come up, and I was responsible for bringing potential priority-based budgeting data to the conversation, I would go into the open data website. And I'm going to give you a quick tutorial in just one moment. But I would go to the program table, which is where I've been showing a lot of the examples in my slides. And I might start searching, for lack of any better place to start, for the word court and see if I could come up with the program that we're talking about. Note, when I type court, I am now highlighting or bringing about in my search any program by title that had court, or anywhere in the program description where court is being referenced as well. So the very first program is Court Support Services, and I can start to read the description of education, training, court interpreters, court security, and so on. I see court case processing. I move on down to judicial services, court appointed counsel, public defender, court enforcement, and on through specialty courts and so on. Nothing mind-blowing here. However, as I start to match up against the agenda item, recall this is having to do with an IGA for 2 bailiff positions that provide courthouse security services. The bailiffs are responsible for entrance screening process, providing security in the courtroom for contentious hearings, monitoring the security cameras in the courthouse, and patrol of the courthouse facility. And it's a partnership with Coconino County. Probably the very first thing that occurs to me as I'm going through this search in your open data site is how many other programs there are related to the courts. Honestly, my first on-the-fly observation was, I'm curious if there are other opportunities besides court security for intergovernmental partnerships with Coconino County or others, given all the work that's going on with the courts. I think it's really awesome that you have one already with the bailiffs that are being talked about tomorrow. And if I were perusing this data and being impacted by how many court programs are coming up, it just comes to mind that perhaps there might be other opportunities. I would ask that. I would be interested in that. And that's where data leads. It leads to insights. My insight is, look at all of the work that we're doing with courts. Might there be another partnership opportunity to discuss? And maybe there isn't. But this is just a simple use case using the data. I'm going to give you one more. I am going to go back to the regular agenda. And that was the first agenda item looking at your IGA. As I scrolled down to future agenda item requests, I saw a request by Councilmember Salas to place on a future agenda a discussion about citywide comprehensive cost recovery policy. When I click this link to look at that particular agenda item, Councilmember Salas, this is one of the questions that you asked in the first part of my presentation, is where you might go to start to understand where are we charging for programs? what is coming in from a revenue perspective? Where are we for cost recovery? And how can we have a discussion around the opportunities that might exist for bringing certain programs up to full cost recovery? And then I was making mention of certainly the policy implications that not all programs that have an opportunity to reach full cost recovery, you'll want to talk about those. There might be very good reason to keep your rates where they are. And for other programs, you might really want to get into what is the opportunity at hand. So with that information, I went back again into your portal, and I wanted to show you, and this will make sense as we get into this as well, there is the opportunity to download data. And when I download information from the portal itself, it comes out in a spreadsheet format, which can have its pros and cons, as everybody knows, with spreadsheets overall, but it's a data dump. And we've tried to make it easy for anybody to come in and get a hold of some of the information that you have. And I wanted to give you a quick look at what you're looking at here, because these are programs with their direct costs, their FTE, personnel and non-personnel costs, and program revenue. For that particular agenda item that has a cost recovery angle to it, I would be very interested in taking a look at programs where we are charging something for it, or there is some program revenue coming in to offset the cost of providing those programs. And if you wanted to insert a column and see, is there an opportunity to perhaps find full cost recovery, it would be the difference between the cost of a program and the revenue coming in, and you can start to look for where might opportunities exist. This is a super simplified example, but the point of showing it to you is that, again, for two regular council agenda items that are coming up, there are ways to get into your program data within the tools. And we just looked at two common functions, a search box and a downloadable table, to be able to get your fingertips on some of the data that staff has produced. Okay, so those are two use cases. I'm going to do a very short tutorial on what this website is all about, and then I'm going to post this link into the chat, and we're going to spend a little time together getting into the site and scrolling through program examples that might be on your minds. All right, I will refresh the site so you see what it looks like when you pull it up for the very first time. Well, I believe so. Oh yeah, it was just reloading. I think I've reloaded it now 5 times or so. So important to know that staff has a different portal, and theirs looks something like this. And as staff has gone through and developed a program inventory and then performed program costing and then evaluated and scored programs, they have a portal that is more like the guts of your data creation work. And they also have access, this green monitor icon is what we're looking at from a council perspective. They have access to a nice visual summary of the data that we can mine, as well as other analytics tools and even reports. We're going to actually look at a couple examples of those reports right after the lunch break. But how we've designed this is rather than give this to council, it's sometimes tough to navigate through all of the data creation, the sausage making elements of the portal. So instead, with this present PBB, that's exactly what it's doing. It's presenting the data in a way that makes it a little bit easier to find your way around. And when you open this site, as soon as you click on it, one of the nice things is we have a walkthrough, a step-by-step introduction to what you're looking at. Again, back to the EKG example around personal health, you're about to see some data, and sometimes it's not always immediately clear what you're looking at. So we've tried to be there with you with a very simple to follow guided tour. The first thing that you're looking at is across this banner. I used this in my slides from earlier today. This is a look at your key community priorities. From left to right, and you might already know this, there is high performing governance, which is the internal result priority area against which your internal programs were scored against. So when you think about Rick's office and all of the work that they do for revenue analysis or budget development, or Greg's office and the city managers, or we look at HR or fleet or risk or purchasing or IT, those internal functions get scored in priority-based budgeting against an internal set of priorities that determine their relevancy overall. Whereas from left to right for the remaining areas, almost all the way to the end, you have your community-oriented priorities like safe and healthy community, inclusive and engaged community, sustainable, innovative infrastructure, robust, resilient economy, livable community, and environmental stewardship. These are the priority areas against which your community-facing programs were scored and evaluated and prioritized. And then finally, at the very end, this black box that says all priorities is how every program stacked up cumulatively against every priority area that you have. The next one down as you follow the tutorial is saying in the row beneath any given priority area, there are clarifying definitions. We used some of these as an example with environmental stewardship earlier, but the point is that when you take something like high performing governance, that's a term that seems clear, but the city of Flagstaff has gone one step further to actually define more specifically what that means. And that's really important because as your staff have been scoring their programs relative to any of these priority areas, it wasn't up to each individual staff member to interpret what that phrase means, high performing governance. Instead, they used agreed upon more specific result priority definition areas to help make sure that we're all clear and we're all on the same page of what it means to achieve that particular priority. Furthermore, these definitions help to serve as a logic map. If I'm a department and I'm trying to describe to you how a program that I provide has an influence on any of your priority areas, I use these definitions as my cause and effect. So for an example, within high performing governance, again, your internal priority area, one of the definitions is enhance the organization's fiscal stability and increase efficiency and effectiveness. So from Rick's presentation, in some of the economic sustainability work that they were just describing and coming up with their plan, that planning work might be a service, might be a program I provide that has a lot to do with enhancing the organization's fiscal stability. That's what you just saw in action. And because they do that work, they're helping you to achieve high performing governance overall. That's how this ends up being used. So as you get in, you can always access these directions by clicking the little information eye in the corner of the Flagstaff picture, and it will launch the walkthrough so you can have a little time to explore. As I scroll down on this first page, I'm just going to walk us through these three areas: summary, tree plot, and table. And what I'm looking at in summary, this is showing you a visual aid for how the City of Flagstaff's programs were evaluated in terms of the key priority areas that you're hoping to achieve. As I look at high performing governance, you're noticing several different colors in this bar that extends from left to right. And every one of your priority areas has the darker color first, because that ends up being the most interesting thing to look at. The darker color is representing programs that you provide and the spending on programs that you provide that have the highest degree of impact on the key priority area to the left. So here in high performing governance, as I hover over this, a figure pops up that says $9,382,202. That $9 million figure represents your investment in programs that have the most to do with helping you achieve a high performance governance. As I scroll down to Safe Community, that same data point, the dark color, represents programs that help you achieve a safe and healthy community, for which you're investing about $78 or $79 million. This brown bar is larger than this blue bar. You put more of your resources into programs that help you achieve a safe and healthy community. As you can scroll down, I think you get the picture. Here's inclusive and engaged community, 66 million on programs that have the highest degree of impact, sustainable infrastructure, robust, resilient economy, livable community, and environmental stewardship. The remaining bars are also interesting, and note that all of them add up to the same end goal. The remaining bars are varying degrees of influence. So for safe and healthy community, while you're spending $78.9 million on programs that have the most to do with achieving that priority area, you are also spending an additional $23 million on programs that still have a lot to do with it, just not as highly impactful. Every program that you identified in your program inventory was scored or evaluated based on whether it has a tremendous degree of impact on the priority area. The next level down is a high degree of impact. Next level down is a little bit of impact. And then finally, some impact or none whatsoever. You do offer some programs that have nothing to do with safe and healthy community, and that's totally okay. But that's how this bar is always representing the cumulative spending on community-oriented programs. This bar is representing the cumulative spending on governance programs, and taken together, this bottom one is your cumulative spending on all programs, community plus governance. Now, I spent a little bit of time there, and this again is just meant to portray your budget, the resources that you are investing, and the direct link that your resources have with the key community priority areas that you are attempting to achieve. The next plot over is the tree plot, and this is the heat map that I was describing just a moment ago. And we'll move over to out of high-performing governance just for the sake of illustration to inclusive and engaged community. And I'm panning through, and you can do the exact same thing, but I want you to see that as I move my cursor, and now I move to robust, resilient economy, and then livable community, every time I click on a priority area, you get a response from the visualization below. And what you're looking at for any particular priority area are all of your community-oriented programs and governance programs in terms of how they were scored and their influence on that particular priority area overall. So here's that same chart that I was just describing a moment ago in the summary table. The darker the color, the more impact that a given program has on that priority area overall, all the way down to no impact whatsoever. So here again, we're illustrating a point that your internal governance programs were not evaluated directly against community-oriented priority areas. And if I click on high performance governance, you see that none of your community programs were scored against the internal criteria for governance overall. So again, just a little bit of tutorial, and clearly when you get into the tools, if there are questions, I'll field some questions just to make sure that you're understanding what you're seeing. And I will look at a program here. You can click on any of these, which is kind of fun. So here, if I was interested in one of your programs that has a high impact on livable community, I'm hovering over residential trash collection. I get some basic data when I'm hovering over residential trash collection. I see it has a high degree of alignment. Again, the darker the color represents that. It already tells me that against this priority area. I see total cost. I see FTE. I see personnel and non-personnel costs. And I also see program revenue. I can click onto that program, and it takes me one level down. So now I'm in all community-oriented programs. As I find residential trash collection, I can click it again, and I actually get a quick visualization of the breakdown of non-personnel versus personnel costs. I can see a breakdown of the personnel costs and operating costs as well if I get one level deeper. So again, as we start to search for programs, I simply wanted you to see what happens when you click on some of the icons and have an appreciation for what the data is actually telling you. I've clicked back to overall. The final tab is a table. And the table is where I have spent time when I was showing you the search bar and I was showing you the downloadable Excel data dump to begin to mine and analyze your information. And this is probably one of the areas that's going to be most helpful to satisfy your curiosities as you're looking at, I was mentioning Rick's shop a moment ago doing budget development. If I just started to type in budget, I can see a lot of the programs that actually have budget in their title. In my opening slides, when I was showing you the NLC priority areas of housing, this is how I got to that screen capture. It was just by typing in a keyword and bringing up some of this information, some of this data. But that is this is your quick and dirty demonstration of the site. And what I'm going to do now is copy the link and find my way back to the chat. And I'm going to post it and hope and cross my fingers that it works when you click on that link. We have removed any password. So all of you should be able to simply click on the link. I'm going to try and do it myself. And when you click on the link, it will fire up just like it did for me. Hopefully your screen, you are now into your area. The keys to the car, Councilmember Shimoni, exactly. I'm gonna give, because it's brand new, approximately 5 minutes. And at 11:47, according to my screen, so mine says 11:42 right now, at 11:47, we're gonna come back and I'm going to ask a question and see if I can help in a guided tour. But I want you to just have a moment, begin to play around in the website and certainly posting any questions in the chat as they come up. But we'll give 5 minutes of take the car for a spin. Question, Shane.
Good morning, Chris. So good to see you, and thanks for being here with us today. I just wanted to make sure I said that as well. So a quick question. When you were giving us the quick tutorial in there and you were in the table, yes, you looked at the tree plot. In the table, when you're doing those mining, that searching, you happen to be under livable community. Is that just searching livable community, or when you put the search housing, is it searching everything?
Good question.
I just want to make sure, I mean, what we want to do, if we want to search for something throughout the entire organization, is it just go there regardless of if you're, or do you have to be under all priorities and then search, or will it search just wherever you're at?
Great question. And because So the nature of Shane's question is, if I'm sure it was obvious to everybody else, but I'll restate it in my own words. So I was clicking into livable community when I started to search housing. In Shane's mind, he was wondering, oh, well, I only get a subset of the programs that have something to do with livable community if I begin to search for housing. Whereas maybe if I searched under safe and healthy community, it would come up with a different list of programs, those that have something, the housing programs that have something to do with safe and healthy community. And I believe it will always pull the same programs. And the reason is because under any, as I click any of the priority areas, it is generating all of the programs, even those that don't have a relationship. They scored 0 relative to that particular priority area. As I'm talking that through, the only possible exception I was wondering about is if it would include community and governance at the same time. And I believe that the answer is yes, because it's always showing me there are 348 programs, no matter which priority area I click, it's always bringing up 348, and I can search to the end of that group.
Thank you, Chris.
Sure. Great question. I'll go back to make sure I'm keeping up with chat. Question from Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, I'll do this as a statement. I just put that link into my wonderful computer, and only 2 words came up: not found.
Huh. Well, that is bad news. Let's see. Councilmember, first off, is anybody else having problems like Councilmember McCarthy? Julie, it works for her. Councilmember, can you let me know what web browser are you using?
This is Google Chrome.
Google Chrome. We usually do not have problems with Google Chrome. And I'm happy. Thank you, Brandy, Adam, Julie, for letting me know that it's working for you. And Councilmember Salas, looks like it's good on your end. So,
Councilmember McCarthy, did you click on the link, or did you try to cut and paste that link?
I just typed it in.
Yeah, try, if you don't mind, try actually clicking on that link in the chat window and see if that helps you.
That's a different computer.
Oh, I see.
The computer I use for, I'll try it, but the computer I use for Teams meetings is a laptop, and I use a regular desktop for.
I'll send that link to your email address, and then you can open it up whatever computer you want.
Okay.
Thanks, and sorry for the challenge, Councilmember. But one of the reasons I like having this opportunity to do an exercise with you all is that this type of occurrence where you're trying to get into the site, but to the best of your efforts, you're not able to get in. I want to help everybody get over that first barrier, because then you can really start to play around in the tools. And we find that again and again. I'd come back in a year and say, how's everybody doing? Search around in the data. And someone would say, well, it didn't actually work on my computer. Like, that's why we need to do it together.
It does work on my laptop.
Okay.
Oh, excellent. Very good.
Thank you. Rick, I appreciate your comment, and yes.
Hey, this is Adam, Councilmember Shimoni. So I'm loving the program. Very cool. Wow. This is such an amazing tool. And I love how it's organized by, if you look at the tree plot and you click on one of the pillars, it's organized from top to bottom in value amount. So the highest cost is always at the top. And then as you go down in that column, it lessens as you go, which is great. 2 questions. One, there's no way to click back, but I'm realizing now that back doesn't, like if I dive into, here, let me start from the beginning. If I just click on any of the tabs really, and then I click on something, then it takes me into it deeper. For one, it can be a little bit tricky to go from that, what you were hoping to dive into, to then the larger overall, community is what's showing me, to then find that same program again. Does that make sense?
It does.
Like find the program twice on two different, pages.
Sorry. So two parts that I took notice of trying to listen, Councilmember Shimoni, and let me make sure I've got it right. One point was there's no back button.
Right.
And that is true. That is actually among many things in our product enhancements coming out towards summer is a back button. Everybody loves a back button, and we didn't have one.
There's no reverse on the car.
There's no reverse in the car. It's so true. The second part of your question, let me state it in my own words, and you course correct me if I have it right or not. I believe that you were curious, are you seeing the same program show up in multiple and different key priority areas?
So I'm not too sure that I followed that, if it's key priority areas, but basically if I click on a pillar, safe and healthy community, for example, and I click on tree plot, and then I want to dive deeper into wildfire management. I click on wildfire management, and then it opens up a whole page of additional things, but I don't think it's wildfire management unless I'm mistaken. I think I then need to find wildfire management again. There it is.
Yes.
And I click on it again. So I guess, what is that second page that it's taking me to?
Good. I understand now. All that happened from the first click.
Yep.
And if you're watching my screen, I can try to show you. So the very first view is overall, and it shows community and governance on the same page. And so the drill down is trying to bring up a subset of data. So if I click on wildfire management, all that's going to happen is the governance programs are going to disappear. And now we're zooming in at the community level.
Interesting.
So I click on wildfire management, and you're totally right. I didn't actually learn anything new about wildfire management. I'm only looking at community, no governance. If I click on wildfire management again, I get to the detail page.
Well, it's almost like you have to go through an additional layer to get to it. I wonder, is there a way to bypass that? Maybe in the next model?
Maybe in the next model. It's a great suggestion. We're always open for that.
Because this brings you to like an overall page on community, but really you knew exactly where you wanted to go as the user.
Yes.
You need to see the community listing. But that being said, Chris, I love the program. I'll take the car. It was great.
Thank you. And thanks for your feedback as well. I mean, I totally understand what you're saying. And this is how we get better too. We're always trying to evolve.
Right, of course. And the biggest thing I think here is, like, if you're looking at one of the smaller allocated items, it can be a little bit trickier to navigate it on the second page. Yeah. That's the biggest concern I think I could see happening. But no, this is wonderful.
I agree with you. The tree plot has the usefulness of tree plot is to get a big picture sense of large programs, and generally appreciate these smaller tiles. Kind of reminds me of, like, I don't know, shower tiles or something. It's like, oh, we're doing a ton for this priority area. And even some of them are very small, but my attention is drawn to the large. But I actually, for satisfying curiosity, spend a lot more time in the table itself, for what it's worth.
Yeah, I'm a very visual person. That's so funny. That might just be our different brains at play.
Yeah. So true.
That's so true.
Well, great. Thank you for the feedback. Let's see.
Chris, it looks like Jim was just, Councilmember McCarthy was just making a comment, but then Councilmember Salas and then Councilmember Daggett both have questions.
That's great. Councilmember Salas?
Well, thank you. So, looking at this, the data. So you have the priority, the direct cost, program description. So how is direct cost accounted for? Indirect costs, indirect costs accounted for.
Let me try to click on an example and see, do you have, council member, just so I'm exactly where you are you looking at an example that we could choose and try to look at the data together? I see direct cost on my screen. And if I look at the Fitness and Aquatic Center, for example, I can click more info and I have a total cost. Is that what you're looking at as well?
So I'm seeing the direct costs.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way to account for the indirect costs?
And this might be Shane, Rick, any of the budget team, please feel free to come in and discuss, but this might be a great opportunity to describe how do we come up with these costs and what are they? And the cost is made up of staff who are actually serving this program, as well as, these are personnel costs, right? Staffing. And non-personnel costs are anything else from the line item budget that ends up getting, we want to make sure that we're accounting for things besides people. So this is utilities, maintenance, building maintenance, chemicals. These are what we call non-personnel costs that go into providing that program overall. I appreciate that there is such a thing as indirect costs, such as, hey, for Fitness and Aquatic Center operations, an indirect cost might be managerial time spent from the director of this division, and that could be an indirect cost, something that gets rolled into it, or costs that are allocated to the divisions from internal functions like budget or finance that get rolled into the cost of providing a program. I wanted to just be clear that perhaps the indirect costs of, say, facilities, maintenance, janitorial cleaning supplies are included in the non-personnel, but I don't believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Team Flagstaff, that there is a second allocation of internal costs to these programs that are usually referred to as indirect.
I am not aware. Shane, any insight?
Yeah, I'll jump in. Thanks, Greg and Chris. Rick will bail me out, I'm sure, if I say something too out there. But Councilmember Salas, when we started this in identifying all of our programs, all of the services that we provide, we then had to spread our time and our allocated budgets over those programs not to exceed 100% of our time. So all of our time gets spread out across those programs and services that relate to our divisions. These programs got populated and costed out, and then further down the road, evaluated against the priorities that the council and the community put together. So I don't see a direct category for indirect costs. I just wanted to explain a little bit how we got to where we're at today. Thank you. Rick, is there anything else you want to add to that?
Yeah, just to be clear, indirect costs are not included in the distribution of costs at this time. We allocate directly to programs, in the work we do with those programs at this time.
Helpful. Councilmember Salas, is that helpful?
Yeah, it's helpful for now, but I also just want to have a grasp of what the indirect costs are.
Makes sense. And I guess as you're looking at the costs that are represented, you would always know this is the direct cost of providing the program with the operational costs and the personnel. And if you're looking for, hey, we should probably layer on some overhead from the organization, these costs would be conservative compared to direct cost plus indirect. Okay. I think we did have another question. Councilmember Daggett?
Yes, thank you. Looking at in each individual department, can you, I see operating cost, and allocation. And forgive me if I just didn't catch this the first time, but can you describe how allocation is determined and what those numbers mean?
And let's see, let me make sure I'm with you as well. Are you in tree plot or table? Just as
table.
Okay, you're in table, great. And I can pick on, let's look at wildfire management. So I see total cost. Here we go. I think you're in positions where you see allocation.
It's also under operating costs.
Perfect, under allocation. So let's see here. This is a percent. I'm curious on positions and 3.6 firefighters. And I'm going to scroll around to one more just so we can get an appreciation for a different program. Let's look at residential trash collection. Here's positions. So there is a on the position side, these are classes of worker. So there's equipment operator zone 3, equipment operator zone 2, public works supervisor, and so on. For the public works supervisor, we can see a third or 0.3 of that position is allocated to residential trash collection. Equipment operator zone 3 is giving us about 2.75 FTE who hold this particular title are being allocated to residential trash collection for this cost. And if you sum these allocations, they're allocations of positions, then that's how you're going to get to an FTE number.
Can you look under operating costs?
Yep. So operating costs, I believe these are percentages of a line item.
For that specific program.
True.
Okay.
Yes, that's probably not the easiest. That's another thing we could probably be a little bit clearer on. It is a balance, and sometimes we are shy about making it overly complicated what you're looking at. But that is a really good question that you asked. But does that help?
It does, absolutely. Yeah, thanks.
Sure.
And Chris, I'm not sure if Rick already shared his comment or not, but it shows he'd like to make a comment. And then Councilmember McCarthy with a question.
Yes.
Thanks, Julie. I was going back to Councilmember Salas' question about indirect, and I'm not sure how the model would handle indirect at this point, but it is something we do calculate on an annual basis. We do a report based on actual expenses. In addition, when we do any kind of rate study and talk about setting rates, and that we do layer in an indirect cost into the calculation of programs to get the full cost of those programs at that time that council may be considering a rate change. So I just wanted to add that little bit of clarifying information. I hope it's useful.
Great. Thanks, Rick. Councilmember McCarthy, did you have a question?
Yeah, but before I get to that, I will tell you I did get it to load on my computer.
Awesome.
So just as an example, I thought, well, I wonder if we're putting any money in to help homeless people, like providing money to the homeless shelter. I know that we do. I'm just trying to find it on here. So I went to, well, first of all, those tabs on the top, if I search, it only say I put in environmental stewardship. It only searches within environmental stewardship. Is that correct?
That's a great question. Shane was wondering the same thing. And I believe that all programs will come up, even if I'm in environmental stewardship. The universe of programs that this tool is searching includes all of those that scored highly for environmental stewardship and even those that did not score at all towards environmental stewardship. So I believe all the programs are on the table in search. It's just organized differently. It's sorted differently.
It's a sorted affair. So if I put it under under all priorities, it definitely would then, right?
Yes, true.
Okay, so, and then the way I do it is there's the 3 tabs: summary, tree plot, and table. So I click on table and then just type in whatever word I want, like shelter, and nothing comes up.
Great. It's a good example.
I do know that we do allocate some money to the Flagstaff Shelter Services. So it's interesting that does not come up.
So this is a perfect example of you reached a dead end. You're playing ball. You're doing it appropriately. You're searching for your program, but it's not coming up. That would be a question back to your PBB team, Shane, Rick, and the team to say, man, I'm trying to find this program. It's not coming up how I would anticipate it coming up in search. I went for housing just out of curiosity, and I'm not sure if it would come up either. But
it may be because it's not a city program. It's just that we donate money to a private service that, we give them money and then they do the service.
Sure.
But there's quite a few things that we do in that manner. Whatever.
Great. But it's a very good question. I mean, there's 2 components that I would have a question back for staff. One is, does anybody have a guess or some intuition if you actually did come up with a shelter as a program and where it might be located? That's question 1.
And then Chris, it looks like Rick might have a comment on the topic.
Perfect. Rick.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy, you are right. We budget by programs and not always specifically who may be the vendor to receive the funds from that program. So you're right. You may not see specifically Flagstaff Shelter Services, even though we provide them funding, but it may be rolled up into a program that we have. That's the difference. And just to clarify, it really isn't a donation to a program like this, but it is really a service contract that we asked the vendor to provide for the city of Flagstaff that may fit within one of these programs we have listed.
Right. I was a little sloppy with my language there. I also put in CDBG and nothing came up. I did it as lowercase. Is this case sensitive?
It's not.
I'll try it with caps.
We try not to use acronyms so maybe it's spelt out.
Yeah, I did come up with it, Councilmember, when you see Community Development Block Grant Management.
Okay, so it's better to spell the word out as opposed to acronyms.
It's a best practice that we try to teach, even though to you and to everybody in that business it's CDBG, and everybody knows what that means. To others who might be unfamiliar with the acronym, Community Development Block Grant is a little bit more descriptive.
Okay, I learned a couple things.
And Chris, it looks like Sarah has a comment on the topic. And just as a reminder, we've got about 6 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you. Sarah.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think perhaps everything's been answered through conversation. It's not an acronym based. We were very specific in making sure we did not use any code words. And those allocations to community organizations change on an annual basis. So we tried to not make things dependent on annual decisions, but rather larger programmatic programs. Yep, it's almost lunchtime. Sounds like I need to eat. So that's why it doesn't pop up in that specific way.
That's great. This is always a living database, and should you all determine, we would really love to have some intelligence on homelessness. That is helpful to know, because perhaps for next year, then you can have some focus if everybody is excited about analyzing that sort of resource allocation. That might be an opportunity to develop a new program in your inventory. On the other hand, with what Sarah just described, given that it fluctuates, at least knowing where would I find that? Is there a larger parent program within which the homelessness shelter service agreement is located? That can be helpful too.
And it looks like Greg might have a comment.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick add-on to this. I think it's a great example of like maybe third and fourth and fifth tier information that's probably going to be down the road, but it's going to be quite relevant and very timely for the city. Homelessness is one I could add to the list. What about early childhood education? Very important. Is a stated community priority. The city does not operate a facility per se, but we are funders, and probably through a couple of different programs like Launch Flag and Tinkertopia and others, there are examples where the city is allocating resources toward early childhood education. So I could see the need in the future to have that whatever tier we want to call it, but that additional information or data processed or available here so that it can be accessed. Thanks.
Really great point. Thanks, Greg. And seeing now that you see how the search works, and staff sees how the search works and council sees it, having the opportunity to add it within a description is at least one solution. There might be others. All right. Julie, thank you for spelling out and it works, for helping manage the chat as well.
Of course.
This accomplishes the objective for part one of the deep dive. My objectives were, I wanted you all to have access to the site. We wanted to make sure it works, that you can get in and play around. And we wanted some real life examples of things that work out great and others where there are some challenges, so you are gaining some experience overall. I wanted to go through those use cases to bring up a council agenda. Council agenda is but one idea. You might have a question from a citizen that comes in. And again, the first place you might look is, well, what are they talking about? And what data might we have on the topic within PBB? PBB is not the end all be all. It's just now a great source of searchable business intelligence on what you do, where resources go, and how they're aligned with community priorities. And that was what I was hoping to do for part one. I think we're going to get into lunch, a working lunch, and perhaps a quick break in the action as folks get reorganized, and then get into deep dive part two. Is that true, Julie or Greg?
That sounds exactly right. Yep.
Okay. Awesome. Well, I'll do the same. I at least get a coffee refill, and maybe be back in what sounds good, 5-10 minutes, or is it 15 minutes? Everyone will be back.
I think our intention is to come back together at 12:30, and you have great skill with pacing and teaching. You're exactly at 12:15, and so why don't we go ahead and take that 15 minutes, if that sounds okay to you, Chris?
Yep, I'll stop
Okay,
sharing.
wonderful. And can we all take a moment before we have our lunches? And because Chris has been sharing so much, could we all not only unmute and thank him, but could we all 79 of us, turn our videos on for a moment and see if that's possible? And in 5 seconds, thank him. And then we're going to then new revenue sources and increases, the council forum and budget expectations, and then our public participation in just the end. So Stacy, feel free to just let me know whenever we should get started. And Chris, what is your favorite part about sharing all of this priority-based budgeting with the city of Flagstaff?
Oh, wow. Great, fun question. It's like learning any new skill. Maybe it's skiing or using a tool for doing some home improvements. This is a tool and a mindset. And once you start to learn it, you can apply this thinking about evaluating your investments. Are you getting the best bang for your buck? We have families using priority-based budgeting. We use it in our own household. Probably my wife does not love that, but the idea that this is a skill set, and
you have got to be kidding, Chris.
Always looking for reallocation opportunities, Greg. So it changes the way that you see the world. And we all have scarce resources, every single one of us in every situation. But we can all evaluate our options and seek the goals that we're trying to achieve. And it's really fun to see it at play.
How perfect is that? That makes me think of my children are 12 and 16 years old, and right when they would ask for stuff, and we would at first do, like, we wouldn't explain it and as to why we didn't want to get it until they just always just thought it was because we couldn't afford it, which it was good to recognize that, and then to say one day finally, like, it's because we don't value it.
Yes.
And to try and have them understand that.
That's it. I mean, you know it. You don't even have to do PBB. You're already doing it.
I'm just wondering how the conversation goes prior to dinner time. It's like, well, honey, should we get some Thai takeout tonight? I don't know. Let's pull out the tree chart and do a little analysis here. See if we can afford it.
Oh man, that's good. I mean, nourishment rises to the top versus not investing in it, and then sometimes.
All right, so getting us back on track, does that mean, hello, everyone, we're back?
Mayor, I think maybe a quick roll call and we could reconvene the afternoon session.
All right, you want me to do the roll call or Stacy?
Yeah.
I can
okay.
do that. Mayor DC. Vice Mayor Daggett.
Here.
Councilmember Aslan.
Present.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Present.
Councilmember Salas.
Fully present here.
Councilmember Shimoni.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet.
Present.
Great. And for the record, we can note that Mayor DC is listening on the radio, so he's capturing this on one end anyway. And thank you, Vice Mayor, for taking over.
Oh, you bet. It was difficult, but I think I pulled it off.
This is Sterling. Very well done, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Solomon. So, Julie, would you like to bring Chris back, or would you like me to just go ahead and ask him to start with his deep dive?
Go right ahead. Do it.
All right, Chris, we're looking forward to this deep dive now into priority-based budgeting.
Thank you. And this is part 2 of the deep dive. What we just went through, the last exercise just prior to lunch was part 1, and that was coming to appreciate the data that you have and your ability to access it. Part 2 of the deep dive was to try to help prepare you for at least one of your upcoming opportunities to use priority-based budgeting and the data that you have, and that is for the budget hearings coming up in April, going all the way back to that timeline that we saw at the beginning of today's presentation. So we have some real-life examples, and just like the last session, I'm going to start off with a little bit of training, a learning section, and then we're going to have a joint experience to try to do this work together to evaluate some budget decisions or budget recommendations that are going to be potentially on the table. It's quite possible as well that I will help us catch back up on time. So we'll see how deep the conversation goes. But I am going to share my screen here. And thank you all as well. I know there's been a lot of me talking. If Kathy were here, you could at least break it up. But I think you'll find this hopefully very intriguing. There's another exercise, and this exercise is truly about framing new budget requests. And I'm going to walk you through a flow chart, and it's just to describe how you can start to think about new budget requests. I was joking, well, sort of joking in the break about how you could do this for any type of use of resources. It's a mental model on how do you determine if something is a high priority investment or not. And when we were first creating priority-based budgeting, anybody who's been in the budget office before, anybody who's worked in local government and created a new budget request on their own from their department or division, or elected officials who have been a part of a budget process, usually it comes in the form of a request for personnel. I need a new FTE, I need a new person, or another type of line item request. Hey, I need some money for a conference. Or I need some money for software, or I need some money for anything that's non-personnel related. And the challenge was going all the way back to the beginning. Those are line item requests. And sometimes it's tough to say, well, you need a new FTE. How does that FTE link to the community priorities that we're trying to accomplish? Again, this is supposed to highlight the fact that we needed to come up with a program data layer to make more sense of the request that's coming in. So I want you to pretend that you're evaluating a new budget request and it's an FTE or another non-personnel line item request. And the first question to ask is this a part of a new service? I use service and program interchangeably. But the question on your mind, that's this cloud bubble, is, are you asking for this new FTE because we're going to provide a new program that we haven't provided before? If the answer is no, then the next question is, okay, great. Is the new FTE request or non-personnel request linked to a current program that we provide or a current service that we deliver? You're trying to figure out how to put this request into context of services or programs. If the answer is still no, go back to start, do not pass go, do not collect your $200. Go, that's a Monopoly reference. Go back and determine how your request ties to a program, a current existing program, or something that is new and being proposed. So you can't advance in the budget request discussion until we have context for what is the program that this new request is attached to. If it is indeed a new service, yes, then the question becomes, oh, interesting. How would that program score? You've just seen how every other program being provided in your program inventory was scored against all of those community or governance priority areas. So you would ask the same thing of a new service. What is this new proposal and how would it actually score? On the other hand, if it's an existing service, I'm asking for a new FTE, and yes, it belongs to something we provide already, then the question is, how did that program score? Give me some understanding of how, we've already done all the work, how did that program align or not align with our overall prioritization framework? So this is part one, and it looks more complicated than it is. You're just trying to associate the request with a program, and that's the whole idea. Here's a miniature version of that. First things first, what is the program and what is the relevance of that program overall? So now let's get a little bit more advanced in our evaluation of the proposed investment. You might recall from one of my very early slides that we have a shorthand language for relevance, and it's what we call the quartiles. The quartiles are a shortcut to highlight whether a program is highly relevant and it's completely obvious, or the program has comparatively less relevance compared to everything else that you do. Quartiles are not the end-all be-all. It's again a quick shortcut so that you don't have to ask all of those questions for every budget request that comes up. If you know that a program is quartile 1 or quartile 2, then you automatically know, hey, I bet that program scored pretty well in the evaluation process and priority-based budgeting. And if the program is quartile 3 or quartile 4, your intuition is, okay, I'm intrigued with this budget request, but I already know, compared to everything else that we do, the program that's on the table has less relevance comparatively. So just because a request comes for, this is helpful for departments and divisions to hear, for all of staff, priority-based budgeting was never intended to be so formulaic, such that if you're requesting anything new for a quartile 4 program, that you automatically say, request denied. It's just that there are some follow-up questions that are important to ask, and I want to walk you through some of those. The first question to ask might be, all right, so you're asking for a new FTE and the program is scoring less compared relative to our overall priorities. The first clarifying question might be, is it paying for itself? Is there a grant that's coming along with this request? Or are the users of this program willing to pay for it? And if the answer is yes to that question, that makes it more interesting. That makes me, as an elected official or decision maker, say, oh, I don't really care if it's low priority. If it's paying for itself, that's really helpful for the business case that you're bringing before me. However, if the answer is no, then that implies it's not paying for itself. So you're asking for our limited reallocatable resources, our general government resources. The next question might be, okay, well, the additional funding that you're requesting, this new position, actually change the nature of the way that we provide the program such that it will increase in relevance. Meaning, I'm asking for a new FTE, my program is currently quartile 3, and my business case is I'm understaffed, and if I got the resources that I need, then I can actually change the way that the program relates to priorities, increase the relevance, and now we have a quartile 1 or quartile 2 program on our hands. This is another good reason to potentially consider the request before you. If the answer is still no, okay, so it's not paying for itself, it doesn't change its relevance overall. I'm trying to give you all the good reasons why we might approve it. Can we find a partner to provide it? The question here is, are we sure that we should be doing this? Most recently, we had a request from a small community in the Bay Area of San Francisco talking about childcare needs for their community. And they're saying, yeah, our citizens really have a need for this. Our options are very limited. But they went through this exact same model and said, you know, it's not appropriate for us. Our cash is already strapped to get into this business. It's not as relevant to our priorities. It might be for you, but it wasn't for them. So they were trying to think through, can they incentivize another partner to help provide that? And if the answer is still no, you know, maybe you're going to come up with something else. It's not meant to be all inclusive of every possible question that you could ask. But the idea is, hey, this is not a very compelling proposal on the table. Are we forced to do this? Is there a mandate associated with this need to increase funding for a low priority program that doesn't pay for itself, doesn't change its relevancy? Nobody else can do it. This seems like an unfunded mandate. And sometimes we have those in local government, but it's really not dazzling us with a desire to approve the request. However, if the answer is yes to any of those questions above, then I want you to see that even for a quartile 3 or quartile 4 program, a funding request might be compelling because it comes with money or it increases its relevance overall. Hopefully that's making sense. And the same is true for a higher priority program, a higher relevance quartile 1, quartile 2 shorthand program. A request is coming to you. You should still ask questions. Does this additional staffing actually help us achieve our priorities to a higher degree? Just because it's quartile 1 or quartile 2 doesn't mean that the spigot is turned free forever on new resources. We should still ask, does it improve our ability to achieve those results? And if yes, fantastic, that's a compelling proposal. Doesn't mean we can fund it yet. It just means it's worthy of consideration as you move forward. And if the answer is no, then why not ask the exact same questions that you asked of the less compelling business cases below? Can it come with some revenue? Can we come up with an entrepreneurial way to fund it, whether through users, charges for service, grants, another partner, and so on and so forth? So this is a logic model, and the whole hope of the priority-based budgeting framework is that for budget requests that come up, you could follow a similar flow. Again, if triangles and clouds don't do it for you, hopefully the simple concepts of take the request, ask what program it belongs to, ask about the relevancy of that program, and then march our way down the line. Hopefully this will make sense, but we are going to try it out. First, I should have stopped there for just a second before we bring up some real requests. Was there anything within this kind of flow that you would like to talk about further, or should we just give it a try? I'll stop here for just a moment. Oh, and I should look at the chat where the questions would be.
Not seeing any questions just yet. Oh,
Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Chris. Can you go back to the slide? There you go. So how early can we bring in the community benefits lens?
Let me try to answer that, and then you can tell me if I'm hot or cold with what you're asking. Community benefit, as far as priority-based budgeting goes, is evaluated to the extent that a program is influencing your priorities. That's how it ends up being ranked in quartile 1 or quartile 2, means that the program itself scored highly relative to what you're saying are the things that benefit your community overall. quartile 1 and quartile 2 are those programs that have the greatest degree of influence on these results. And that's when Kathy Novak was saying, make sure that this is correct, because it's a self-contained decision-making framework. If these are representing community value to you, then the degree to which a program scores high, quartile 1, quartile 2, means it's bringing about high community value. But I'll stop there. Is that what you were getting at?
Partially. So I'm kind of like, I want to put the hat of like, so you want to introduce a new program or a service, and I want to identify the community benefits in general, and in particular, which aspect of the population will benefit from such new service. Like, you know, is there a specific sector or a user group, individuals, organization who can benefit from such new service?
Great. Fantastic question. And as I get into our very first example, I think you are on your way. Programs were not only evaluated relative to these results, which represent they're supposed to represent community value. This is, instead of profitability like a private sector might have, community value is measured in terms of achievement or influence on these result areas. And every program was scored to the degree that it has a high degree of impact or low. Those are those dark shades on the website that we were just looking at. In addition to these priority areas, programs were scored against what we call basic program attributes. And I'm going to show you one because in the program attributes, let's start here. There was, I'm going to try to describe these categories really quickly. Down here, you see your results. So every program is scored against the results. And here programs are scored against capacity to serve, demand, mandate, cost recovery, and reliance. And this is capacity to serve. Capacity to serve is what portion of the population, based on a percentage, is the program set up to benefit? Does the program benefit 100% of the population, or is there opportunity to benefit 100% of the population, or is the program geared towards a smaller percentage overall? I'm not trying to just keep talking, but I wanted you to see programs were scored against these categories as well. Is that along the lines of when you're talking about size of population served and sectors of population served?
Yes, thank you. That's crystal clear. I was just putting my the benefits lens on, and thank you for sharing this particular slide because it has the for the BPA, it has an item for cost recovery.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're right. Not only do you have, that's another great point, and I'll just add some more context. Not only do you actually have the data on the cost of providing a program and compared to the program revenues coming in, but every program was also scored in terms of degree of cost recovery. So if it was 0, I mean, it's not the end of the world. It just means this program is being funded by general government resources. If it scores higher, it means fees are coming in or grants or other program revenue to help offset the cost of providing that program. This chart is an example. Early on, I was sharing with you that your staff have a more robust guts of the model type of portal, and there's a report section, and that's where we're drawing these concise reports that are supposed to be like a program dossier, everything we know. So here's notary public services, comes from city manager or user group. We have a total cost, total FTE, a quartile designation, which again is that shorthand that this program scored relatively lower compared to everything else that you do. Program description, as well as the deeper dive into how did this program actually score relative to basic program attributes and the priority areas, what we call results, that it was scored against. And in our examples, this is going to be really helpful to you. And let's go ahead and look at one. I'm going to look at, here is, all right, this is small, no problem. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. So trying not to have you squint too much, but for the purpose of this exercise, I asked your staff, Rick and the team, to come up with budget requests that are noted as a new request, an increase, and a new, based on a program number. In case in this situation, they're all for the exact same program. A reason for the program request. Your budget requests, and Rick, correct me if I'm wrong, come through with an additional lens of how the request links to your climate action and adaptation plan. Priority tiers of the request, as well as a description and amount that the request entails. And so I wanted to take, I'm going to read you through this particular request, the first one. So there are 3 requests here that you're actually looking at, and we'll handle them one by one and see where your mind goes. This one in the amount of, oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Chris, it looks like City Manager Clifton has a comment.
Okay.
An appropriate time for an upfront disclaimer here. The items referenced here that we're about to hear about have no priority or relevance, or in any way, shape, or form will be given any sort of special treatment because they're being used as an example. It's just an example. Thanks.
Thanks, Greg. And I appreciate staff's willingness to have an example to use to bring it close to home and how you would look through this. But the request here is that you can see the very first one, the Intergovernmental Affairs Program. So bingo, remember our clouds and triangles. We have a program on the table. Requires access to an online legislative bill tracking and service called Legislation Online Arizona to enable staff to research, monitor, and analyze state legislation. We do have a dollar amount, $2,730 for the annual subscription to the Legislation Online Arizona, LOLA. And we even have some additional layering of connection between this program and your climate action and adaptation plan. Back to clouds and triangles, our mental framework. We know the program that it's associated with, Intergovernmental Affairs. We know the amount, and we know it's for software. As I toggle back over to this particular program, let's see, let me make sure I'm looking at the right one. I think it was program number 35. The first thing I was going to quickly do, is make sure that I know.
Examples, I'm sorry, Chris, the examples you're using are from the legislative or intergovernmental services.
And it's program 35, is that correct?
Chris, that's our internal number programming. It doesn't tie to PBB yet. We're still working on that aspect.
Gotcha. Well, that's also helpful to know. So it's Intergovernmental Affairs. And I'm going to pull this up in your tools. If I searched Intergovernmental Affairs, I do see the program lobbying for the city's legislative agenda at the state and federal levels. representing the city in intergovernmental relationships at the state and federal level. And if I pull some basic information, I have some general costs. What I'm going to do, I wanted to pull up the report and actually check out how legislative affairs scored. And I want the full information. So sorry, bear with me. I had assumed that the blueprint report snapshot was from the same program, but I'm going to find it. No better way to dig into your data in the deep dive or roll up my sleeves. So I'm going to Flagstaff. So in your minds, you already know where I'm going. I want the background, just like clouds and triangles on this particular program. I want to find out how it scored. And I should be able to find that. Legislative affairs. Well, this is...
Try intergovernmental.
Oh yeah, intergovernmental. Thank you for correcting me. Intergovernmental affairs. Perfect. And up here, I want to see the program data. Oh, sorry guys. This is like, I was so close to having the perfect example, but I'm finding my way back to the scores themselves, and I had picked the wrong program.
Chris,
yes.
The PDF was in our email last Friday, and I also just resent that to you in case you want to pull up that blueprint page.
Thank you. See, this is, I'm looking for my lifeline here. So I appreciate it. And here it is from Rick. And I've got intergovernmental affairs. I'm going to reshare my screen. And here we go. Okay. Thank you, Rick. And thanks everybody for bearing with me. This is practice makes perfect, right? So you can see me flail a little bit searching for the program data. But here is intergovernmental affairs. And what I was looking for was, I do get a sense that it's quartile 1, which again was my shorthand that it scored highly. And as I come down below and I see basic program attributes, it scores top of the line for capacity to serve. Demand appears to be going up. Degree of mandate and cost recovery, it didn't necessarily score highly. Degree of reliance, it does score highly. There's nobody else providing this particular program who citizens can turn to. And as you look at the result areas, the outcome areas, key priorities, you can see it's scoring highly as well. Now, I want to clarify something. You might be thinking, oh, I thought a 4 was like quartile 4, that's low. Quartile 1 is the highest, like first place, second place, that kind of thing. But this quartile comes about as a result of a cumulative score made up of how the program is influencing all of your other scoring criteria. So down here, high scores are good. High scores are highly relevant. It would make the program dark on the Present PBB website that we were looking at before. So I'll pause here for just a second. My first inclination is if I go back to the mental model, knowing that it's quartile 1, and there's a software element to the request, I see that it's up here. I know what program this software request is associated with. It's intergovernmental affairs. It's a current program, and it scored quartile 1. So fundamentally, the first request that I would have, or the first clarifying question would be, does it improve our ability to achieve our priorities overall? And that would be the nature of your discussion. You can still ask, is there a partner? Can it be funded by program revenues? Will the additional funding increase relevancy? You'd still want to ask those clarifying questions, but my first instinct is it's a good case. It still has to compete against every other good case that's going to come up. But I'm intrigued with it because I might believe that the software enhancement might have the ability to even help us achieve results to a higher degree. Does that, aside from my tap dancing to find this report, is this making sense to you all as you see how we would bring the scoring information into the discussion of a budget request that might appear to have a good case? And does anybody see it differently? Please indicate with a comment or a question in the chat. Okay, I'll take that as you're following along, kind of learn as we go. Let's take a different one. Yes, I'm seeing the light and appreciate the walkthrough. Thank you. Some smiles. Totally appreciate it. Thanks for the feedback. Zoom world. I'm going to look at a different program request form. And this is, thank you, Rick, for letting me know that this is a different program number. Develop performance measures and increase transparency. Rick, can I get another assist on, I had assumed that 203 meant 203 in our shared language, but can you tell me which program this is specific to?
That one's to the budget development and monitoring, I believe.
Right here. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Thank you very much. That actually does share the exact same number, which is pretty cool. So here we have the reason for the program request: develop performance measures and increase transparency. Cool. The description is performance management software. So again, it's a non-personnel request and $14,000. Develop performance measures and increase transparency. Let's go and check this particular program. It is associated with a current program that you provide. It's budget development and monitoring. It's quartile 1. And as we look at the various scores, we can see why it's quartile 1 due to its high degree of influence on your priority areas. This, I wanted to draw your attention to. You might be looking at these results down below and wonder, where's safe community? Where's environmental stewardship? This is an internal program, a governance program. And so they were scored against the results of governance. If I went back to your open site in the summary, well, I can just come up to the top and I see high performing governance. These are the criteria against which your internal programs were evaluated in high performing governance. And that's exactly what we're looking at here. Communication strategies, customer service. Oh, is there a question? Or just might have been a mute transition. Innovation and best practices, tools, training and support, trust and transparency. So budget development and monitoring scored really shows a great degree of alignment with these governance priority areas. So again, as we evaluate the software request for this program, the question should be, does it make us better? We're already quartile 1. Will having performance measures improve our ability to achieve these results overall? And again, as I come back to the decision-making or business case evaluation framework, it sure seems like it's a compelling enough proposal to consider. It's not something that you would reject right away, but now it would probably have to compete against some of the other highly compelling proposals. And that's great. But now we have two great cases to take a look at. Again, I'll pause and see if this program was a quartile 4, then the question would be, we would walk through a different set of questions. Why are we investing in software for a quartile 4 program overall? Are we mandated to do it? Does it come with its own dollars? Does it change the relevancy of the program such that maybe it won't be quartile 4 any longer, but might show a higher degree of influence relative to basic program attributes and results? That would be the nature of the discussion that you would have. I'm going to come back and see, so far so good. All right. No comments, no questions. That's good. I think we're progressing along. These are pretty sensible recommendations, but that's good. If it's making sense, that's a really good thing. I'm going to stop sharing for 1 second and pull one more example. Okay. And we do have the notary services example to take a look at. I'm going to reshare my screen here. Rick, we had one more example to take a look at, and it surrounded notary services. And I think the only reason I didn't have I've got the budget change form for budget development and monitoring. I've got the program change form for intergovernmental affairs, and I just wanted to draw attention to the actual request for notary public services.
Just to be clear, Chris, if I could interrupt, the example on the public notary was we didn't have a new request specifically tied to that. It was just looking at where it fell in the quartile and how we might apply some of those policy questions to just naturally seeing those types of results in the tree plot. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So here we do have a program that has scored relatively low compared to everything else that you are offering. As we look at the basic program attributes, we can see its mandate is low, its cost recovery is low, which, Councilmember Salas, for your interest in cost recovery, you might be wondering, well, this is a notary program. Does it not pay for itself? If it's low, if its scoring is low, then maybe that could be an opportunity to say we don't have to focus on getting out of this business necessarily first and foremost, but could we look at its cost recovery? Now, I also know as part of the discussion overall, and this comes from just conversation with staff, that your notary public services is actually serving internally. It's serving internal programs to a higher degree as your own departments and divisions need notary services internally for some of their legal and contractual work. And so that becomes a question, is this worth it to serve your staff internally, given what you know, or does this become an opportunity to consider new revenue sources? Could it pay for itself? If you're going to offer a program internally, is it subsidized? Is it free to staff overall? Could we offer it directly to the public and consider, just like other notary services that you might get at a FedEx or a UPS store and so on and so forth, those businesses definitely charge for their services. So it doesn't conclude. That's where you all as policymakers have the most fun of determining, is this appropriate to subsidize? It's not a whole lot of money, but that is my judgment. You have to decide, given all of the rest of your resource scarcity, is this something that you could charge for even if you were charging internally, or is it fine to provide a program that scores low relative to your values for free?
Great. It looks like Shane has a comment.
Shane.
Thanks, Chris. Julie, thank you. One of the reasons why we liked this example and asked Chris to go ahead and spotlight it was because there's a difference between scoring a program based off of the community values, those priorities, and scoring a program based off of the high governance category. And this one happened to be scored against the community category. And we believe, now that we have the benefit of this data, we believe that if, looking at the fact that our notary services serve more of an internal customer than they do an external customer, if we had categorized this as a governance program more than a community program, it would have scored better based off of those metrics. So this is just a good example of how we are going to evolve on our journey as we go from year to year. And using this tool, we'll be able to see these nuances better and adjust, and in our opinion, make the data more pure and more accurate to be able to answer those policy level questions that the council and the budget team will be asking as we go through these budget sessions. Thank you.
I think that's really helpful, Shane. When I first saw notary services, from my experience with other local governments definitely provide these services to their citizens. It is an opportunity. You can see passport services offered in a similar vein. When you told me what you had learned on your own journey, that this program is probably less used by citizens, and that's where my mind went first, was, wow, why aren't you charging citizens for this? Is this a subsidized notary services program, potentially even competing with other businesses? And the response was, no, this actually serves our own staff members more so than it does the citizens of Flagstaff. Then that is, what a great finding. We should score it against appropriate priority areas. We should consider it an internal serving program overall, and we should evaluate, is this the right thing to do internally? Is the demand high enough? Is this more efficient for the city of Flagstaff to have an internal notary public versus staff having to go out and find another vendor to get this work done and accomplished? But now at least you've traveled far on your journey for notary public services, and now we all have, in this particular discussion, we've learned something vital about this program overall. Great. Wow. What I wanted to accomplish with that deep dive was to walk you through this particular framework. I wanted you to get a flavor, and thank you, staff, for giving me some real budget requests to take a look at. I wanted to give you a flavor of how you walk through any request, because this is exactly what you're going to be tasked to do when you see the recommended budget and you are asking questions, staff is doing the same thing. So that our training to Rick and his team is to also look through these budget requests through this lens and evaluate the merits. Now, there comes a point where the hope of walking through this path is you end up with several competing proposals and several that you might say, wow, this just doesn't seem like it is the most wise use of our resources. And then things get interesting once again, is you have a batch of proposals that all look good. And then the next question is, how do they compete? Can some of them bring along revenue? What is the best of the best? But that's a good position to be in. I want to say thanks. This wraps up the deep dive into the data, using it for a specific application in evaluating budget requests, because we know that's on the table. That's the next step in your journey overall. We are, as ResourceX, as your guides throughout this work, we are going to be very intrigued in how those budget discussions go. And you can always count on us as something seems to escape the framework or something seems less clear. That's what we're here for. We've hopefully built a framework that makes sense, and that's a huge step forward, is to have some rationality. But back to kind of the original tenets, knowing that you wanted a budget process that aligned your resources, or at least questioned the alignment of resources with community priorities, that you wanted a budget process that was data-driven for the types of decisions that you make, and you've created a program level database and priority-based budgeting that is hugely valuable, and now you have access to that. And then third, that these discussions and decisions are transparent. We hope that we've made some connections in your learning about how to use PBB as you move forward this year. So I want to say thank you. This time I can give you the applause. We are grateful for the opportunity to partner with you, and I can turn over about 6 minutes back to the agenda but I'll entertain any questions as well.
How lovely, Chris. There is a comment by Councilmember McCarthy.
Great.
Thank you, Chris. We're talking about how we're trying to replace the human judgment model with a data-driven model. And what we're calling data is how we score these things, which really is human judgment based, which is where we started. So, I mean, it's not truly data in the sense that as an engineer, I think of data as when I can go out and measure something. It's basically considered opinion. So in effect, what we're doing is we're formalizing what we've always done. But the one good thing is that we have a record of the process, so that if somebody wants to go back and say, well, how did we come to that decision? Then there's some kind of track record of where it all came from. So that's the thought that's going through my head. Thank you.
If I may, I really appreciate how you said what you said. And believe me, in a decade at this, the endeavor to measure impact on an outcome like safety, take that for example, is not, it begs all sorts of questions of cause and effect. And whereas you can measure heart rate, you can survey the land and measure topography, tackling a question like, are we getting safer? Are we having an impact on climate? They are definitely challenging questions, and that's why it's admirable and so difficult for your jobs. You have to make judgments, but you're absolutely right to say that our measurement tool in terms of impact on results is coming from the best of our perceptions, our understanding of what safety means or any particular community priorities, and then the collective discussions that take place to say, does this program help us get safer? I agree with the comments that you made, and also suggest that this is maybe one of the first times that we've tried to attempt to measure influence on some very tough to get your arms around concepts like the priorities that you have. And there's probably more road ahead for all of us on this journey to keep on evolving our measurement techniques.
Well, we'll keep trying.
And there's a comment by Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Julie. And Chris, I just wanted to say thank you again. I am so excited. I feel like this tool, as Councilmember McCarthy said, helps us align our data with our values, with our goals. It almost makes me think of like a bowling alley in that strip that you throw the ball down. And, we always had a transparent budgeting process with a bunch of line items, 500 pages of them. And, but the thing is, this tool gives us direction, gives us clarity, and gives us some guide rails to do our best job that we can. And I just feel so empowered with this tool, and I'm so excited for future councils. And I'm excited for the city. I think this is going to be an excellent way to ensure that our budget aligns with our values, and that can change. But that's the beauty of this document and our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, and applaud you for taking this huge step forward. And I'm glad you feel empowered. That's very exciting.
Wonderful, Chris. Thank you so much. Let's all get ready to unmute in a moment. You're all getting so seasoned at this, and how Councilmember Shimoni just summarized a few pieces. I think if we can all just pause and recognize how everyone else in this whole country is envious in that, to have clarity, values, operating from values, and to have guide rails. That's like what everyone wants, isn't it? So how incredible that you're doing this all, where everyone right here today is doing this together. So in 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Resource X.
Thank you all for
Well, Chris, it's been a pleasure having you. You will probably, are you going to be on the rest of the call? Probably not.
Maybe just for a little bit longer, and make sure that the baton is passed.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much. I know the city is really grateful for everything that you're doing. So we are delighted. And look, you're getting encouraged to get out of here and enjoy your day.
Thank you.
So next up, and gosh, his pacing, really, look at that, 129, incredible. Next up, we have got, there you can see it, the compensation update. And get ready, because we have multiple presenters and multiple pieces within an hour and a half. So first, just so you know, we've got a little introduction. And Greg, it doesn't even look like you have to cut out an extra 5 minutes. We have then the employee survey, then the compensation program, then the employee advisory committee, then benefits, then council direction. And for everyone who's presenting, I'm assuming you know how long you have. If you don't, feel free to ask me, but it is somewhere between 5 and 30 minutes for each different segment. So I'll help keep you on track. Thank you. And Greg, I think I am opening it up to you. Does that sound right?
That sounds right. Thank you. And in keeping with your request, a quick personal thing, and then identifying an employee I'd like to get to know better. On the personal thing, I'm not going to talk about myself. I want to talk about my sister. I have 5 sisters, but my oldest sister, who I'm very close with, lives in a place called Half Moon Bay, which is north of Vancouver, excuse me. And she's an artist, and she's been an artist all her life. Her name is Sandy Kay. Yeah, 5 sisters. And she's had interesting subject matters throughout her artistic talents and endeavors. But I honestly think she's like reached this amazing peak lately. And so living up there off the coast, she goes out into the forest all the time, and there's a lot of marshes and wetlands and rainforest. She's been spending a lot of time in the wetlands and the marshes. And her latest series, and I just posted one for you, is called Entangled Web. And she shows her stuff up there and with exhibits and does well with it. But it's kind of a cool piece and just a little bit of a sampling that I wanted to share with you of something that is going on with my family. I hope you enjoyed that. I hope to get up to see her this summer. I was supposed to go up last summer. The border's closed. It's still closed. If things work out, I'll be up there in July. Can't wait to see her. Okay, who would I like to meet or get to know better employee-wise? Bryce Doty. Because one, he's kind of new to the organization too. I'm so intrigued by his name. It like sounds like when I hear of Bryce Doty, I picture a guy with a guitar and a cowboy hat in front of a microphone. He reminds me of a country singer just because of his name. Anyway, Bryce, I look forward to getting to know you a little bit better. I would like to introduce this topic, and I'm going to be very kind of high level with my introduction. I've got some notes here, and I want to frame it correctly because you do have a lot of presenters, and I don't want to cut into their time or into their substance. Throughout today, we've heard a lot about priority-based budgeting. We had a nice recap of the recession plan, a nice recap of the benefits that we have all realized by paying the unfunded pension liability. We saved $10.7 million on that, and even after debt service is factored in, and even after going into the future, that will be a $1.5 million less encumbrance upon our general fund. Probably not the best way of articulating that, but you get the idea. The recession plan this year saved $3 million. So all these great things are happening, and they're happening because we, the team, management, comprised of many people, have been working hard to try toward the betterment of this organization, and specifically for the betterment of our employees, and the two go hand in hand. And in addition to that recession plan, which, by the way, along with the paying off the pension, absent those two big things happening last year, we're probably not having much of the discussion we're having today. I don't think it's far-fetched for me to say that the accomplishment of those things enabled us to be talking about the things we're talking about today, emerging from the recession plan, reinstituting the COLA, talking about compensation, talking about a number of things. Had we not had those tools in place, it would have been a different story last April when we saw revenues declining. You know, the typical traditional response is to break out the hatchets and do a job on the budget. And we would have been stuck with that for the entire year because that's law. So with the good tools at hand, I'm happy to say we're having discussions like this today. It doesn't end there. I will add to the things that I've mentioned, and in the arena of personnel. We've done, I think, a pretty good job in making some changes with the organization, some restructures. We created the public affairs section. We have now elevated information technology, capital improvements, sustainability, and we've made some good hiring decisions, including Jeannie Gallagher with human resources, including Chief Musselman, our new police chief. And there will be more. All of these things have, and Rose Tohi, our coordinator of Indigenous initiatives, all of these things have been in an effort to better our organization. My comment to you is we have a lot of work to do, but we're still working on it. And everything you're about to hear in this compensation update and the recommendations coming forth from management are toward that objective, exclusively toward that objective. And when I say we have a lot of work to do, the very first part of this presentation is going to be a bit of a snippet reminding you how poorly we did on our employee survey in 2019, which now seems a little bit dated, but it's not. And then we will segue into the discussion of of compensation. We will hear from our employee advisory council, and we will collaborate, and we will work hard to find resolution so we can continue this journey of making our organization better and taking care of our employees. I just wanted to remind us all at the outset that we've been doing that. Our actions hopefully speak for themselves, and that there is a growing trust that we in management, and I speak very collectively of a lot of people when I use those terms, we've got your back and we have your best interest at heart. And it's not words, it's actions. So with that, I would like to, I believe it's Jen Caputo who's going to kick us off here and talk a little bit about the survey. And good afternoon, Jen.
Good afternoon, everyone. Great to be here with you this afternoon. And my name is Jennifer Caputo, and I am one of your HR managers, and I work in recruitment and benefits. And today I am coming to you as the former chair of the Champions of Team Flagstaff. And that's a committee that works on driving initiatives such as culture and communication, rewards and recognition. And we also do an all-employee survey every 2 years. So today I'm going to share some of our most recent survey results. And so I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the screen and sharing the PowerPoint presentation. So one thing I'd like you to keep in mind is that this survey was conducted in July, between July and October of 2019. Just a reminder that it was conducted in a pre-COVID world, so keep that in mind as we do go through and review the results. We had 16 different questions, and what you'll see here on the screen is the category assigned to each question. Most notably on this slide, we are going to be focusing on the topics that relate most closely to compensation. And knowing that, the one thing that I'll point out on this slide is that you'll notice that fair compensation is in very last place. So if we'll switch to the next slide, what you're going to see on this slide is a snapshot of 2013 through 2019 data. The blue is the most recent 2019 survey data. The green bubble on the left top reflects the change in the agree and strongly agree responses between the 2017 and 2019 surveys. And the bubble on the right reflects the agree and strongly, or the disagree and strongly disagree responses. What you'll see on this slide is an overall 9% improvement in the expectation that employees will be working for the city in 5 years. So on the left-hand side, you'll see that 5% more expect to be with the city of Flagstaff as compared to the opposite side where there are less people saying that they're going to be leaving. So if we'll go to the next slide, please. This slide allows us to take a closer look at the responses. On these pie chart slides, you're going to see more positive responses shown in the blue and green colors and the less favorable shown in the oranges and reds. What you'll see here is a 27% response rate. So we had 126 out of the 461 employees who responded to our survey. The blue slice indicates that 19% intend to stay with Team Flagstaff. 81% indicated that they're going to be leaving due to an upcoming retirement, lack of adequate compensation, high cost of living, or a lack of advancement opportunities. Next slide, please. Our second topic area was about succession planning and being able to advance during employment with the city. You'll see overall we had a 5% improvement Interestingly enough, the majority of responses over the years have been in that neutral category. Next slide. Okay, this slide we had a 32% response rate. 27% of employees responded favorably about advancement opportunities and training or mentoring. The majority of responses, however, 73%, were not as favorable. The majority cited lack of advancement opportunities and feeling stuck in their positions with no opportunity to grow. 16% lack knowledge of the plan forward and don't see a clear way to advance. 11% cited compensation being associated with promotion as a deterrent because it would not be as much as they feel would be fair for their compensation. And the remainder mentioned lack of training or mentoring. Next slide for our third topic. All right, the City of Flagstaff provides effective training in areas of need. What you'll see on this slide is an overall 5% improvement. However, due to COVID, all non-essential training has been discontinued at this point. If you'll go to the next slide, you'll see that the type of training that employees are most interested in is job specific. So of course, we'll keep this in mind as we re-enter the workplace and training opportunities in the future. Next slide. All right, this one is about promotions being awarded fairly. Overall, we had a 2% improvement. What you'll see here is that responses, again, are mainly in that neutral category. If you'll go on to the next slide, you're going to see a lot of orange and red here. The majority of responses were unfavorable. However, there were 12% that said that there were opportunities for promotion. The remainder of responses indicated inequitable pay and promotions, lack of promotional opportunities, the promotional process being too cumbersome, and transfers being the only advancement opportunity. Our last topic area is about compensation in comparison to others in the same type of work and being paid fairly. This was our biggest decline, and it went down by 6%. And you'll note on this slide that the majority of the responses are in the disagree and strongly disagree categories. And the last slide. Comments on this category, we had the highest response rate of all of our questions. We had 151 people respond and 36% response rate. The majority reported unfavorable themes such as the pay being too low and under market, about it not being aligned to their responsibility and experience, about the pay scale not being inequitable, or advancement not being clearly defined. So those are the 5 areas that I wanted to cover with you today as related to compensation. I'm not sure if there are any questions at this point, or if Jeannie, you are ready to take it away with some more information on compensation.
Jen, thank you so much for this. And while we wait for 10 seconds or so to see if we have any comments or questions, we didn't share with you, but now we want to share with you. Would you be able to tell us one personal thing that this group doesn't know, one thing we want to know about you, and one person within the city you would like to get to know better or more? That's just our little icebreaker thing we've been doing all day. And at this time, it looks like there are no questions or comments, but sorry to put you on the spot. You got anything for us?
Sure. So my home office is now also turned into a crafting room. I have recently found my inner artist and am spending every waking moment that I'm not working on crafts. So it's really it's just been a lot of fun, and I'm loving making things for other people. Just made a really cool sign for one of our employees who retired from the fire department. So I've been having a lot of fun doing that.
So lovely. And is there one person in the city that you might like to get to know a little better?
Oh gosh. I have worked with this person on a couple of different committees, and Abby Sislow. I would like to get her to know her better. I know she's going to be out having a baby before too long, and I look forward, as always, to seeing our employees having kiddos and seeing them grow up. So
lovely, beautiful. Thank you so much for that, and really valuable information that you've just shared with everybody. And now people can start placing orders for your crafts. Just kidding. So
that was not a business plug-in anyway.
Thank you so much. Without further ado, I think next we have Jeannie Gallagher coming on with the compensation program. Jeannie, are you with us?
I sure am. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and everyone that is attending this afternoon. And I will start by answering Julie's first two questions. Something that you may not know about me. I've previously described myself as adventurous and goals-driven. So what you may not know is that I grew up on a farm, a working farm in Southern Illinois. I had never been west of the Mississippi River. And at the ripe age of 20, I was married with a 1-year-old child, and I boarded an airplane and moved to Denver, Colorado. I went to work for a local hospital system in their human resources department, called personnel back then. I barely even knew what a personnel department was. However, here I am. A few years later, I put myself through college, becoming the first female in my family to graduate from college, and only the second person in either my mom or my dad's very large families to graduate from college. So not only adventurous, but definitely goals driven. As to getting to know someone better, here at the city, we began telework about 3 months after I joined the city due to COVID. So I'm interested in getting to know everyone better because I'm a relationship-driven person. However, specifically, I'm going to say Stacy Salzberg because I'm new to government. I may not be new to human resources, but I am new to government. And she is so incredibly knowledgeable and always so helpful in helping me navigate, I feel like, being successful in my role. So, Stacy, I look forward to learning from you each and every day. So with that, we're going to kick off this compensation presentation. And I do want to also just thank Jen Caputo for that information. It's not the most uplifting of information, definitely that we have heard today, but it definitely sets the foundation for where we are from an employee satisfaction with our compensation program. So I have provided in the deck of slides this page of definitions. Compensation is not an area of technical interest for everyone. It's definitely of interest because we all like to be paid, for what we do, but the technical components are not always as familiar. So there's no need to memorize this. It's definitely in the slide deck and provided there to refer back to. So next slide. All right, so I'm going to be presenting a lot of information today about a compensation study. So why did the city conduct a compensation study anyway? Why are we in this process? Well, it is definitely best practice to do so. And at least every 10 years or so to do a very comprehensive examination of your compensation program overall. Obviously, in between, we are continually participating in and reaching out for various benchmark position information on salaries. But this is a little bit different than that. Another reason, of course, you just saw the slides for yourself, the 2019 Employee Engagement Survey. Additionally, we have ongoing concerns raised by our employees, not just during the survey, but throughout the year about compensation. They come through the Employee Advisory Committee, general staff frustrations, and all the way to grievances and formal complaints about the fairness or the consistency of our compensation. Flagstaff is an expensive place to live. That's not new to any of us. Housing is pricey. However, we also routinely lose staff to other local employers, and this is who we compete for labor. So we definitely need to get ourselves into a position, a stronger position to have the best talent that we can have here at the City of Flagstaff. Next slide. So let's start with a little bit of history. Clearly, this is something that the city has struggled with for a while. The last study that was conducted back in 2011, I believe, or 11 years ago or so, 2008, sorry, the city was 19% below market for our pay ranges. Now we're talking about pay ranges here, not people, for just a couple of minutes. So what the city elected to do at that time was to reclassify, or what that really means is adopt market competitive pay ranges for any of the positions that were identified as being 15% or below of the market data they had received. This did not mean that we conducted comprehensive benchmark adjustments to the employees themselves. They were moved into the new pay ranges, but they were not made whole in those ranges. And you'll hear a lot more about that as we come along. By 2015, the city had completed reclassifying those positions that they had identified. And overall, our pay ranges, not our people, our pay ranges were at that point 9% below market. So now fast forward to 2019, the city contracted with Evergreen Solutions to conduct a thorough compensation study. The goal being to competitively position the city for recruitment and retention. So I mentioned it's a comprehensive study. This is not just about obtaining salary information, and that's what we think of when we hear about a salary survey. So this is a compensation study. So the deliverables are identifying benchmark cities, identifying benchmark range classifications, that's that salary survey portion, for 130 positions. That represents over 25% of the positions within the city framework. To recommend pay range structures and compression options. We'll talk a lot about compression today. And then, of course, to assist the city with the policy modifications that would be needed to adopt any of these changes. Next slide, please. Okay, so Evergreen has provided us with draft pay range classifications. And I want to spend a minute just emphasizing why they are draft. We still need to validate them because you always validate data. I know Councilmember McCarthy would totally agree with that. And bottom line is they really can't be finalized until we make pay structure decisions, those administrative design changes that we're going to talk about today. I do want to emphasize throughout the presentation that in any of these changes that we would adopt, no employee would have their current rate of pay reduced. This is an opportunity to make corrections, not to do takeaways. Here's the really good news. The city pay ranges are now, and this should say 2.6% below market at the midpoint. So that is a correction. We are now 2.6% below market at the midpoint of our pay ranges. Again, this is our ranges, not our people. Next slide. All right, pay plan structure. So the next deliverable for Evergreen was to assess our current pay plan structures. Much of the feedback that we receive from employees is around inconsistency, variability within our pay design. I kind of tend to look at our pay structure as a patchwork quilt, if you can imagine that metaphor. So it's not important to necessarily memorize any of the data points that are on this slide, other than to note the significant variability. We have all these different pay plans, the regular, the fire, the police, the skill-based pay, the broadbands, and as you can see, they're wildly different in how they're designed. I'm sure at the time that each of these were designed, that was for a specific purpose and made perfect sense. But over time, it's become very scattered. So the last bullet on this slide is actually a quote coming from the feedback from Evergreen Consulting. And they state the common practice is to have as unified and consolidated of an overall compensation structure as possible. Having many separate pay plans can lead to confusion in communicating and administering the plans. And when I read this, I just have to say, I thought, yeah, how profound, because obviously that is exactly the experience that we're having today. Just to stop and do a couple of definition check-ins here. So a range spread is the difference between the minimum or the base of a pay range and the maximum for that particular pay range. So just one position, one range, the range spread is the difference from the bottom to the top. A midpoint progression, you'll learn a little bit more about. And that is the spacing from one pay range to the next in your structure. And as you can see, ours vary widely based on which pay plan and from range to range. All right, next slide. Okay, so what are the recommendations then from the consultants to meet that expectation of a more consistent and unified and administratively feasible plan? So they've proposed an open range pay structure for all positions within the city except for fire and police public safety personnel. And we'll talk about them in just a moment and why that might look different. This recommendation includes integrating those broadband and skill-based pay structures that we have today into the regular pay plan. So why would they recommend that? Okay, besides the fact that we have inconsistency, these pay structures also create an inconsistent and accelerated opportunity for employees in those structures. Well, how do they do that? Those range spreads are significantly greater. So the range spread from the top to the bottom for the skill-based pay plan is 85.7%. The broad bands that have 3 zones in each of those bands can be 75 to 100%. And that's versus an average of about 44% of a range in our regular pay plan. So that's just one element where by design, those are very, very different and create differences across the organization. Some other differences are that the employees in skill-based pay, as well as broadband, can actually do what we call rezone or move a skill block in a year when there has been no funding for any other compensation. Finance kind of refers to it as off the top. In addition, employees in broadband were eligible for merit. Employees in skill-based pay were not eligible to participate in merit. So we just have a lot of variability here. Now, as Councilmember Shimoni can attest, and you will hear from our Employee Advisory Committee representatives today, the prospect of the city eliminating broadband and skill-based pay gives some people heartburn. And why does it give them heartburn? Well, a lot of the reasons that we have right here. Clearly, they have some guaranteed opportunities, the opportunity to what they refer to as promoting throughout their zone or through the skill blocks without necessarily waiting for some type of promotional opportunity to become available. However, employees within the regular pay plans, within fire, within police, do not have those same opportunities. But I can see why employees who've had that ability would like to hold on to it, why they're not that excited about change. They're also not necessarily excited about change, to be candid, because over the last 10 years or so, the city has only granted a couple of merit or market adjustments for the employees in the budget process. So these guys have had guaranteed opportunity for pay increases. And if they come into the regular pay plan, now they are, if you will, rolling the dice along with all the other employees in the city, counting on the commitment of council and leadership to make compensation increases a priority. So please keep that in mind as you consider our recommendations. Next slide, please. All right, so what are we talking about, this regular pay plan kind of thing? Well, this is just a cutout from the proposed regular pay plan that Evergreen Consulting has provided for us. And remember those wildly variable range spreads and midpoint progressions? Well, as you can see here, we would have a standardization to that. So of course, our lowest pay grade 100 would start at $15 an hour. That's our minimum wage. And then we have consistent range spreads and those consistent 7.5% midpoint progressions all the way through this pay structure. And this pay structure is recommended virtually for every position in the organization, from library to maintenance to water services, all the way through the city manager for all positions except for public safety, fire, and police. So this would be that consistent structure that we're looking to recommend. Next slide, please. So I've mentioned that the consultants recommend something different for public safety, and they've recommended a step structure for the public safety personnel. Why is that? Because that structure is the most competitive with our benchmarks and the marketplace in general. With the 20 cities that Evergreen utilized in our benchmark study. Please keep in mind that definitely not all of them have a fire service. Not all fire services are part of a municipality. However, this step plan structure was utilized by over 50% of the benchmark organizations that reported for fire and or police. We also recently received our survey data from the Central Arizona Fire and Medical Authority, fondly known as CAFMA, who conducted a comprehensive compensation and benefits study for fire and found that 15 of the 18 organizations use step plans. And please note that the City of Flagstaff is one of the 3 reporting agencies that do not currently use this. So why use something different in public safety? Well, interestingly, it actually provides a very variable program for step and midpoint progressions and for range depth. And the reason for that is because of the rank and class and promotion system that occur within these personnel groups. So just as an example, I put the bullet at the bottom here. We currently experience very high turnover for police officers at the expiration of their 3-year training commitment. One of our policies that we utilize today that I would like to address in this process is our lateral pay. So that's being able to bring an experienced officer into our police department, which we find it very difficult to do with our current program. And so what we mostly do is take cadets and pay for training. And they have a commitment to repay us with their labor, if you will, with their employment. And then what happens at the end of that, they leave. And we start that cycle over and over and over again. With a variable structure, we have the opportunity to make sure that we utilize that in such a way that we build it in such a way, for instance, that we would be retaining those individuals at the end of that commitment period. So that's just an example of why you do want to build something with that variability in it versus the consistency that you want in your regular pay plan. I will mention here that some of our employees have asked us, well, then why not give a step plan to everybody? That sounds really cool. That seems to make a lot of sense. Well, in fact, for most, our compensation goal was to have a competitive program with those that we compete with for labor. And frankly, most organizations that had step plans outside of public safety, and frankly, the City of Flagstaff had step plans years ago. Those have been phased out, not completely. There's obviously a handful of places that still use them, but for the most part, they have been eliminated outside of the public safety personnel realm. Next slide, please. So this is in your deck for reference. It's just an example. It's just an illustration. We've not done any work on building any of this out so far, but it basically just shows how we can have variability in between ranges, in between steps, and basically track a career progression within the public safety realm that supports a career trajectory for them, which tends to be around that 20-year mark. All right, next slide, please. So now I'm going to talk about compression. And from the definitions page, I just want to let everyone know what is compression in the context of what we're talking about today is that the employee's actual rate of pay is compressed into the lower quadrants of their assigned pay range, regardless of their tenure. So remember, and I've got the number wrong twice in this slide deck, and it's different both times. This is 2.6%, that the city has improved to 2.6% below market in the competitiveness of our pay ranges, okay? Those are our pay ranges, minimum to maximum. However, please look at this statistical analysis of our current employees within those ranges. And this is before we make any market adjustments to our ranges to improve that 2.6% that we need to improve. 82.4% of our regular pay plan employees are below the midpoint of their pay range, regardless of how long they've been here. 67.9% of our fire employees are below the midpoint of their pay ranges. And really sadly, 75.9% of our police employees are below the midpoint of their pay ranges. Just to draw us back to the satisfaction survey information, specifically the ability to progress through pay ranges and the lack of that consistency for promotional opportunity and whether or not a feeling of I'll be appropriately or fairly compensated if I receive a promotional opportunity is where we're ranking last in our employee survey. So before I move forward, you might wonder, well, gosh, if the city has continued to improve in the market in our pay ranges, how have we fallen so far behind with our actual employees? Well, there's several factors that go into that. So first of all, we have continued, of course, to adjust our ranges ongoing. And why do we have to do that? For recruitment. Because economic conditions have been so strong that they continue to drive up pay. So in order for the city to compete, you look and you say, gosh, we need to increase our pay range because, you know, we haven't been able to attract any quality candidates into this position. But whenever we have increased those pay ranges, whenever we have upped them to go along with the market information we've received, we haven't had a budget so that we could move the employees that were already in that job up in the pay range in some way as well. So what we've consistently done is said, okay, well, we'll get everybody at least to the bottom of the new pay range. But sometimes now you've been here 5 years, you've been here 8 years, and frankly, the people that we're hiring in to that pay range now are coming in right on top of you. So that's that definition of compression. Increasing minimum wage is definitely contributing to this compression problem. We've just raised the minimum of our pay range in the last year or so, a couple dollars an hour. And so we've not done any compression adjustments. So individuals that were in a pay range that the bottom used to be, let's say $12.50 an hour not too long ago, that's now $15 an hour. So, yes.
5 minutes.
Okay, perfect. So now the person who's getting hired today is making $15 an hour, and the person who's been here probably 7 or 8 years is also making $15 an hour in the same job. So implementation options. Next slide. Multiple options have been presented. This is the next deliverable. They have created these to give us estimated expenses of what it would cost to implement new pay structures and market competitive ranges. We're recommending a one-time compression adjustment, hopefully next fiscal year, if I can talk you all into that, to get our employees themselves in a better position in our pay structures. Next slide. I'm going to go through these pretty fast. I apologize that they're a little technical into the compensation realm. Basically, for the regular pay plan, we're looking at a move to midpoint with a 2 or 3 tier option that's being presented to council. We are not looking for budget approval right now. We're looking for concept approval. And so this would impact about 70% of our employees that are in the regular pay plan. Next slide, please. Again, without getting too technical, if we were to use the 2-tier option, the expense is about $463,000 with 371 employees of the regular pay plan impacted. Again, about 70% of the employees covered in that plan, and an average of about 2.5% increase per employee. Without getting into the technicalities, it basically takes the position of an employee in their pay range. And if you've been here 10 years, then the suggestion would be that you should have reached the midpoint of the pay range by that time, and provides adjustments in between for those 1 through 10 years of service. Next slide, please. This recommendation is also for the regular pay plan. It's the same concept. However, it's the same 371 employees, an estimated expense of $814,000. But it's a more aggressive approach. And so it basically takes them in 3 stages in being able to move them further to the midpoint of the pay range and get that compression factor resolved. Again, I want to emphasize these are estimates, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in just a moment. Next slide. The police and fire is a completely different recommendation for dealing with compression. With a step plan that's been proposed for public safety, it makes sense to use class date. Class date, think of that as rank. So it's their time in the position of corporal, or their time in position of engineer, not just their date of hire. And having talked with both police and fire personnel about why that class date parity adjustment is more appropriate than the one we would be using in the regular pay plan, it definitely makes perfect sense for them. It supports that promotion and rank structure that they utilize within their respective agencies.
Hey, Jeannie.
Yes.
1 minute.
1 minute. All right. So can I have 4 of Jennifer's minutes that she didn't use?
You already used them.
God darn it. Okay. All right, next slide. So you can see the estimated expense here for both of these areas. I want to note that the impact is all the employees in these agencies. And I think this slide is incredibly telling to illustrate how far we've allowed our police and fire personnel to compress into the bottom of our pay ranges. Next slide.
And actually, Jeannie, you can have a few more minutes if you like.
I'll just really take a couple more minutes. Thank you, Julie. So depending on your direction today, what would happen next? To integrate the broadband and skill-based pay into the regular pay plan, Human Resources would need to meet with all the divisions that would be impacted by that with their positions and develop those necessary career progressions to allow for advancement opportunity for those employees and the recognition of their skills and achievements. We would need to meet with fire and police and design their step plans based on the market data we've received. Ultimately, we would then be able to finalize the pay plan classification or the pay range assignment for every position in the city, and then we would be able to update our implementation cost estimates to be able to bring those back to the budget process in April. Next slide, please. So we've already implemented the $15 an hour minimum wage. I'm so excited that we talked about the 2% cost of living adjustment today, and I can't wait to bring that ordinance or that resolution before council for their approval and to be able to share that with our employees. And that will also include implementing those budgeted personnel changes that we've also had frozen as a part of the recession plan. I'm asking, as we look forward, that we budget for these new market ranges and compression adjustments in fiscal year 22. While the consultant estimates currently set between $1 million and $1.4 million, depending on which approach to the 2-tier or the 3-tier that we took in the regular pay plan. I will also note that implementing 1, 2, and 3 on this slide will absolutely reduce the expense that would be associated with those, and it will reduce it significantly. Next slide, please. So, to avoid getting into this problem again, what we need to do as a leadership team and as a council is to ensure that employee compensation is a priority, to include it in our annual plans. That's funding for merit, but also funding for those ongoing market adjustments so that when we do keep our pay ranges up to date, that we make sure that our employees in those pay ranges are adjusted accordingly as well. We heard a lot of positives today. No more pension, unfunded pension liability. But I just want to remind us all that turnover and low morale cost money. Recruitment expenses, lost productivity, etc. And while those may be less easy to quantify than the dollar amount of a compensation adjustment, they cost the city a lot of money and a lot of quality.
And
so
I am out of time, but Councilmember McCarthy has a comment.
Awesome. Well, I am actually finished. That is perfect timing. And so before I introduce our members of the Employee Advisory Committee, Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Jeannie. I want to say philosophically, I do think we need to bring our employees up so that we are competitive. But I also say that I do not understand the pay structure that's used, like for the water services area, for the police, for the fire, for the general employees. I do not understand all these things that we've been talking about. We're throwing around terms. I think what we need is I guess I have two thoughts. Maybe a memo could be written to council that explains all these things, or maybe the report that the consultant did gets into that. And if that report covers those questions, then I'd certainly be willing to read that. I read the whole packet and I listened today, but I still have a lot of questions. I don't thoroughly understand where we're at now. And without understanding where we are at now, it's very difficult for me to say where we should go. And obviously the where we should go options need to be fully understood too. So before I can make any strong recommendations, I will need that. I definitely say that philosophically, we need to bring people up. We need to treat people fairly. And I think you kind of get the gut feel of where I'm at. Thank you, Jeannie.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. As we get to council direction, I think let's absolutely address how that needs to work in order to be able to move forward. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeannie. And it looks like up next we have Employee Advisory Committee.
Yes, next slide. All right, so I'm really pleased that we have 3 representatives from our Employee Advisory Committee that are going to be presenting today. The members that will be presenting represent a great cross-section of the committee members. So we have Seth Greger, who is a fire captain with our fire operations group. We have Brian Gall, who is a project manager in the development engineering program in community development. And we have Janice Hakala, a multi-skilled worker laboratory in the regulatory compliance wastewater water services section. And frankly, I want to give Janice props for having the longest title that I was able to find, I think, in the organization. So I am going to turn it over to Seth first, and he will kick off with the first slide.
Thank you, Jeannie. Just making sure everybody can hear me. Jeannie, thumbs up. We good there?
All good.
Yes,
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. Council, Mayor, we appreciate your time in this hot topic that we have going on right now. As you can see by Jeannie's presentation, it was there was a lot of discussion. I'd like to just give a little bit of history of how this all came about through the EAC, and then a couple of the results of what came out of it as well. So over the past couple of months, we had 3 dedicated meetings when Jeannie and Greg brought this to us to discuss, pick apart, things like that. It was a very, there were very tough conversations, and there were a lot of things in there that a lot of people wanted to get across. 80 to 100 employees were involved with this. I've never seen that many in an EAC meeting, but they were an extension of all the other employees that were that they were representing. So once we got the parameters set, they took it back to their respective groups, and they asked for feedback. So at the 3rd meeting, we did our final vote of 5 points that we were asked to, taking into consideration all the feedback that we had received from these groups. Next slide, please. So 3 of the 5, I'm going to just give a quick overview right now of what were unanimously supported by the EAC. There were 17 votes. These ones all received a 17-0 vote. And like Jeannie said, as far as one of the recommendations that came out of the Evergreen study, the consistent and open range regular pay plan, this was one that was very easy to do for people. This led to a very understandable pay plan for the employees. It led to the clarity, the consistency, the transparency of this pay plan, and it supported that standard range spread. The second one was the adopt the step pay plan structure for public safety. This one passed with a 17-0 as well. And like Jeannie said, this is an industry standard to remain competitive. This just supports the fact that we have, all public safety has a lot of employees in there that are only halfway through the range with 20 to 30 years on their respective departments. So this supports that rank and progression within the profession and the uniqueness of how we operate within our divisions. Next slide, please. The compression one and the pay parity as well was passed. Huge boost to morale would come out of this one as well. It would make it so that tenured employees aren't getting passed over by other employees when it comes to promotions or raises or market adjustments, things like that. It would put us into a structured plan, and it would recognize those employees that have the experience and the time in their class. As you can see with the police department, a lot of turnover, and this is one thing that would hopefully remedy some of those situations where we can remain competitive. I know that was quick. I'd like to just turn it over to Brian, who is next. So next slide, please.
Great, and Seth, if I may, just for a moment. So in this section, we've got 5 more minutes.
Yeah, they're going to take the 5 minutes.
Great, thank
Perfect,
you.
Thank you.
Can everyone hear me okay?
Sounds great.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Seth, and good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Brian Gall, and I am an EAC member in the Capital Improvements and Engineering Division. I'm also in a broadband position. As Seth mentioned previously, there were 2 recommendations from the compensation study that received a mixed vote in EAC. I'll be discussing the first of those, which is the recommendation to integrate the broadband pay plans into the regular pay plan. The result of the EAC vote was 9 opposed and 8 in favor of the change. I'll summarize feedback from both sides, beginning with the comments in opposition. First, broadband employees accepted positions that advertised the opportunity to move through zones as their careers progressed, and there was concern that a new pay structure would be an unfair change to what they expected when they were hired. Additionally, we received a number of comments that employees felt they were being asked to approve a change to their pay structure without knowing what would replace it. More employees may have supported the change if more information had been available. Also, some employees mentioned that the broadband pay plans were implemented in part to address issues with employee recruitment and retention. We heard concerns that eliminating the broadband pay plans could bring those issues back, including the loss of junior staff due to a lack of career progression opportunities. Further, all new broadband employees currently start in Zone 1, even if they're qualified for a higher zone. And there are concerns that employees who started at the city more recently may be transferred to a position in a new pay plan that matches their current zone, rather than one that they're qualified for, and without having a clear path to advance in the future. Finally, one advantage of the broadband pay plans is that they provide a clear career progression with defined benchmarks that give employees something to work towards to advance. This is because zone changes and the associated pay increases aren't automatic, but instead reward employees who gain knowledge and take on additional responsibilities that help the organization. And there's concern that a new system may limit those opportunities moving forward. Next slide, please. The EEC also received feedback in favor of the recommendations. As was noted earlier, no employees would see their pay decrease under the proposed change. Additionally, I previously mentioned that all new broadband employees start in Zone 1. Under a new system, employees may not be limited to starting in Zone 1, but could be hired into a position that matched their qualifications. This could help attract more experienced applicants. Further, some employees appreciated the simplicity and consistency of having a single regular pay plan for different roles across the organization with consistent access to promotions and pay increases. Finally, each broadband position has 3 zones regardless of the role, and replacing that system could allow organizational need to drive the number of progressions instead of forcing it into 3 zones. For example, a position that currently has 3 zones may be better divided into 2 or 4 distinct progressions. In summary, employees cited several reasons for and against replacing the current broadband pay plans. As I discussed previously, more employees may have been in support of this recommendation if they knew that the replacement plan would address the concerns mentioned in this presentation. And with that, I'll turn it over to Janice, who will discuss the next recommendation. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Brian. Can everyone hear me okay? All right, well, good afternoon, everyone. This is Janice Hockala here, representing the Water Services Division on EAC. With all the feedback received throughout this process, there was not a single skill-based pay, broadband, or regular pay plan employee in Water Services that supported the recommendation to integrate skill-based pay into the regular pay plan with the current information being given. SBP was developed and implemented based on the recommendation made by a previous consultant that targeted their research specific to the city of Flagstaff and the utility industry. It was a solution to the retention issue in Water Services. The progression plan gives a direct pathway for employees to learn valuable skills that are beneficial specifically to Flagstaff. The interdisciplinary aspect of SBP is extremely helpful in a relatively small town and small staffing where we must sometimes serve multiple roles. Removal of SBP may lead to losing our highly trained staff with grade 4 certifications, which in turn can put the city out of compliance with federal and state laws and permits. Water Services leadership would also like to acknowledge that the program is also a selling point for new hires who typically have little to no experience in the field they are entering. With our division, we have the potential to impact the health and well-being of the community. We produce safe drinking water, some of the best in the state of Arizona. Distribution crews maintain the network of pipes that distribute the water to our customers. The wastewater collection crew maintains the network of pipes that take the sanitary waste to a central location for proper treatment. Multi-skilled workers operate large amounts of chlorine and sulfur dioxide gases, treating and dealing with wastewater that can contain several types of diseases and bacteria like E. coli, typhoid fever, salmonella, and coronavirus, all while continuing our knowledge on safety hazards and technical education by studying and taking certification exams, which is more than often outside of pay time.
Hey, Janice.
Broadband, that is limited to hiring anywhere in Zone 1. Skill-based pay is eligible to place new hires at any level on the pay structure that is appropriate to their experience and skills with approval from HR. But
hey,
evergreen
Janice.
compensation. Yes?
Great job. Thank you. 1 minute.
Okay. The Evergreen Compensation Study did not include SPP and its effectiveness in their research. The new pay structure that would replace SPP is still unknown and could potentially be an improvement, ideally with the help of Water Services leadership, but considering the lack of sufficient information and transparency of the variables that were observed in this study, would make any support on this possible transition non-viable. Next slide, please. This is the feedback from the 9 EAC members that favor this proposal. To conclude, I'd like to share some thoughts from our management analyst, Lisa Dean. Sometimes you can't stop a train once it's left the station, especially if the conductors are bent on moving forward with the journey. What you can do is lay out the track to take you where you want to go. Water Services staff, especially MSWs working at facilities and infrastructure, have a very specific and unique skill set compared to other jobs at the city. It's kind of like comparing apples to oranges. The model of having one chef and a lot of cooks does not fit for our industry. Our budget structure realizes this need and accommodates this. Rules are great and they provide direction, but in this case, it's not a one-size-fits-all. On behalf of the AAC, I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to present and share our perspective on these recommendations. If there are any questions, please feel free to ask if time permits, or we're also available to be contacted outside of the budget retreat as well. Thanks again.
Thank you so much to the three of you. We greatly appreciate it. And now we are on to benefits.
All right, thank you very much, Employee Advisory Committee members. Just a quick snapshot. Brandy actually touched on most of this during her presentation earlier today. But clearly, I recognize that we have competing priorities for funding. And so I wanted to put this reminder back in before we turn to council direction to recognize that we are going to be seeing increases in both our health and dental insurance expenses going into FY22. The health insurance increase is not yet quite finalized based on some plan design decisions that may be made. However, given our current premium split, you can see the city would see an increase of about $265,000 if the increase is the 3.5%, and the employee share would be about $90,000. And that's, again, if we continue our current premium sharing model that we have with employees today. And then the city will see about a $17,000 or so increase in dental insurance. We only cover the single level coverage, and so this cost would come to the city. So next slide. So moving next to council direction. As you heard from Councilmember McCarthy, as well as from the Employee Advisory Committee members, they would love to see what the future looks like before saying, yes, I think it's a good idea to change the structure, or no, I don't. Unfortunately, we need to know if we're on the right track in even creating that structure, that administrative structure to the program, so that we can actually show that back to the employees and back to council as far as what that really would look like, and also then, of course, to get the final costing together. So today, we are not looking for specific dollar funding. We're looking for support to work on a consistent pay structure for all of our employees throughout the city, as recommended by our consultants, and to see how we can alleviate or address those unknown concerns that our employees have about what does the future look like, as well as come up with final budgetary numbers for implementing such a structure if we took it forward. So thank you very much to all the presenters today. Thank you to everyone for listening, and I will welcome any questions or comments during the time that we have remaining.
Thank you so much, Jeannie. And if anybody has a question or comment, go ahead and put a C or a Q into the chat. We have until 3 o'clock and for any questions or comments. Great. Councilmember Salas with a question.
Thank you, Jeannie, and thank you to the EAC reps. I just have my thinking hat on, and I'm curious to know if there was any discussion or an idea that has come up that would suggest fringe benefits one time that will cover employees' increased expenditure at home because they're working from home, expense like, access to internet and electricity and setting up like a home office.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas, for that question. I do not specifically know of any work in that realm. I know that our IT department, and perhaps if CJ Perry is on the call, he might be able to respond to IT endeavoring in every way they could to make sure that equipment was available for working at home. Any type of specific funding, I'm not aware has been raised in the budget process at this time. CJ?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Yeah, as far as IT goes, we don't have specific funding dedicated to setting up work environments at home, but we've basically used our existing budget as best we can to accommodate employees. So in a lot of cases, that means them taking monitors home from work, or we've been stepping up trying to purchase additional laptops, work laptops for people to take home. We've sent home Verizon MiFi cards for people who struggle with their internet connectivity and things like that. So we've done what we can within our budget, but we don't necessarily have like a dedicated fund for all employees to help them set up their home work environment, if that answers your question.
Great, thank you. And then a comment by Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you. Well, I can see from CJ's background that he's telecommuting from Costa Rica, it looks like.
I'm dreaming.
So whatever you're doing, everybody should be doing that. Yeah, I'm ready to provide some direction here. I hope it's no secret that for me being on council, employee compensation has always been a priority. And I feel that we have an opportunity here to really go big, and I think we should. Just to back up real briefly, I always knew coming into council when I was running as a candidate that the biggest decision I would have in front of me if I got onto city council was going to be choosing a new permanent city manager for Flagstaff. And I took that decision very, very it was very important to me, and I took it to heart. And fast forwarding a little bit, I think it's pretty easy to argue that we hit that one out of the ballpark. Greg Clifton is an amazing city manager. He is an incredible leader and visionary for our community. He brings in a lot of cross-pollination, is the way I like to phrase it, from his roles in other municipalities over the years. And I just fundamentally trust his sensibilities on this. And I know that Greg, you and Jeannie have been working very hard on this. And I just fundamentally trust where you guys are trying to go. And I want to put my weight behind this. You know, with the money that we saved on the pension plan, which was also a big home run. Greg, you brought Jeannie on board. All these things I think have come together, and we have a moment here where we can really make a difference and maybe change the pattern a little bit. And I'm fully supportive of it. I wanted to mention too, while I have the mic, that I really appreciate you, Seth, Brian, and Janice for speaking up and speaking out as members of the EAC. And I know that there are some details that are missing, and I completely see how that would concern anybody. But I am very confident in our leadership team here at Team Flagstaff, and I have the personal assurance that as this moves forward, it will not be forgotten, it will not be left behind. And, you know, a lot of you, those of you who have stuck around, you know, you've seen councils change, you've seen members and mayors come and go, you've seen city managers rise up through the ranks and come and go themselves. And there can be a lot of, I understand where those nerves come from in terms of wanting to make sure that we're going to see this through the proper way. But I think we have a team in place that is dedicated to that, and we can trust that commitment. One last thing I wanted to mention too. Actually, I might have to come back to that because it's escaped my head for the moment. But that's what I was going to say. You know, we also, I've only been around for a couple budget cycles now, but I've, you know, clued into this process from the past as well. And, you know, when there's extra money to spend, there's always, you know, to be ironic about it, there's always a fire to put out, right? There are endless ways we could be spending the money, that the revenue that we have as a city. And I've seen how this as a priority, employee compensation, gets left behind over and over and over again as other spot fires come up and need to be put out. And I just want the city of Flagstaff to know that I'm committed and dedicated to seeing this through as well. And I don't think there is a higher, more important priority. And I know there are a lot of fires going right now, but I don't think there's another higher priority than this. And we have a moment in time here where we can really make a difference. So let's do it. Thank you.
And a comment. Thank you. And a comment by Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Julie, and wow, thank you, Councilmember Aslan, for your comments. You know, I too, similarly, having only been here for a couple of years, wrestled with this topic for the first couple of years, but that survey was extremely eye-opening to me. And then sitting in on the last 3-4 EAC meetings has been super eye-opening in terms of just getting a better understanding of our employees, our culture, the concerns that people have, and really hearing some very passionate and emotional at times conversation around this topic. And I just have so much gratitude for all of our city staff and for you, Jeannie, and for our city manager. And I hear everybody, and I hear the pain, I feel the pain, and like Councilmember Aslan, I think we have an opportunity to take some action and really kind of correct course and get on a better path. You know, I think when we talk about the topic, like the merit adjustments over the years and how they haven't really been brought forward to the staff until last year, since 2008, I mean, that's a huge issue. And so, I mean, and people getting stuck in their broadband plans and just the pros and cons and the inconsistencies is complicated, and it's been problematic, but it's something that people can hold on to, as Councilmember Aslan said, and it's something they can trust when there's a lot of lack of trust around them, in terms of, you know, not trusting systems, politicians, whatever it is, leadership at the city. But like you said, Councilmember, I too have a lot of faith in both Eugenie and also our city manager. And I can see how this is scary for employees and you know, some feeling like rolling the dice and that more information is needed. But I think it's time to move forward. I think that the plan sounds good. Jeannie, I think, you know, the sooner we can address employees moving to the middle of their pay plans is a priority to me. As Councilmember Aslan said, let's prioritize the employees and not just do this once, but get on a schedule and a plan that does this on the regular, so that we can best value them and work out our retention and have happy employees so that we can do the work that we need to do for our community. I think that we can take the pension savings as well, Councilmember, and potentially just directly put them right here. I think that lines up pretty nicely. And I think that will be growing trust as we do it. And as city manager said, we have your back. And let's do that, Council. And then, Jean, my last comment to you is I love to see us have our employees best reflect our population and especially our diversity in population. And so I know right now we're taking a pause on employment, and maybe that's a good pause to kind of make sure that the next steps we make and take are the best for the city and for the community and culture we want to have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we have remaining 7 minutes. First, Councilmember Daggett, and then Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Julie. And thank you to staff for all the work that you have put in to research and come to us with such clear priorities and suggestions. It's very much appreciated, as is your everyday work at the city. And anyone who's ever run an organization knows that your greatest resource are the people who work for you and who enjoy doing what they're doing and are happy to be there every day. And so I too support everything that we can do to bring employee pay up to a level that you all deserve, frankly. So thank you.
Great, and Councilmember McCarthy, and then we'll also be cognizant that Councilmember Sweet and then Mayor Deasy would also like to speak.
Well, thank you. As I pointed out before, I don't understand every little detail of where we are or where we're going, but I would like to state that I do support the concept of simplifying and having some consistency in our pay plan. And of course, it has to be done in a way that's fair to all the employees, and that goes without saying. But most importantly, we definitely need an increase in pay level for essentially every category, and I strongly support that, and we're going to have to put some money behind that. And in the long run, I think we'll be better off ahead if we can create a situation where we reduce turnover and reduce loyalty of our employees. So thank you.
Great, Councilmember Sweet.
All right, thank you. Thank you to staff for preparing today's presentation and working so tirelessly on this issue. I am new to council, but I can tell you that I believe in supporting our city staff. Thank you to Jeannie and Greg for working hard on this and working towards trust within our city. And I do have faith in both Jeannie and our city manager and agree that it is time to move forward and honor our employees. And it will cost money, but well worth it. And I do like what Councilmember McCarthy said about simplifying and consistency in the pay structure. I think that that's a huge step forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mayor DC.
Yeah, I want to thank everyone for their hard work on this, and just say on a personal note, we are actually doing this similarly at NAU to try to close some of these inequities, and it is what needs to be done. I do have similar concerns with Councilmember McCarthy. Without a full plan together, I also, as a government employee, am concerned with my own my own position at NAU on how that would change. But I would just like to say that with this, I think with all the hard work that's been going on and the direction it's going, and the intent of it, which is to create the inequities and better morale overall, that I have sufficient information now to say that yes, we could give direction that we can continue with this and develop those plans to see what can be tweaked and what not to get those with concerns appropriately addressed. So, thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Salas.
Thank you. I've always been a firm believer that our number one asset as an organization, is our human resource, our team Flagstaff. So I support, the general intent of keeping or attaining that our staff pay scale would be at par at competitive market rate and strengthen opportunities for advancement and retention and training, lifelong learning, and of course, keeping our workplace safe and sound. I also want to put forth an idea as we progress in our budget development, see if there's any possibility to add in a one-time allocation for like a work from home fringe benefit that will compensate employees' incurred expense in the last 10 months, whether it's expanding their internet, whether it's their phone bill or it's their electricity bill, or setting up like the furniture home office. So just I would appreciate to work with some kind of a number proposal and add that to a line item as a one-time expenditure. Thank you. I heart Team Flagstaff.
What a great ending there. Jeannie, can we bring it back to you to wrap us up? Thank you so much for all of these comments. Jeannie?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so very much, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the acknowledgement of the work Greg and I have done. However, as you all know, it's taken many more people than just the two of us. Although I think you understand what strong advocates that we are, and we appreciate you joining us in that endeavor. So to wrap this back around, I hear Councilmember Salas, and as a member of the budget team, and I know the entire budget team is on here, we will definitely take note of your ask. As it relates to compensation, we will, as an organization, as a human resource team, put our noses to the grindstone. We will engage all of our divisions along with their personnel to create this structure that we're also excited and maybe a little bit anxious to see. And we will definitely have more information going forward. And I just, having been here a year and hearing the passion that our employees have, even sometimes as they're on their way out the door, saying, I love working for Team Flagstaff, but I just can't wait to move this forward. And thank you very, very much for your support and confidence. Thank you.
How fantastic. So in 10 seconds, we're going to all say a thank you to, let's remember who was just speaking with us. We had Greg Clifton, we had Jen Caputo, we had Jeannie Gallagher, we had Seth, Brian, and Janice, and also the council. Let's thank them in 3, 2, 1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. So as we take our 15-minute break and we start to wrap the day, when we come back, when we come back from our short break, we will hear about new revenue sources and increases. And who knew that on this call we had a farmer, right? We had a crafter, right? That was Jeannie and Jen, in case you were like, what is Julie talking about? And we have somebody who's an incredible communicator, I'm sure, because of his 5 sisters. And Greg, I have to also share that I also have a sister named Sandy Kay. How strange is that? Thank you, everybody, and we will see you back at 3:15. Stretch 3:15. Next, we're going to be hearing from Rick Tatter again. Thank you so much, Rick. And newly on the scene, Heidi Hansen and Shannon Anderson. We are excited to learn from you and also about you. So it looks like here you go, and we've got 45 minutes with your section. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Shannon Anderson, Deputy City Manager, here with the City of Flagstaff. Today we've already heard about revenue estimates and some anticipated fixed costs earlier today. And this section of the presentation is going to focus on some additional revenue opportunities you may want to consider in order to increase revenues. Next slide, please. In this section, Rick Tatter, Heidi Hansen, and I will give a high-level overview of taxes, fees, general obligation funds, bonds, and potential revenue needs that we have here at the City of Flagstaff. So I will turn it over to Rick.
There we go. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. First item that we had on our list was sales taxes, and just a quick conversation about this area is any changes to our sales tax rate does require voter approval. We have a couple different types of sales taxes currently being assessed by the City of Flagstaff. Our city general sales tax is a sales tax that can be used for any public purpose. It's really highly unrestricted and can be used based on what services we want to provide. We also have several approved sales taxes that are restricted. These are primarily our transportation taxes and our BBB taxes that were restricted based on what the voters approved during that election timeframe. We'll give a little bit of talk about sales tax and its impact of recreational marijuana, as well as we'll have a conversation of BBB tax reallocation, which is part of a FAIR's request that has come forth. So sales tax as it relates to recreational marijuana. These services, these products will be taxed as a retail sales tax category. That's a category the city has already adopted as a category for tax, and we are currently charging sales tax in this area, as we spoke about earlier today, are retail sales tax revenues. All of these sales taxes go to the general fund as unrestricted for whatever needs is designated during the budget process to advance any priorities of council and city needs for programming. So that's what generally provides for the direction of use of the sales tax funds. And so I was challenged to come up with some kind of ballpark or some estimates as far as what the impacts the city may see from this medical marijuana Prop 207. And I am doing this based on what the Joint Legislative Budget Committee has provided during a fiscal analysis on Prop 207. So this was something they are required to do for all propositions to understand the fiscal impact of the state. They provided this back before the election, so it may be a little bit dated, but it's the best information I had. So based on their study, they really based their revenue projections based on the third year of revenues. And what they looked at is the western states that already have a recreational marijuana allowed within their states. Currently, or at the time, there was 5 states that had recreational marijuana, and they focused on those that have been in place for 3 or more years. Those states included the top 3, or the 3 that have been in place longer, is Colorado, Oregon, and Washington. So they abstracted from year 3 what those states saw in revenue per capita, and their calculations were about $135 per capita or per population in those states. So that's what I use to deduct down to what the city may see in year 3 of this recreational marijuana retail sales. They've noticed that these ramp up over years. Anywhere from 33% of the revenues in the first year, 65% in the second year, and then 100% of what we're projecting here over time as the state gets the program underway. They provide licenses and businesses are built. So based on that analysis, the city is projected to receive in year 3 approximately $102,000 to the general sales tax. As well, it will add monies to our transportation sales taxes, about $131,000. This is based on approximately $10 million in retail sales within our community for recreational marijuana. And then we back in our tax rates to come up with those numbers. When it comes to the state shared sales tax, the city will also benefit from those revenues because retail is one of those 5.6% sales taxes the state collects and then allocates to the cities based on the formula I spoke to earlier today when we went over revenue updates. So in this scenario, statewide estimated sales is about $1 billion projected in year 3 based on the analysis provided. That means as we pull down and the state starts to divvy up to 25% to the cities, and then we get our population percentage, we could see nearly $190,000 in general fund revenue growth from the state shared revenue category. So those are, again, early numbers. This is the first month in our community that we do have the recreational marijuana sales. Those sales tax receipts will start coming in March. Well, they'll be coming in February, reporting in February, and we'll report out in probably March. And just a note, if the city wanted to increase the sales tax on something like recreational marijuana, you would have to increase the rate for everything within that category. You can't, per the statutes and so forth, pick out one segment of retail and tax that further. So there's a quick update on what we see for recreational marijuana in our sales tax. Next, we have Shannon again.
Thanks, Rick. So in addition to the sales tax that Rick just reviewed, there's also an excise tax of 16% on recreational marijuana that is restricted. We anticipate shared state revenues to be allocated to municipal government agencies on June 30th and December 31st each year. We anticipate 31.4% of that to be distributed to municipal police departments, fire districts, as well as county sheriff departments. And they are going to do this based on the enrollment of each of those agencies in the Public Safety Personnel Retirement System, or better known as PSPRS. In addition, the city would anticipate some additional funds coming from this 25.4% to Arizona Highway User Revenue Funds. We will need more data from what we're going to experience as far as an excise tax before we would be able to provide estimates of what these percentages will bring to the city of Flagstaff. Next slide. So now we're going to turn it over to Heidi Hansen, and she's going to go over the BBB reallocation.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Heidi Hansen, Economic Vitality Director. I'm going to turn off my video only because of the fact that I have two children that do school here and we actually get kicked off. So if you don't mind, but I just wanted to say good afternoon. As far as the BBB reallocation, we heard you in a previous meeting that you'd like to look at reallocation or hear a little bit more about it. So what we have decided is to remind the group what the BBB is, and it's basically a 2% local transportation privilege tax, a TPT. And this is generated from hotels, motels, campgrounds, bars, and restaurants. So in addition to the base of this TPT rate of 2.281%, this is plus the state and county TPT rates. So there's an addition to that. It's good for you to know that the Flagstaff voters approve these TPT rates. And this means they approve the BBB. So our BBB tax right now is not set to expire until May 31st, 2028. But it's important to share with you that we have upcoming elections, and this can happen in an even year election. So for instance, you could ask to put this on the ballot for 2022, 2024, or 2026. In a previous CCR that was sent to council, we were recommending that it would go to the 2024 election, because if it failed, we'd have time to put it back on 2026. Next slide. So to give you an understanding of what BBB has looked like since it was originated, which was in 1988, you see on the first column what were the actual categories that were receiving BBB and what were their percentages. So you'll see there was administration, arts and science, beautification, economic development, and tourism in the original allocation. Then when it got changed in 1995, we eliminated the administration piece and we added arts and science and parks and recreation. You'll also see that when it was originally created, tourism got the lion's share. And this has a lot to do with the fact that the people that are actually generating this BBB come from the tourism industry, which are the campgrounds, hotels, restaurants, and bars. So going to a ballot measure, we've decided that we would like to have a work session with this entire team on April 27th to go into a deeper dive on BBB. Reason being is it's not just as easy as reallocating percentages. It's not as easy as just giving allocation to other sources. It's about explaining the BBB and what it means to the community and how it continues to increase year after year. And that's largely due to the fact that we are driving visitors in through tourism to help add to the BBB. So we need to discuss where this originated with tourism, but we also need to discuss the other categories and how they're being helpful or how they're using this funds to be helpful to the community. So it's a very large discussion. So today we decided, instead of going into how you could add a ballot measure, or how we could talk about putting together some type of committee, like someone suggested at the last council meeting, that we'd like to talk about this in April. So in April, we will have this conversation. We will go through how to put a ballot measure together. We will go through how we might want to put a committee together that would include internal staff, external stakeholders, so that we can have a larger conversation. So if we take this to the ballot, which again, we're recommending in 2024, for instance, everybody has a clear understanding of what they're voting for. And if there's any questions for me, I'm happy to answer those. And we also have Rick available, as well as Anya Wendell, who's our legal counsel. Looks like Councilmember McCarthy, you have a question?
Yes, my question is, well, a little background. I believe it was the previous council that thought that it would be a good idea to revisit this issue. I just wonder if this current council is interested in that. I personally don't see any need to revisit this, and I'm just curious to see how the rest of the current council feels about that. Thank you.
Mayor DC, I think we're going to have to ask the council.
Great, and it looks like, sorry, it looks like Councilmember Shimoni has a comment.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Hi, Heidi. Thank you for the presentation and the update. I think the plan looks good. Councilmember McCarthy, I hear you. I actually had a similar thought run through my mind, but I think aiming for the 2024 election that Heidi mentioned makes sense. Whether or not we should start working on this now, I guess we'll dive into that in April a little bit more and come up with a plan, but I can see us beginning to take steps towards this and having that make sense. But just a thought, and I'm curious what other council members think too, but it sounds like we'll have that discussion in April, right, Heidi?
Correct. Council Member Shimoni, Mayor DC, yes, we are recommending that we come back to you in April so that you can have a larger conversation with the group. And actually, the question that Councilmember McCarthy just posed could actually maybe be answered at that time. If anything, having the work session gives a better deep dive into the history of the BBB, explaining what it does for the community, and then also looking at what it just did, what happened with the pandemic, with our 16% loss in this area. Normally, it's been a very big fund, and one that's been increasing, as Rick shared with you, for the last 8 years, and then to have, or 6 years, and to have this dip and this decrease, it's probably a good conversation for all of us to have if everybody's interested.
Thank you. Yes, I think it would be a good idea to be having this work session early, and yeah, 2024, 2022, I have a feeling is going to be very competitive for what we are going to be seeing on the ballot, considering nothing was on it last year. I think we're going to have a lot of demands, but this is a conversation that I would like to have, learn more about, and I think it is important to have a lengthy community input for such a large tax that affects a lot of people. And also getting more information on the a little bit more on the legal aspect with the recent Citizens Initiative went through on how that might affect our ability to do the BBB, or what we might be looking at from the state, potentially, because that is concerning when we're talking the BBB.
Okay, and Council
Mayor DC, we'll make sure we go over that. I'm sorry, Julie, just wanted to respond to Mayor DC that we'll make sure we touch on that during the work session.
Thank you. Yes, because I mean, one of the first vetting is, are we even allowed to do a BBB tax anymore with I forget the number, but that Citizens Initiatives, yeah. So I'd like clarification on that and start these conversations early. Thank you.
Great, Councilmember Sweet, and then we have, it looks like Anja's hand raised.
Hi, I just wanted to echo that I would like the discussion in April. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, Councilmember Sweet.
Hello, this is Anya Wendell, one of the attorneys in your city attorney's office. And yes, we would be able to bring a tax renewal forward to the voters. It may be challenged after the fact under the constitutional amendment that Mayor DC was referring to, but it's a bigger legal issue for lots of cities, and we would have lots of support if it were challenged.
Thank you, Anya. This is Sterling, city attorney. I was struggling with my mute, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mayor DC and council members. We'll be bringing that work session to you in April, and we'll have further discussion on what we should do moving forward.
Thank you, Heidi. Our next topic in this presentation is about fees. Wanted to make council members aware that we do need statutory authority from the state in order to charge fees. That we can charge fees for services that we provide, but they must be reasonably related to recovering our costs of providing the service. Some examples might be a city facility and or property rental, parks, recreation, and open space fees, development fees, or parking use fees. Next slide. So Rick, you want to take over the general obligation bonds?
Absolutely. So one of our resources that we have, again, still requires voter approval, is general obligation bonds. This is one of the several types of debts the city is allowed to issue, but the city must receive voter approval for any facility over approximately 2.4 million if we're going to build a facility. Our focus is going to be on general obligation bonds because that's what we've used in the past to pay for many of the large infrastructures that we've needed in our general fund area. Again, we must receive voter approval, and this is a levy on the secondary property tax to pay back the debt of funds. You heard Ms. Suda speak early about the primary tax that is allowed to be increased by council direction. 2% annually of our revenues, but this is the secondary tax portion, and it can only be used to pay back general obligation bond debt. There are some statutory limitations on what we can do to issue general obligation bonds. There's two limitations. The 20% limitation is for a lot of those general infrastructure needs that a city may have, water, sewer, parks, public safety, and so forth, all listed here for you to read. Under the statutory limits, we have a total capacity of about $180 million at this time to issue debt. That would require a substantial rate increase, and we're not recommending that at this time for sure. The other limitation is for other items, everything else that doesn't fit under that 20% level. For example, housing is one of those that we looked at last year, and we're considering that would fall under 6% limitation. And that one has a capacity of about $67 million at this time of what we can issue in general obligation bond debt. In the current fiscal year, council adopted a 0.8000 rate on our net assessed valuations, a part of the budget adoption in the current year. Our current policy is to remain below 0.8366. And the reason we use that as our cap is during the past elections over the last several years, we promised the voters that we would stay underneath that rate for those bonds that we were considering at the time. The city is allowed to go above this rate for the purpose of paying debt, and we could ask the voters to have a higher rate in future elections.
Rick, Could you clarify what when you previously just mentioned 20%, it was 20% of what? There was a question about that.
That is 20% of our expenditure limitation. I apologize for not having that in this slide, but annually we update our expenditure limitation, and 20% of that could be in a debt issuance. Speaking to current projections, we do have a capacity to stay within the 0.8366 rate of excess of $61 million. So voters could approve that level, and we would be able to maintain the rate that we've promised. This would use the capacity for several years in our plans. And one thing to note, we have a lot of debt paying off very soon in fiscal year 22-23. This is just a quick graphical example of the debt that the city has and what we could propose. The blue section represents what we currently have outstanding and our obligations on an annual basis to pay that debt. We still have $2.8 million authorized, but we have not issued, and that's related to Parks land that is approved by voters. If the council would like to come forward with a bond measure for citizens to consider, we can layer in $61 million in debt and maintain our 0.8366 rate for several years beyond that. We may still have additional capacity out years for future projects also. But this is just a graphical picture of what it means as far as issuing debt and the capacity. So just a quick summary. City does have debt capacity of $61 million and more. Monies are available as soon as the voters approve the bonds. We can start issuing debt the day after voters approve it. The only unissued is for Parks land. And should you want to go above that rate, it would be another 0.08385 in that rate. Sorry about that. And as we delay and annually we keep paying off debt, and as those years go by, we usually do a 20-year debt issuance. It builds capacity the more years you go along. And with that, I will answer any questions, or I will hand it back to Shannon.
I don't see any questions yet, Rick, so why don't we move on to the next slide, and then there might be some questions at that point. So potential new revenue needs. Council should be familiar with the attainable housing for emergency rental and homeownership. We covered that during the bond presentation last year. Also had discussion about Parks' need for softball and pickleball facilities that would be part of the larger racket complex. We talked about open space system integration, land maintenance, and facility improvement, as well as money for the watershed protection project, with Lake Mary Phase 3. Some of the new things that you'll see on this list are technology-oriented, facility-oriented, replacement of equipment and apparatus that are a large expense, specifically in police and fire, public safety arenas. You'll see on this list the Public Safety Alternate Response Center and Mobile Response Unit. There is a work group comprising a list and description of what this would look like potentially moving forward, as well as a storage facility for supplies, record retention. We've been moving some of those things around with the repurposing of the Phoenix building. A parking garage, which is something that we have been talking about with our Park Flag partners. And again, the Mogollon property plan design and build, which many of our community members are interested in, as well as just city facility property rehabilitation that we could look at moving forward. So these are some. Yes.
Sorry, 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Julie. So these are some of the larger projects that we've come together to identify, just to give council an idea of what things we might consider for these one-time bonding purposes. So certainly happy to turn it over for any questions, comments, or discussion council might want to have on any of these three topics. But before I leave, really quick, what you don't know about me. My husband and I are both Arizona natives, and who I'd like to get to know better at the city, as I've been working over the last several weeks to get to know Dan Musselman a lot better, given he's our new police chief and we'll be working more closely together.
Thank you, Shannon. And I actually lied. It's 17 minutes, not 3 minutes.
Well, look at that. We just shaved some time if there's no questions and comments.
So if I could just add a closing comment on this section, especially when it comes to bond needs. This is one area where if council is interested in moving forward with a general obligation bond in November of 2022, now's the time for us to start reallocating or allocating resources toward those needs, publicity pamphlets, outreach, any committee developments, and so forth. So we would look to possibly provide funding in the next year budget to advance any of these general obligation bond needs.
Wonderful. And Heidi, I see your comment in there. Would you like to unmute and share your introduction with us?
I'm so sorry, I forgot to do it until Shannon said it. It reminded me that I missed it, and I actually had dropped my notes during my presentation, so that has a lot to do with it. But something you might not know about me is I'm one of 7 girls in my family, and I happen to have an identical twin. So, and we're the babies in the family. I'm actually 7, so that's something you don't know about me. And then someone that I'd like to get to know better. This is going to sound cheesy, but it's the truth. Since I've been working at home so much, we've had some staff ebb and flow in this division, and I haven't been able to make actual face-to-face introductions with some of them. So I'd like to be able to get around to meeting some of the new library and park flat staff. I only get to see them virtually here and there, and sometimes not even on video. So I'm looking forward to getting back to new normal and seeing staff like we normally would.
Thank you, Heidi. And Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you. Okay, so I have a question here, something I don't see listed. What about climate emergency projects that potentially need funding?
That could certainly be an addition. These are just ideas to start with.
Okay, great. And Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Julie, and thank you, staff, for your presentation. Yes, I think we need to have further discussion on this, Mr. Tatter. I think that the last council had a lot of intensive conversation about what to put on the ballot, and I think that conversation, has rolled forward. And as the mayor said, there's even more competition now since we basically skipped this past election cycle. And the things that rise to the top for me are our housing bond, for sure, no doubt in my mind. That is my top priority for this bond ballot initiative cycle. And also, for me personally, just because I'm so bought into this effort of alternatives, is that policing alternatives topic. But I know there's a lot of important things on this list, and Councilmember Aslan just mentioned climate. So we'll have more of a conversation, and I also want to dive more into the outreach plan and get a little bit into that detail, and we can do that however so. Thank you.
Great. So Heidi, Rick, and Shannon, anything else?
I don't think so. Thanks, Julie.
Wonderful. So let's all take a moment and unmute and thank the three of them. Great presentation. Ready? We've got 3, 2, 1, go.
Go, Shannon.
Thank you.
Nice job, y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Great. So now for 30 minutes, we have, and we're 13 minutes above schedule, we've got Council Forum and Budget Expectations by Mayor DC and City Manager Clifton.
So I'll do a quick introduction to the topic, but then leave this open for council discussion. This is a place in the retreat where we, the budget team, would like to really hear from council what your expectations will be when we come to our April retreat, and funding what you believe should be in the budget proposed by the city manager. So we'll be working very hard over the next several weeks with our divisions, and having a little insight and direction from you is very valuable as we move forward. So this is just an open forum for you guys to have a discussion.
Thank you. Councilmember Aslan. Oh, sorry. That was from 4 minutes ago. Strike that.
All right. Well, yeah. So I'll start this off just throwing out a few of my priorities, though. Obviously, we have a lot to be handling. I know I sound like a broken record sometimes, but our broadband infrastructure and having, especially as we are seeing dollars coming from the federal level and potentially a lot more grants from the state and federal government, as it seems, that we rebuild the dedicated fund or allotment for in capital improvement, so that way when those matching dollars come up, ensuring we have a fund to help pay for it and get those grants. Because I understand that some of that money has been used for other purposes during the pandemic. The other aspect would be even creating a dedicated fund for cybersecurity. We are seeing how this is becoming more and more a problem. I think we need to be very mindful when, to be frank, I believe IT has been neglected for way too long, to the point where it does affect quite a bit our other operations. For example, when we lose a day where the system goes down or people can't cost email, that is a huge loss in huge amount of labor costs that are lost. And sometimes when outages happen, people are working on something in the middle of it. It gets lost, they have to start all over. So I think we need to really be paying attention to IT and realize that in the modern world that all of our departments rely on it, and putting money into it actually saves us money in the long run. So those are just a few comments to make just to start off this conversation. I'm sure we have a lot that all of us are wanting to accomplish. So let's open it up, or unless City Manager Clifton has anything to add in here or helping us with the direction of the conversation if you're looking for a particular outcome in the next period of time.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for a thoughtful discussion here and on all the previous items. So that goes to the entire council and to all the staff members as well. We've covered some ground today, and we were able to solicit some council direction along the way. I don't know that we left a lot for discussion at the end. The very last segment that we had, that being future bond questions, general obligation debt, and related was very important, and I know it's going to be an ongoing discussion. It does not have to be concluded today, obviously, but somewhere along the line the comment was made that if there is something destined for 2022, we need to be acting pretty quickly. I would echo that comment. it seems like a long ways away, but it really is not. And we have the opportunity now, having hit the pause button during this last year with COVID, we have the opportunity to really up our game on voter outreach on whatever issues are potentially coming their way. And it's not out of the question that that kind of outreach, those efforts, if they are done correctly, could span an entire year or more. So now's the time to get started. Just want to get everybody thinking about that. And once again, thank you for a thoughtful discussion today.
And it looks like Councilmember Shimoni has a comment.
Thank you, Julie, and Mayor, thanks for your thoughts on that. I do have a couple questions for you, Mayor. When you talk about broadband, I'm just curious, do you have a number in mind as to what you're thinking would be appropriate? And is there any cost affiliation with cybersecurity that you can share?
To be honest, I would be relying a bit on our city staff to be able to determine those numbers. I was speaking with Mr. Perry, who does have a comment. Maybe he could jump in here, actually, because he definitely would know more than I on estimates or whatnot. But this is definitely, for me, a huge priority for, dedicating staff time to really vet out what will cost and what can we do. So, Mr. Perry?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Shimoni, for the question. We are doing a presentation to Council on February 23rd to kind of go over that in a lot more detail and to get a little bit more Council direction on how you would like us to proceed in relation to broadband. That doesn't really answer your question today, but I do have a whole lot. I'm working on a presentation that will give you a lot more detail and a lot more specific numbers that go into that, if that's helpful.
Very much. And, obviously with our federal and state partners, we can leverage our money to maximize the impact. And Mayor, I agree with you. I think that this is an opportunity. And, it sounds like the train's already left the station in terms of like state and federal support, and we can just kind of add to that momentum. So I'm curious to learn more. So that sounds good to me, Mayor. I like where your mind's at with that and support you with that idea. I do have a small list of things, of course, and staff who has been with me for the last 2 years know that my mind can go all over the place. But over the last couple of years, I've learned to better see the city and be more realistic with my hopes and dreams for us all. So hopefully I hope these ideas are helpful and that we can actually take action on them rather than talk about them. Okay, so for police, I brought this up before, Looking Glass Analytics. I forget the exact cost. I want to say it's not cheap. And Chief Musselman, maybe you can weigh in on this in terms of the cost, or we can just talk about this at a later budget retreat, City Manager. But Looking Glass Analytics software, I think, would be a big value to the community and a great way to build trust with the community and also enhance our police department. And then also, I know Chief Musselman, I know you got a lot on your plate right now. But just when it comes to recruiting and building your team at our police department, just really making an additional effort for diversity and to reflect our community, which I know is a value of yours and that you're working towards. But just anything we can do to push that even further, I'm in support of. Under fire, the alternative response is going to, I think, end up fitting underneath fire more than even policing, but more just that alternative response, management, employment. And I know that we'll talk more about that, but that's definitely high on my list, as you know. And then the other thing is for public affairs and to add to Jessica Drum's team, I'm hoping we can add a position there to help with the new website that's coming out, social media, video work, and then city manager giving them a budget so that they can create these items. And did you want to add something to that, city manager?
Listening closely, there will be a number of items, but since you brought that one up, I will mention to you that it's in the queue. Thank you.
Excellent. And I know we've talked about that for years, so I'm glad to hear that it's in the queue. And then the last thing I have is building off of the Live Black experience that we invested in as a city last year. The Black Lives Matter movement occurred and led to the city taking action and investing locally in our nonprofit through the Southside Community Association to better understand the lived life experience, put on the forums, and then come up with a strategic plan. And they've done that. And they have a coalition across the city that they've worked with, and very proud of their efforts. And I think maybe now is the time to consider investing in phase 2 or phase 1 of the strategic plan. And so the number that comes to mind, Mayor and Council and City Manager, is $25,000 would be my hope. Obviously, I'm one of 7, and I know things are tough financially, but that's my wish list to add to the bicycle lot. We usually use the term parking lot, but I'm trying to change our culture to bicycle lot. Anyways, thank you for hearing me out. And yeah.
Great, and then we have a comment by Councilmember Aslan.
Yeah, so I just wanted to emphasize again that I'm looking forward to seeing some sort of plan from sustainability and an update from Nicole on the climate emergency. We're trying to get to carbon neutrality by 2030, and I think that's going to have a gravitational effect on our budget. So I just want to make sure that those conversations are happening and they're in the queue, and that there's a point of contact there for how all that comes together with our budgetary talks. That's all. And again, just remaining prioritized on employee compensation. I think those two things are going to have a huge impact in our budget coming up, and we need to make sure we've got all that squared away. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Oh, yes, Councilmember McCarthy, a comment.
Yes, I just want to make sure we have enough money for forest health. I'm not really sure if we do or don't, but we need to make sure that we do. And then to back up what Mr. Osland said, employee compensation for sure. And the climate emergency, definitely need to know where we're going on that. Thank you.
I'd like to add a couple things as well. I guess back to what I was the line of thinking I was before. If we are talking for new positions, as Councilmember Shimoni had mentioned, I do like the idea behind what we're moving in the public affairs division, or employees. But I would also like to look into potentially a database administrator for the IT team. To be frank, our data systems and the ability of what we can do are probably about 20 years behind, to be honest, with what NAU is doing, maybe even more. A lot of the things I was expecting we could potentially do to create more efficiencies and program evaluations, et cetera, and analytic assessments, I don't see us we don't have the capacity for, and it's going to take a lot of work to get those databases in a way that's merged and we can do some very useful things. So I know we have many things that need to be done. I just would like that particularly to be part of the conversation. And the other part we really need to have a discussion on, and I know we will tomorrow, but in terms of budgetary outlooks, how we are going to be moving forward with our unsheltered population. And if, potentially the hotels that we are renting and spending a lot of money on, that we probably could have bought them at this point, or at least had the down payment for, maybe that needs to be really part of our projections for more long-term care for our unsheltered, as opposed to what we've been doing, and necessarily so amidst COVID. It just seems like we're wasting a lot of taxpayer money, and we could be more efficiently and efficacious to be looking at long-term solutions in that regard, whether that's bonds or in the normal budget, whatever it may be. But we definitely need to keep this on our minds, folks. I think we're going to be in a difficult situation if we come to a place where the hotels and motels, we can no longer be renting and those individuals are out on the street. So I know we getting through the next few months, but I think we're going to have some more topics. I don't mean to go too tangential on that issue, but since we're talking budget, I do want to bring that up. So thank you.
Thank you. And then we have Councilmember McCarthy and then Councilmember Salas.
Yeah, I brought this up at a previous meeting, but I think we need to give some help to the community development so we can get our zoning changes through and not have to wait like a year or more to get things done that everyone agrees, council and staff, that we need to do. That might need some help for Dan Seimer or somewhere in that department. Thank you.
Councilmember Salas.
Thank you. I'm looking at the wish list on the potential new revenue / bonds needs. I just want to harp on, of course, attainable housing, parks, amenities, and fire apparatus, equipment, and of course, police and fire safety equipment. I like everything on that list. But I also want to put together, my wish list. And it can reverberate some of our mayors and fellow council members' wish list. So strengthen assistance to social services providers, especially serving the vulnerable sectors, the unsheltered, persons with disabilities, seniors, and youth transitioning out of foster care. And then another one is really strengthen our business services in terms of retention, expansion, attraction. I'm thinking out loud, setting up like a business one-stop shop. It could be online where all business questions can be answered and processed within 48 hours. We can have an intern to help our business retention and business attraction staff to get that ball rolling. Another thing on my wish list is really dive into workforce development. I mentioned at our joint city-county session last Thursday that our city and the county missed the boat in securing grants from the Department of Labor that just released over $225 million in workforce development grants. Apparently, there are more workforce development grants out there. I just recently came across a workforce development grant which is focused on funding for STEM workforce development programs. And this is through the Department of Defense. And there's 50 million funding available that was announced last year. And I think the grant cycle is still ongoing until 2025. So this grant will fund programs like internship for students from high school through doctorate levels, apprenticeship and residency program, college or university project-based learning program, formal or informal workforce development or programs that align with federal STEM education. For us, we call it STEAM. and the Department of Defense STEM initiatives. So I know this takes, just exploring these grants opportunities takes time, and we can start having a workforce development intern just help us, discover these grants availability and see if the city can initiate a collaborative partnership and with the county, with NAU, with CCC, in pursuing and securing these grants. Thank you. Oh, lastly, but not the least, near and dear to my heart, I always said it out there, we have to be mindful in funding our open space trails, natural areas, and dark skies commitment. Thank you.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor Daggett.
Thank you, Julie. And thank you to all the council members and mayor for all of your thoughtful comments. And to staff, I'm consistently impressed with staff and the level of professionalism in everything that you present to us. I know that a lot of work went into today, so thank you very much. I don't disagree with anything that any of my colleagues have said, and I look forward to having a more in-depth discussion about the budget and our priorities in April. And regarding possible bond items, I may have missed this, but Greg, did we talk about when we might be discussing more in depth the bond issue separate from our annual budget?
Thank you for the question. I think it's an ongoing dialogue. I understand that housing will be presenting to you in the near future. I would have to think that there will be some discussion included in that presentation. And that's not to suggest that housing is the only item. There will be other discussions as well. I think to my earlier comments, it needs to be a lively and ongoing discussion now. Now's the time to be having it. We have put a lot in front of the council today, and I think we've received about as much direction as we could hope for. But I think you can expect, Vice Mayor, continued discussion on this, on the bonding possibilities, and housing probably topping that list. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And Julie, thank you so much for the wonderful job that you have done today. You're always a pleasure to work with.
Oh my goodness, thank you so very much. It's such a joy to be here with everyone. And a comment, Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, and thank you, staff, for today. Let's see. Housing and sustainability are probably my first two goals, and they kind of go through everything that we're trying to accomplish. So those are my top two. Then business retention and attraction. And I'm just wondering, and this may not be the right place to interject with this, but the Flagstaff shelter services, I know that our mayor did bring this up, but I'm wondering if we can put them as a line item on the budget, or maybe put this in as a bond issue and give them some support that they need to continue moving forward. So those are my items. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Shamani, a comment, please.
Yeah, I'm assuming we're getting towards the end of our meeting today. Am I correct, Julie?
You are right on.
So I thought I'd slow us down a bit. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so we'll take public comments. I see. Okay, I'm gonna let us take public comment, and I'm also gonna share a couple closing comments.
Great, so it sounds like then maybe it's time for us to transition, Mayor Deasy and Manager Clifton, to public participation and public comment.
Yes, and I think at this point, our city clerk is probably scrambling to get some folks on the line. Stacy, do you want to let us know how much time you would like?
Great. She said she does have 2 speakers and she needs 1 minute.
1 minute. Okay, great. Council, while we're waiting for that 1 minute, any thoughts you'd like to share or any quick follow-up?
City Manager, I'll jump in and just say my comment really quick. I just wanted to say thank you to staff and to the council. You know, I think we're navigating some really tough waters right now with a lot of trust being at the root of our issues that are across the board, inward, outward, all over. And these aren't easy times to be in the positions that we're all in. So I just have gratitude for all of us to be at the table, be in the arena, doing the work, and doing our best to stay focused and united as we talk about these hard topics and navigate the struggles that are so deep. And so good retreat, and I'm looking forward to the public comments, but I just wanted to share those thoughts. Thank you. Oh, I just realized my camera wasn't on, my bad.
That's okay, and it looks like 1 speaker is ready.
Hi, Krista, you can go ahead and make your comments now.
Hi, my name is Krista Snow. For disclosure, I am a City of Flagstaff employee. I've worked in water services for almost 5 years now. I'd like to start by saying I appreciate your commitment to improving employee pay plans, but I ask that as you do, you make sure you're making informed decisions and that you're making positive changes for everyone. So I'm here today to urge you to understand skill-based pay more before supporting the removal of the program. I followed the EAC meetings around the discussion of compensation plan changes. I believe there were 5 different items voted on, 2 of which were basically ties among EAC members. That was broadband and skill-based pay. So please consider that this isn't all or nothing. Many of the compensation suggestions could be implemented independently, those that are viewed as unanimously positive, without moving forward with all of the suggested compensation changes. You all seem very dedicated to make positive changes for City of Flagstaff employees, so thank you. But please consider how employees in the skill-based pay program feel about this proposed change. Would they feel supported or honored by changing their pay plan, the plan they were hired into, without a clear alternative? While no one will see their pay reduced, eliminating skill-based pay would reduce earning potential for many within their current positions. And Janice mentioned this earlier, but I'd like to reiterate something that she said. No one in water services is in favor of integrating skill-based pay into the regular pay plan. I think that's worth repeating even. No one in the division, that's managers, supervisors, and the multi-skilled workers who use the plan, are in favor of removing skill-based pay. I admit that it's possible that someone is, but I know that as a water services rep, Janice asked for all of our input, and she said she didn't hear from anyone who supported removing skill-based pay. So I urge you to ask questions. I urge you to make an informed decision. Please learn more. Please find out why the people who know, who understand, and who use this program are not in favor of getting rid of it. Please find out from those that it affects the most. So to conclude, different divisions have different needs. Please make an informed decision. I know you're all busy, but this has a huge impact on the Water Services Division, and I know I'm not the only one passionate about keeping this program. Please find out why this program was implemented. Is it working as it was intended? How would this change affect morale, retention, and recruitment within water services? And then finally, the suggestions on compensation today aren't all or nothing. So I urge you to make positive changes, such as the step plan for fire and PD, improvements to the regular pay plan. But if there's debate about whether a change is positive, such as for skill-based pay and broadband, please find out why from those that it affects to make a truly informed decision. Thank you. And I want to say I appreciate your time and dedication to your positions. I've only recently followed these city council meetings, and I've heard of budget retreats before, but I never knew until today how packed your schedule was and how much work you all put into this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Christy. I really appreciate the commentary. Quick question, since this is public participation, I don't have the agenda in front of me. Am I able to ask a question or comment, or is this a general public participation section?
Mayor,
No, it's public participation. Sorry, go ahead.
It is public comment on this item, so on the agenda. So yes, you would be able to ask questions. Sterling, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I was just going to say, no, there is no problem with you asking questions. It's comments on something that was discussed during the meeting today. So your council is welcome to ask any questions of the participants, of the commenters.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted clarification, and I guess I was more going to be a comment rather than a question, and just say that I think I can say for myself, and I'm sure many council members, that we are taking this very seriously with the compensation of employees. We definitely know how important it is, and I'm going to be, digging in deeper, getting more informed about this situation, because I don't want to do something. The point for me with all of this is to build morale, not the other way around. And I understand how big of an issue, being as a government staff myself, facing very similar issues, what this brings up and really the importance of it. So I just want you to know that I'm going to be very, very mindful as we move forward with the compensation changes. So thank you.
And it looks like our second caller was unable to be reached, and so the written comments will be submitted. So with that, I am wondering, Mayor DC, is there anything else?
Well, I believe that about wraps it up. Unless there's any further commentary from the rest of council on what has occurred today and is agendized, I think, we may be good to adjourn or move forward.
Wonderful. So if I may just take 1 minute before we adjourn, if the council and City Manager Clifton wouldn't mind turning on videos if possible, just as we're saying our goodbyes. It's nice to see some faces.
Ms. Lancaster, I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't think any of us council members have done the 2 questions for the day. So maybe we can end like that on a little positive note.
Well, how perfect is that? Way to go. Okay, so I'm going to stall for a moment while people are thinking. So I have to share this. I think the most important, most valuable commodity that we all have, all of us as people, is attention. And the amount of attention that people have given today has really been remarkable. I have to share this 15-second story. I was working with a group in Indiana the other day. The location is not important, but we were working on strategic planning for 3 hours. And after 3 hours, they were like, we are exhausted. We have to take a break from being in front of the monitor. So I just want to say, hands down to all of you, your commitment, your engagement, all the way to the end is just remarkable. And I even learned some tips today. I loved how people were using that laser pointer. That was really incredible, and really quality presentations. Mayor DC, would you be willing to be first? And we will, for the interest of time, each person gets about 15 seconds. You got that, Councilmember Shimoni? That's my joke.
Excellent. Well,
Mayor
okay.
DC, please start.
Yeah, I'll say a couple things. My favorite food is popcorn, but I am a purist with popcorn. It needs to only have butter and salt, not sugar, not cheddar, none of that. No. So my favorite thing is food is popcorn, and I guess the person I'd like to get to know even better would be my Chief of Staff, Sean Johnson.
Beautiful, thank you, Manager Clifton. We heard yours.
Yeah,
we
I
heard
have
yours.
nothing else to share unless I make stuff up.
That's right. It's the end of the day. I'm just looking across my screen. Okay, I got this. Vice Mayor Daggett.
Let's see. One thing that people may or may not know about me, in college at a U2 concert, Bono pulled me up on stage and we danced while he sang, and then we kissed. And who I would like, gosh, you know what? I want to get to know everyone. And I know that sounds like a cop-out, but really being new and also being virtual this entire time, I'd like to get to know everyone.
Thank you. And you are winning in the chat. That's probably where your love of the arts developed. Councilmember Sweet.
Yeah. Sorry, I was not ready. Well, I cannot beat Ms. Daggett's story, and I'm highly jealous. And I did bring popcorn with me today to the meeting. So one thing you may not know about me is that I used to travel the world, literally, and I had a house in Bali, Indonesia for years. And it was a pretty exciting time for me. So, and I would like to get to know everyone better, but I am looking forward to meeting with our city manager. Haven't quite had that one-on-one, and I'm just ready to learn a little bit more from his expertise. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is incredible. I don't know. That's a winner too. I mean, this is not a competition, right? But I would like a house in Bali. Councilmember Shamani.
Hold on, wait for it. Okay, so I recently haven't had a phone for 7 years, and now I have 2 phones. And my friends used to always make fun of me that they couldn't get a hold of me, and now I have 2 phones, and I'm out of time. And the person I like to get to know better is also, honestly, like Vice Mayor, the whole city. I think it's time in my relationship with the city to really just kind of dive into the employees. And I'll just say really quick while I have the mic, it'd be great at the end of our go around to have as many people on this call turn on their cameras as they'd like to and take a group photo for this year's Team Flagstaff. Just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't let us forget, okay? So for 15 seconds, 0.85, impressive. Okay, Councilmember Aslan.
Adam, don't you already know everybody in the city of Flagstaff? Like everybody. Okay, so the story I was going to tell is some folks might remember that I was a Peace Corps volunteer. I lived for 3 years in Honduras. But what folks probably don't know is back in my thinner days, I used to be a caver. I would splunk a lot, did a lot of caving, and I scurried into the ground in this cloud forest in Honduras once and found a cave there, did some caving around, and stumbled across some old human remains in that cave, which was a really amazing experience. And there's a whole follow-up story to what happened after that. But then I'll also mention, and not that I'm going to beat the vice mayor on this one, but maybe come close. David Copperfield disappeared me in front of an audience of 2,000 people one time. He didn't kiss me afterwards, but he did give me an autographed picture with him in the Batmobile.
Incredible. And do you have one person you'd like to get to know?
You know what? Actually, yeah, maybe Greg, you can make this official. I'd like to have a beer with Neil Chapman.
On it.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Councilmember Salas.
So yoga has been a part of my life since I moved to Flagstaff almost 15 years ago. So I have been practicing yoga pretty much almost every day. And I try to infuse yoga in my walks and hikes. And in between council meetings, during those 15-minute break, I do that. So it's yoga is part of my building resilience and maintaining balance. And then I'll be more expansive in identifying people I want to get to know more. I want to get to know more my 2 lady fellow council members and of course Vice Mayor. Perhaps we can have some kind of an informal women's caucus and gathering all the women in Team Flagstaff and maybe host a tea at the Murdoch Center when it's safe to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Councilmember McCarthy.
Okay, Austin Aslan probably doesn't know, but I explored caving in Onyx Cave and Pepper Sauce Canyon. And Adam Shimoni probably doesn't know that I rode my bicycle from the south rim of the Grand Canyon all the way to Mexico. And Greg Clifton probably doesn't know that I saw Paul McCartney sing Blackbird Singing in the Dead of Night from about 10 feet away in Tucson. That was a long time ago. I've seen Paul twice, once with my first wife, once with my second wife. Oh, who would I like to meet? Well, I've already met her and I've already had lunch with her upon occasion, but I would like to get to know Nicholas Antonopoulos a little better so that I can help her with the saving the climate. Thank you.
Beautiful. And you know I wanted to ask, but did you kiss Paul McCartney?
No, I was 10 feet away.
10 feet away. You could have. You could have. There's still hope somehow.
Sterling, help us.
Am I missing anybody?
Oh, we're beyond help, Councilmember.
Yeah, we are digressing really fast.
I love it. I love it. Mayor DC, have I included everybody? Will you just double check to make sure I'm not leaving anyone out?
Yeah, I think we got everyone.
Okay. Thank you for encouraging us to do that. I think that was really lovely to hear. That human part is so important when making hard decisions and talking about people's livelihoods. So thank you for the willingness and your humanity. And so let's go ahead, if we can, and go ahead and turn on our cameras so we can see one another. And then Councilmember Shimoni, who do you nominate to be the photo taker?
Oh, I don't know. I can take a screenshot and then send it to city manager and have it dispersed. Okay. Well, let's get everyone on the call before people start leaving. I see the numbers.
Don't leave. Should we do hands? Like that makes it kind of exciting. Like
Jim, Regina, Austin, city staff, where are you?
Go Devils. I'll do hands. Go Devils.
Hook 'em horns.
Is this the group? Okay. I guess this is the. Regina, are you turning your camera on? Jim, Austin?
Mine's on.
Is it? Oh, it's not showing on my end. Are you guys seeing Jim?
It can only show so many. There's too many of us.
Oh, I wonder if that's what's happening. Okay, I'll Photoshop you in then. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Woo!
So great. So homework for everybody, should you choose to accept at the dinner table, if you live with other people, but to ask or have a conversation, ask them if they know what priority-based budgeting is. And that could also be then you're in for asking your family if you're allowed to get a boat or a bike or something like that. That is the homework. Thank you all for your amazing attention today and for all of the good work that you've done and for including me. Thank you so much. Mayor DC, would you like to wrap us up?
Yeah, thank you all for a great long meeting. I appreciate everyone's attentiveness and preparation for this. And with that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Julie.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.